Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, good morning. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay, and I am your host. Hopefully the stream is looking okay. We are just waiting for Ethan Crumbley's Miller hearing. It is Thursday, July 27th. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for joining me this morning. We are just waiting for this shiz to begin. This is a 2-day hearing. Now, Ethan Crumbley has been having these Miller hearings every month, and that is when they decide if he's going to stay in the little boy clinker or if he's going to go to the big boy clinker. But I think they're going to have some testimony today. Ethan Crumbley tried to get his life sentence taken off the table, and he failed at that last week. So I'm going to be with you all day today and into tomorrow as we see what unfolds in this case. I don't really know what to expect. So I guess we will find out. We are still waiting for it to begin. I want to welcome everyone who's here, all the moderators that came in this morning. Good morning, Michelle. Good to see you this morning. Mikey likes it. Hello. Hello, Olive Juice. Hello, Marie. Hello, Frag. Hello, Allison. And Marie Arnold. And Lucia. Hello. Punani. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Where are you seeing the hearing? Because on my end, it hasn't started. All I'm seeing is a bunch of commercials. Hey, KK Gons. See, it hasn't started yet. I got my eye on it. Here's an overview.
Students are dead. The victims are Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. 6 other students and a teacher were injured. In October of last year, the shooter pleaded guilty to 24 counts, including murder and terrorism. Now, his sentence lies in the hands of a judge.
All right, if you're just joining us, that was a recap of everything that happened that is leading us up to this day. We do want to take you inside of the courtroom for a live look at today's
All right, here we
hearing.
go.
We do have team coverage for you. They're going to be reviewing the evidence in relation to the shooter's sentencing. So let's take that live look now as things are going to be getting underway. We have 2 of our team members who are inside and outside of the courtroom, so we will be bringing you those images as they continue throughout the day. And even though so much time has passed, it never gets easier to have to keep hearing these things and what happened that day. Just such an awful thing that affected that community and also so many people throughout the nation and world.
Absolutely. And I think today we also might be hearing new details, witness statements, perhaps seeing graphic images, graphic video. So it's definitely going to be enlightening. For sure.
Yeah, to say the least. And of course, we do want to make sure that we are bringing you those images because this affected us too. We live here as well. So we'll be covering everything for you as it continues to happen. But do be warned that some of the information that is presented could be very hard to hear and digest. But we just want to bring you everything that's happening in real time.
Yes, and as we mentioned, we have people both outside and inside the courtroom, so we really have all eyes on what's happening there today, as well as the live stream, which we'll be showing at length.
Yeah, and just to recap, this is something that happened, making it even worse. There's never a good time, but it was around a holiday. You know, no one's thinking or expecting.
All right, I'm going to mute them until they start. We all know what happened. Good morning, good morning. Keep it simp. Aw, thanks, Frag. Hey, I'm using my J is for Justice OG mug today. You can get yours in the merch store. Fox 10's got it going on. Let's see what they've got.
What the prosecution will be bringing.
Fox 10. Where's that located? Because located. I'm still waking up. Phoenix. Fox 2 is Detroit. Well, they're going to be playing it on here, but let's see. Here we go. Jesus. Thank you, whoever said go to Fox.
All rise.
Here we go.
County Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
Thank you. Good morning. You may all be seated.
I like Kwame. He don't mess around. Well, this works even better. Thank you. Closing that shit out. Good morning, Leslie.
People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Good morning, counsel. Appearances for the record.
He's
Aaron
grown.
McDonald on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you. Mark Case on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Mr. Ethan Crumbley, who's standing to my left.
Amy Hack on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey, court-appointed lawyer guardian ad litem for Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. With that being said, you may all be seated. Before we get started, there are a few things that I need to state for the record. It's my understanding that there will be at least 2 minor witnesses testifying in this case. I will note that to the media that's in the courtroom, when the minor witnesses are testifying, you are not to video record or photograph their faces. I will allow you to have the audio recording of their testimony, but you shall not
Thank you, Judge.
video their faces or photo their faces, and so that should not be done throughout this case. I will note that the people will identify for the record before a minor witness is called, and so that way you are placed on notice. With that being said,
thank you, Crystal.
In the courtroom, I understand the sensitive nature of this case, and I'm going to ask everyone, because this is court, to please maintain composure. If you do need to step out of the courtroom, there is a composure room outside of this courtroom where you all can go and try to compose yourselves and return to the courtroom. However, I can't have any outbursts because we need to make sure that we protect the integrity of these proceedings. And so I will ask you, if you need to take some time, please feel free to take some time in the composure room.
Okay, yeah, if you have a problem, go in the composure room.
I will also note that please do not record these proceedings using your cellular phone. If I see anyone with their cellular phone out and it appears that they are recording these proceedings, your cellular phone will be taken. With that being said, people, any preliminary issues or statements that we need to address?
Thank you, Judge, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a conference in the court's chambers. One thing that we did not discuss, we're asking the court to take judicial notice of the prior placement hearings and any court hearings that occurred for the pendency in this case up until today as well.
Thank you. The court will take judicial notice as such.
Thank you, Judge. We do have prepared a exhibit binder for defense as well as the court. In speaking with defense in chambers, it's our understanding that the exhibits will be admitted, so I'll make a general statement of admissibility for exhibits 1 through 62. And as the court stated, I will notify the court prior to extremely sensitive information and photos, images being broadcast on the screen in the presentation of our case. That way we will ask the court to request the media not to film or broadcast those images in any way, Judge.
Thank you. With that being said, defense, any preliminary issues or statements?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. We also have an exhibit binder for the court. When the court is ready, we would be admitting defendants' exhibits A through W.
Thank you. Are those also stipulated?
They are.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. With that being said, Peoples, and you stipulate to Peoples 1 through 62?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just ask the court to note my previous objections that were filed in a motion and the court ruled on them.
Thank you. The court notes your previous objection. The People's Exhibits 1 through 62 are hereby admitted as evidence. Defense Exhibits A through W are hereby admitted as evidence. That being said, any other preliminary issues from defense?
Your Honor, I know that this is very different from a trial, but we are asking the court to consider allowing Mr. Crumbley to be taken out of all of the chains and handcuffs.
Thank you. Respectfully, I'm going to have him still in the chains because this is considered an evidentiary hearing, and so this is not a trial, and so he will remain in chains. However, he can have one hand that's unhandcuffed so he can take any notes.
Objection! Perfect. Would the court like me to approach with the exhibit binder? I
Yes.
don't know if you already have the
I will
papers.
take binders from both the people as well as defense.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Binders everywhere. So that is his guardian ad litem. That looks
being
like
said,
Cher.
Any other preliminary issues from defense?
Your Honor, I plan on using the PowerPoint, the TV in my opening. So I know we tested it yesterday. We should be good, but I may just need a moment once it turns to my turn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that being said, people, do you wish to present an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may.
Here we go.
Your Honor, my name is Karen McDonald, and I represent the people of the state of Michigan. The hearing today is the most important legal proceeding in the lives of nearly everyone in this courtroom. It is incredibly important for the defendant. His life is at stake. But everyone else is here in this courtroom today because this defendant made the decision to kill 4 other people and to take their lives instead of his own. Injured several others and terrorized hundreds. So the hearing today is just as important to these victims as it is to the defendant. And it is important to this entire community. Almost all of us have come to believe that a juvenile sentenced to life without parole should be exceedingly rare. And I believe that. I embrace that. I want to be clear that we acknowledge that we bear the burden of proof and we have a heightened standard when we ask for a juvenile to be sentenced to life without parole. As this court knows, you must consider the mitigating factors set out in Miller versus Alabama, and we also embrace that. There has been a misconception that charging this defendant as an adult and charging his parents is somehow inconsistent. That is not true. They are charged for doing 2 different things. This defendant has already pled guilty to killing the 4 victims who died, shooting 7 other victims with the intent to kill them, and terrorizing everyone else who was at Oxford High School that day. He's the only one who pulled the trigger. The parents are charged with involuntary manslaughter for their gross negligence in buying the obviously troubled son a gun, for not securing it safely, and then for not doing anything about it when they saw the defendant's drawings on the day of the shooting. They are not charged for being bad parents, and no one is saying they pulled the trigger. What we're saying is they had an obligation to the students who died, and their gross negligence resulted in those students' deaths. Neither one of them gets a pass because of the acts of the other. The defendant does not get a pass because his parents were grossly negligent. He is the one who researched and planned and carried out the shooting. And they don't get a pass because they gave their son a gun that he used, knowing he was a danger to use it. Each of them is only being held accountable for their own actions. It's important to be candid about what we do and do not know about this defendant. No one can tell us what he will be like in 40 years. None of us have a crystal ball, and we are not going to present any witnesses who will say there is 0 chance of possible rehabilitation. No one can say that for sure. But this hearing is not just about the defendant's potential to be rehabilitated. It starts and ends with proportionality. The court has to consider the Miller factors, but also every facet of the offender and the offense, and that's what we will present to you in this hearing. This is an offense unlike any other in this country or state has ever seen, Not just the number of children who died, but the way the defendant killed them, the amount of research and planning and preparation that went into it, and the way he carried it out, the picking and choosing of who would die. The video of the shooting doesn't have audio, but you will have no trouble interpreting the defendant's demeanor as he kills people.
We're going to see
kids
video?
in that school. The way he walks up to them and fires at point-blank range. The way he takes a shooter's stance in the middle of a hallway to kill Tate Myre. And this is an offender like no other. The video of the defendant torturing a one-day-old baby bird shows that he is capable of a level of violence that most humans are not. And he takes joy in it. And he recorded it. The way he researched and planned the shooting, the way he thought through the weapon he wanted and how he got it, the way he researched and knew that Michigan does not have a death penalty, and that he stated over and over, I know I'll spend the rest of my life in prison. And one of the most extraordinary things that makes this defendant different than any other mass shooter in this country, as far as we know and can tell, is that he decided in advance that he was not going to kill himself. And he researched response times to make sure that he surrendered before the police arrived. And he did not because he wanted to witness. He stayed alive because he wanted to witness the suffering he created. When the United States Supreme Court and the Michigan Supreme Court talk about the rare case and the defendant, this is the one, Your Honor. Finally, we seek to present this evidence to the court in the most respectful way we can to the hundreds of victims in this case. The parents who lost their children that day, and those that are here with scars and bullet holes in their bodies. Your Honor, there is only one way to do that. It is painful and gut-wrenching, but the way to honor victims is the very same thing, Your Honor, that is essential to this court making its decision on whether or not this sentence of life without parole is proportional. Your Honor, this is it. We must tell the truth. Our witnesses must tell the truth, and they must tell all of it. We must have the courage and strength to listen and view the facts despite how horrifying it may seem. That is what we are called upon to do, and it is the only way to do so with the utmost respect that these victims deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Your Honor, if I just have one moment to
Yes.
ensure that
Absolutely.
Good morning again, Your Honor. I want to first go over the law that we must use during this hearing. We're here today because of the case of Miller versus Alabama. That's a U.S. Supreme Court case from 2012. They held that juveniles facing the most serious penalties must be individually sentenced, and courts must have the opportunity to consider mitigating circumstances. Those are chronological age, family and home environment, circumstances of the crimes, not the facts, but the circumstances, incompetencies associated with youth, and the possibility of rehabilitation. We also look to Montgomery versus Louisiana, a U.S. Supreme Court case of 2016. A lifetime in prison is a disproportionate sentence for all but the rarest of children, reserved for those whose crimes reflect irreparable corruption. 2021, People versus Bennett. they state that nearly every situation a sentencing court is asked to weigh in on the appropriateness of a life without parole sentence will involve heinous and oftentimes abhorrent details. The fact that a vile offense occurred is not by itself enough to warrant the imposition of life without parole. A court must undertake a searching inquiry into the particular juvenile, as well as the particular offense, and determine whether this is the truly rare juvenile for whom life without parole is constitutionally proportionate. And most recently, in People v. Taylor, the Michigan Supreme Court held in 2022 that when a prosecutor seeks to impose life without parole for a crime committed by a juvenile, the prosecutor bears the burden to rebut a presumption that life without parole is a disproportionate sentence. The standard for rebuttal is clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing means that the evidence is highly and substantially more likely to be true than untrue. Your Honor, this hearing is not like something that we are used to. Usually when the prosecutor and defense stand before the court, we're here for a trial. And in that scenario, the prosecutor has to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. This hearing is distinctly different. Mr. Crumbley has already pled. He raised his right hand. He told this court that he was guilty of committing all 24 counts against him. We are here today because the people filed a motion for life without parole following that plea. We must move away from the trial mentality and into a sentencing phase. The facts of this case are difficult, they're unpleasant, unnecessary. The images that you will be shown are not something you are ever likely to forget. But through the evidence, through the witnesses and our experts, we believe that the court will agree that the people are not able to meet their burden in rebutting the presumption against a life without parole sentence. The experts and witnesses that will come before you will not give you an excuse for Ethan's actions. They will give you an explanation as to how Ethan ended up with a weapon in his hand on November 30th of 2021. As Jillian Peterson, a nationally recognized expert on the psychology of school shooters, concluded when called by the people at a Daubert hearing in the case of Jennifer and James Crumbley, there's a common misconception by the public that mass shooters are evil monsters who simply snap and commit a shooting one day. At the end of this hearing, we will be asking for the imposition of a term of years, because it will be clear to you that 15-year-old Ethan Crumbley is not one of those rare juveniles that is irreparably corrupt and without the ability to be rehabilitated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. People, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. People call Lieutenant Tim Willis. We have a PowerPoint presentation, if I may.
Absolutely. Detective, if you could, please approach the witness stand. You're then going to stand in the witness box, face my clerk to be sworn, sir. Okay.
Please raise your hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please ask me.
Sir, if you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Timothy Willis, Willis.
Thank you. People, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when you're ready, would you please state and spell your full name for the record? Oh, sorry. Excellent. Thank you. Sir, I first want to ask you how you're employed.
I'm a lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
Over 27 years.
What's your current assignment?
I'm a lieutenant in the a detective lieutenant in the Investigative Forensic Services Division.
Okay. And sir, can you tell me, please, what your general job duties are?
So I oversee, excuse me, I oversee our computer crimes unit, our warrants division, our fugitive apprehension team, and our special investigations unit.
Now, you've been a lieutenant since 2016, is that right?
That's correct.
Sir, I want to direct your attention right to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you working on November the 30th?
I was.
Do you recall where you were when you were notified of the shooting at Oxford High School?
I was in actually at the prosecutor's office discussing another case.
Tell me, please, about what time were you notified?
I think it was about, the day was kind of crazy, but I believe it was around 1 o'clock.
And when you received the notification, what do you do?
I left the prosecutor's office, immediately made a phone call to try to confirm the information. I got confirmation immediately. I then got into my detective, which is just a Chevy Traverse with just some lights on it, and proceeded directly to the Oxford High School.
When you say proceeded, can you tell me about that drive, please?
It's a little, honestly, it's a little blurry. I don't recall all of it. I do remember the route I took, and I remember going up M24, and it was chaos. There were cars, police cars, emergency vehicles, and personal vehicles, all flying to that scene, which was kind of shocking to me. I mean, I typically expect cars with lights on it to do that, but once I realized, or I actually followed a civilian car to the scene, and I realized it was an off-duty officer that came from home.
Was it looking for his child?
Yeah.
Now, as the lieutenant in charge of the Special Investigative Unit, you arrived on scene. Would it be fair to say that you were one of the ranking officers when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Is that how you came to be the officer in charge of this investigation?
Yes. It's understood at the sheriff's office that major crime scenes will be handled usually by the Special Investigations Unit, and the fact that I was the lieutenant of it, it was how I became the OIC in that case.
Now, can you tell us, please, what does it mean to be OIC, or officer in charge?
So the officer in charge of the investigation, basically, especially with one this size, hands out assignments, follow-up detective work, be it interviews with witnesses, collection of evidence, or determining what evidence needs to be taken and analyzed forensically or otherwise. We also work with gathering, putting together reports, reviewing all the reports, talking with the prosecutor's office, and help assist in determining charges.
So, for lack of a better term, you were running the show as far as the investigation was concerned?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not even closer.
Now, there was a massive amount of this evidence in this case. Now, is it fair to say that you reviewed all of that evidence, at least in a supervisory role?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as lieutenant in your division, you also supervise the computer crimes unit. Would that be right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what do the computer crimes unit detectives do?
So they handle any electronic evidence that we may take as a course of an investigation, and then they forensically analyze it, meaning to hook it up to their systems, to obtain images, pictures, videos, recordings, texts, a lot of different ways to get into either computers, phones, or tablets.
Okay. And now, you're aware that the defendant's cell phone was seized when he was arrested on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was the computer crimes unit that conducted that forensic analysis?
Correct.
Okay. So when we received their presentation today, when we refer to evidence found in the defendant's phone to be computer crimes unit who actually did the physical extraction?
Yes, sir.
And sir, I want to take you right to the scene, November the 30th. If you could please tell us the names of those who were killed.
Excuse me. Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, Justin Schilling, I'm sorry.
Take a moment, sir.
Tim, we've never done anything like this. It's okay.
Madison Baldwin. I'm so sorry.
Who was wounded?
Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Kali Osage, John Asciuto, Molly Darnell, Aiden Watson.
The person who committed these murders and attempted murders in court today?
Yes.
Please tell the court what he's wearing today.
He's sitting next to the counsel. He's wearing orange jail uniform.
Will the record reflect identification of the defendant for this hearing?
So reflected.
Detective, the Oxford High School is equipped with surveillance cameras, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that covers both interior as well as exterior footage?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, there's over 90 cameras in that school.
Yes, sir.
And they were operational on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your investigation, your duties as the officer in charge, did you review the surveillance footage of the interior of the school on November the 30th, 21?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed eyewitness statements and things of the like?
Yes, sir.
Based upon that investigation, are you able to tell us where the shooting started at Oxford High School?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Lieutenant, all of these exhibits have been admitted. I'm going to give you a binder for you to refer to.
Okay.
First, I'll direct you to the screen here. This is People's Exhibit 1. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is a map of the layout of the Oxford High School, would that be right?
That's correct.
The highlighted portions, what significance is that?
So the highlighted portion is what's referred to as the 200 hallway, and that's where the entire shooting occurred within that highlighted area.
Now, this is a zoomed portion of that, and we have exit doors identified. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So door 7 is on the left next to room 256, 249. Then it moves on to door 6, door 5, and door 4.
Correct.
Okay. So where did the shooting first start?
The shooting began, the defendant exited the bathroom just above room 258 there on your left. He made a left-hand turn out of that bathroom and began shooting.
So you invest. Are you able to see this now?
I can.
It's 258 right here.
That's correct.
Okay, and the bathroom is signified here with the laser pointer.
That's correct. He exited that bathroom, turned left, and began shooting.
Now, sir, he was in the handicap stall before he exited the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this photograph from the handicap stall in that bathroom?
Correct.
And these are been identified as the defendant's items?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what was found in that stall.
Miscellaneous homework papers or work papers from school, a hardbound journal, leather journal, some wires from, power cords from computers and things of that nature.
Did you examine those papers found in the backpack?
Yeah, the assignments, yes.
Okay. Tell us what a note, if anything, was discovered on those pieces of paper.
I believe there was 93 pieces of paper somewhere in that area, over 90, and on those over 90 pages, there was over 50 images of guns drawn.
Now, there's no evidence that any teacher or administrator saw those particular pieces of paper, is that right?
No evidence, no.
Okay. And you said there was a handwritten journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's People's Exhibit 3. That's been admitted. Have you read that entire journal?
I have.
Now, if the journal were to be photocopied, how many pages would it be as far as the actual written portions?
22.
Okay. And out of those 22, the first written page has a drawing of a rocket, am I right? And a quote from a book?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the remaining 21 pages with actual content, can you tell me how many of those 21 pages refer to the school shooting?
Every single one of them.
Were you able to identify that journal as being written by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How's that?
Oh, several reasons. It was found amongst his items there. His name was written throughout it. Later we'll see another assignment where we've seen his handwriting on, and that matched the handwriting in the journal. It also references events that occurred at the school with the deer head weeks prior, the bird head prior, the fact that his
there was a deer
father
head?
purchased a Caltech. So
you're able to tell from the overall context of the passages that it was in fact the defendant's and he did in fact write it.
I didn't know there was a deer head.
I'm going to refer to portions of his journal, and feel free if you have written notes in front of you to refer to it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We're going to start with page 22 of Exhibit 3. Looking at the screen, sir, can you tell us please what the defendant wrote?
Yes, he wrote, excuse me, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Now, further down on page 22, can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. Ready and the 9mm ready. What? Then I walk behind any girl, pretty in parentheses, and shoot them in the back of the head. I will then shoot anyone I see, aiming for the head, until I have to reload. I will then find a full class.
Lieutenant, the defendant indicated he wanted to aim for the head and then turn the firearm onto classrooms?
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to refer you to Exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Those are the autopsy protocols of the murdered children. Sir, you reviewed these?
I have.
Okay. Now, out of the 4 murdered children, how many were shot in the head?
Of the
3 of those individuals were shot in the head, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And then out of the 7 wounded, an additional 3 were shot in the upper extremities, neck, face, or head area, is that right?
Correct.
Now, he also wrote in the passage about wanting to turn the firearm into the classroom. Did you find evidence in the school that the defendant actually did that?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to refer you to Exhibit 8 on the screen. What is this photograph of?
So our forensic lab who processed the scene, that is a rod that indicates the direction of travel from a fired round. So as you can see, that fired round went through that the little steel barrier outside the door, 247.
And this is classroom 244. What are we looking at here?
A similar thing, but this time it went through the glass.
And this is classroom, or this is office 224, and this is Miss Molly Darnell's. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. And there's 3 rods through that door, indicating 3 rounds penetrated that door.
And this is classroom 223. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, that appears to be a round that didn't penetrate all the way through the door, but was obviously shot at.
And then 220, what do we have down here?
Again, we have an additional round that was fired through a door.
And finally, classroom 215.
Yeah, we have 3 more rounds fired into the glass partition outside of in the classroom, I should say.
Now, Lieutenant, it's true that each of these 6 classrooms were occupied by children hiding at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to refer back to page 22 of the defendant's journal. Can you please tell the court what the defendant wrote?
I will continue shooting people until police breach the building. I will then surrender to them and plead guilty to life in prison.
Baxter, how was the defendant apprehended?
He, deputy's arrival, he placed the gun on a garbage can behind him, got on his knees, and put his hands straight up in the air.
So that was directly after he executed Justin Schilling and Keegan Gregory ran for his life. Would that be right?
That is correct.
Is there any evidence that the defendant tried to run?
Not at all.
Did he try to fight?
None.
So, in fact, he did a complete surrender, like you wrote.
Absolutely.
Now, at that point, the point he surrendered, was there anybody else left to shoot?
No. I mean, at that point, he had, after Keegan Gregory ran out of the bathroom, there was no one left in the bathroom. He came out. The hallways were obviously clear except for law enforcement coming down the hallway, and that was so there's no more victims for him to.
So at the time the defendant opened the bathroom door and placed his gun on top of the trash can, the police were not next to him. In fact, you couldn't see them at that point.
That's correct.
I'll refer you to page 21 of the defendant's journal. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote here?
So in the margin there, it says, "I wonder what life in prison will be like."
Okay. And then throughout this page, does the defendant write a list of items it appears that he plans to take on November the 30th?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
It says 1 9mm pistol, extra mags. And then to the right it says Half-Blood, and the word underneath that it says fuck. And then 2 to 5 Molotov cocktails, 1 to 3 powdered, I believe it's NOS flares, pair of gloves, a hat, jacket, mask, knife.
Now, Lieutenant, I want to take you back to the photograph of the defendant's backpack in the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned these cords, these wires. Did that cause the investigators concern when they initially appeared on it?
Yes. So, to explain, our first step is to identify, locate the shooter. That was done. Once he was in custody, we also look for secondary shooters and any additional type devices. But we also try to identify victims and sweep the rest of the building. During that sweep, that's when this was discovered. On or around that time, we also became aware of a YouTube video that the defendant made throwing Molotov cocktails. There was some concern by the officers who approached that there may be some secondary device in that bag.
Secondary device meaning what?
An explosive device.
Okay.
So we notified the Michigan State Police Bomb Squad. They came in to x-ray it.
And of course, this all occurred before anyone ever examined the journal, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also wrote about a hat, a jacket, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In reviewing the video, did you discover that the defendant changed his appearance before the shooting?
Yes, prior to going in, he has a gray hoodie on, his backpack, no hat. He comes out. It appears that hoodie was just flipped inside out. He dropped his backpack, and he's wearing a black knit cap.
Now, page 21, the defendant indicated a date and a time, and then read the passage right underneath that.
The date is 11/9/2021, as of 2:13 p.m. I want the world to remember me.
Now, we talked a little bit about how computer crimes is the division of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office responsible for a forensic examination of digital evidence such as a cell phone. And the defendant's cell phone was seized in search, pursuant to search warrant. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, understanding that you're not personally a computer or cell phone forensic examiner, you did review the entire extracted download. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you uncover, and your detectives uncovered, in the course of reviewing that cell phone extraction, a text message thread between the defendant and another juvenile, who we will not name, and that text message thread in particular was over 20,000 texts in total, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if it were to be printed out, it would be over 5,000 pages.
Correct.
Okay.
20,000 texts.
First, for the record, Judge, and for counsel, we have Exhibit 15, is the copy of the full file extraction. That's on a portable hard drive. Should either party want to refer to it, for the court to review it.
Exhibit E.
Thank you, Judge. Now, in the course of this investigation, Lieutenant, were the defendant's parents' phones seized and searched as well?
Yes.
Okay. So we also have Exhibits 16 and 17 for their cell phone extraction, should either party or the court need to review that, Judge.
Thank you. So noted.
Lieutenant, for the record, Exhibit 18 is an isolated portable hard drive of that text message thread that we recovered. it's between the defendant and the other juvenile. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you've had the opportunity to review those text messages?
Yes.
Now, referring you to the slide, this is a text message from March 17th, 2021, sent at 12:41 a.m. to 12:46 a.m., UTC -4. And for the record, every text message has a date and a corresponding page number to Exhibit 18. And this time has been converted from UTC to Eastern Standard Time. Is that right, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us what the defendant wrote here.
This is why when you die, you need to be remembered for a long time. Doing something that will make people think about you until time ends. Unless you do something that will make people remember you, like people remember King Henry, or Cleopatra, or even Hitler. If you want to be remembered forever, how would you want to be remembered? As a smart and heroic person, or someone who massacred people and scars other people's brain of your life?
At that point, the other juvenile replied, smart and heroic, probably. And then, how about you?
Then the defendant replied back, not for me to say.
Okay, so this was in March 17, 2021. And this theme of wanting to be remembered, is that repeated throughout the defendant's journal?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to page 19, can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
Killing myself is too much of a pussy move. People will just forget about me, and I will have never making an impact in this world. The only way is to shoot up the school.
Further on down page 19, can you please read what the defendant wrote? Start with I'm going.
I'm going to rain fucking fire down on this school. I will cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan's history. I will kill everyone I fucking see.
And finally, page 19, the bottom.
I want to be remembered through all of history.
Flip please to page 18 of the defendant's journal. This is the top portion of page 18 of the defendant right. Could you please read that passage?
I just saw a group of girls sitting down in the hallway. If I had my pistol on me, then I would have not hesitated to blow both of their brains out. I would just hope their parents will feel with sadness and distraught. When I shoot up the school, I hope that every parent of kids I gratefully murder will be so sad that they kill themselves. I want all of America to see the darkness in me. I want to impact the world with this. I'm going to record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. I want for the parents to see their kids burn to ash and bawl their eyes out. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, rotting like a tomato.
Oh, sir, that page doesn't end there, is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a drawing right underneath that.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what we're looking at.
It's a drawing of a hand extended, firing a round into the back of presumably a young female.
And what did the defendant write about that?
The first victim has to be a pretty girl with a future so she can suffer just like me.
Lieutenant, who was the first person shot?
What? Phoebe Arthur. Excuse me. Phoebe Arthur.
And do you know where she was shot?
In the face.
I want to move now to page 17. There's a part here that's redacted, and redacted the name of a different school shooter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please read the remainder of that passage?
He is my idol. I want to do what he did. I want America to hear what I did. I know that rarely only shootings have happened in Michigan, so that means I will cause the largest school shooting ever in the state. I'm not going to kill myself. I will surrender to the police. I wish to hear the screams of the children as I shoot them. All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I am currently begging my dad for.
Lieutenant, the defendant actually eventually obtained a 9mm pistol.
Yes, sir.
This is unbelievable. I had no idea there was all this evidence. And why is what's her name? Adam Montgomery's
Yes.
friend sitting in court? Does that look like that chick? Look at all this evidence they have.
As well as evidence.
The girl that went, I don't know. Oh, did I sneeze into the mic? I'm so sorry.
For the record, is that People's 19?
That is.
Thought I was muted when I did that. Cut Mike Sanner. This is more twisted than I thought.
Sir, what is Exhibit 19?
It's a 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Now, is that actually the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021?
It is. It was the weapon used and the weapon recovered that day.
When was that gun purchased?
The Friday just prior to the shooting.
So that would have been November the 26th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that was purchased from a firearms store in Oxford?
Correct.
Who was the registered purchaser of that firearm?
James Crumbley.
And that's the defendant's father?
It is.
Were you aware that the defendant was with James Crumbley when that gun was purchased?
We came to know that, yes.
Now, sir, you were here when the defendant pled guilty on October the 24th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And so you heard his statements in court?
Yes.
And is it true that the defendant stated that he actually gave his father money for that gun?
Correct.
And he actually picked out that gun?
Yes.
Did you uncover evidence that this defendant posted pictures about that firearm on social media after it was obtained for him?
Yes, those were recovered off his phone.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 20. This is a post from the defendant's Instagram account. Can you please tell us what the caption is on the photograph the defendant posted?
Just got my new beauty today. Heart eye emoji. Sig Sauer 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
And that was taken November the 26th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is another post that the defendant posted to his Instagram account on November the 26th, 2021. Is it the same caption?
It is.
Again, is this the same weapon that we've identified as the murder weapon, Exhibit 20?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is another Instagram post. The defendant posted that picture November 26, 2021, and same caption on this photograph?
Yes.
What do you note about this particular picture?
He has some, it appears to be some knowledge of how to handle firearms. His finger, which is very important when handling firearms, is outside the trigger guard. He is lining up the sights. You're trained with those kind of sights specifically to line them up 3 in a row. If you think of them like 3, equal light on equal sides, equal amount of lights on equal sides.
Okay. So that's the correct way to aim that firearm, am I right?
Yes.
All right. And finally, Instagram post that the defendant posted on November, this is November the 27th, the next day, 2021. What was the caption on this picture?
Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights. LOL.
Now, in the extraction, this forensic extraction of the defendant's parents' cell phones, we find evidence that the defendant's mother posted about going to the shooting range with the defendant as well.
Yes, we did.
All right. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram, and this was posted November the 27th, 2021. What did the defendant's mother post?
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
And this is another picture of a target.
Yes, sir.
Same caption referencing his new Xmas present.
Correct.
Again, November 27, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Finally, on her Instagram, what is this?
That is the this pistol along with those magazines. A picture of him.
And what's the caption here?
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
Now, in a review of Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram stories, was there a short clip of the defendant training with a firearm?
Yes, sir, there was.
And in fact, throughout this investigation, there's evidence uncovered of the defendant training with different firearms.
Yes, there was.
Okay. Now, this picture right here that Jennifer Crumbley posted, this was just 3 days before the shooting. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
First, I'm going to show you a clip from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram story. This is from June the 22nd, 2021. What's the post that Jennifer Crumbley wrote?
Ethan and James R. Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Now, you mentioned that evidence was uncovered that they were both training with firearms?
What? Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibits. As soon as this unfreezes, Lieutenant. I'm going to show you a video from November the 26th, 2021. This is what the defendant posted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Judge, I believe we have the television, the court's television is frozen. Just give me one moment, please.
Yeah, this is insane. So yeah, his dad took him to the gun shop in Oxford, or I think it was in Lake Orion, and purchased it with Ethan with him. And based on my observation, his hair looks very greasy.
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
And then you're going to find out that the mom actually texted about and told her coworkers about Ethan's mental problems. They're idiots. The parents are idiots.
This was posted November the 26th, 2021, and the defendant actually posted this clip. Now, before I play the clip, what are we looking at here?
I can't make that out.
Okay. Well, I'll let it play, then you can tell us.
All right. We're looking down the barrel of the gun, the weapon used in the
shooting,
in the murder. Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you a video from November 27, 2021 of the defendant and his mother, Jennifer Crumbley, at a shooting range.
And for the record, which exhibit number is this?
That is exhibit 24. What we just saw was exhibit 24.
See, this is them at the gun shop together.
So we see the defendant with a gray sweatshirt?
Yes.
And that's his mother walking next to him?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant has a target, paper target in his hand, is that right?
Yes, sir, he does.
Okay. And next to him, has that been identified as the murder weapon that was bought the day prior?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Tell us what he's doing, please.
He's inserting the magazine into the, which is also known as the clip, into the the pistol and chambering around, basically loading the gun.
He doesn't have any help with him there, is that right?
That's correct.
Kid knew what he was doing, didn't he? Parents are idiots.
As you watch the defendant shoot this firearm on November the 27th, 2021, tell me what comes to mind.
The most interesting thing to me is that obviously this is the first time he just bought this gun, so presumably this is either one of the first times, if not the first time, that he shoots his gun. He understands the basic concepts of shooting. Two-hand grip, arms extended, bringing the sights up to your line of sight.
And you already mentioned the photograph of him lining up those three sights.
Yes, sir.
Defendant retracts his target.
Yeah, so the last round, obviously, after it's empty, the slide locks to the rear. He removed the magazine and retracted the target.
So what are we seeing right now?
Now he is assisting his mother with her turn at shooting the weapon.
Now, when you say assisting, is Jennifer Crumbley showing him how to use it, or is the defendant showing Jennifer Crumbley how to use it?
Yeah, it's clear. I mean, it's evident by the video that he is teaching her what to do.
Idiots. She's clueless, and look, her 15-year-old or 14-year-old, however old he was, is showing her how to do things. And she thought she was probably connecting with her son by doing this.
This video depicts the defendant actually pointing out different aspects of the gun. Where
Yeah, if you remember, he loaded the gun, racked the slide, did everything, and he's kind of walking her through the steps now. That's called a slide release, what she just hit that moves the gun forward. And now it appears she doesn't know how to properly grip the pistol.
Now, comparing shooting stances, who is the more experienced-looking shooting stance?
Yeah, experienced and more confident-looking shooting stance is Ethan, for sure. Pardon me, the defendant.
At this point in the video,
Yeah, they don't want to say his name.
calls the defendant over to retrieve the magazine.
Yes. So she sets the gun down when she's done, whereas the defendant, properly unloaded it, left it down.
There's multiple times throughout the surveillance video that shows the defendant's mother asking the defendant for help.
Yeah. See, here's she's still unsure about how to grip the firearm. She's putting her thumb around her wrist, and he's showing her, no, your thumbs forward. Two hands on the gun, thumbs forward.
That was one hell of a throat clear, wasn't it? I thought I sounded bad. This is insanity.
And I'm going to move on now
Jennifer
to-
Crumbley's an idiot. Word of the day. Idiot.
Submitted as Exhibit 25. Speaking of videos that depict the defendant training with firearms, in the investigation, a video was uncovered from a different shooting range in September of 2021 when he was at the range with his father. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this a
September the 25th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, so who are we looking at on the video right now as I turn it on?
That is the defendant in the black hat, gray sweatshirt, and his father, James Crumbley, in the white sweatshirt.
He's evil in the flesh.
So it appears they're moving from different counters, looking at the items.
Yes.
Now, shooting range, are you able to rent firearms to shoot as well as occasionally purchase firearms?
Yes, you can.
So at this point, they have a basket and they're moving into the range. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, earlier you mentioned the Kel-Tec pistol.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that James Crumbley purchased that Kel-Tec pistol in June of 2021?
June, yes, sir.
Okay. So there's appears to be a pistol in James Crumbley's hip. So this is before the 9mm used in the murder was purchased, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we presume that James Crumbley brought his .22 caliber Kel-Tec semi-automatic pistol to shoot.
Yes.
And it appears there's a second firearm on the table of the shooting lane. Would that be a firearm that they rented?
I believe, yes.
Okay. And again, who's stepping up first, the shooting lane?
The defendant.
There's nobody showing him how to use that firearm, is that right?
Correct.
This is admitted as an exhibit, so in the interest of time, I will pause it right here. But again, when reviewing the defendant's shooting stance, does he appear to be confident and experienced?
Yes, he does.
Okay, I'd like to direct you back to the journal. Page 16 of the defendant's journal. Please tell us what the defendant wrote.
I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom to hope the stench will reek. I hope that people will talk about it for the rest of the day because I want the attention.
God.
However, I do not want to be caught as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you the next few questions as you're thinking about the entire context of the journal, the text messages, and the entire investigation. So, the defendant wrote, I plan on dumping Jeffrey's head in a bathroom. Did you uncover, and the investigators uncover, what he was talking about?
Yes, there was an incident where a bird head in a jar of fluid was left by the defendant in the same bathroom that he exited the day of the shooting. But it was prior to the shooting.
Okay, so if I'm correct in understanding, and this was November the 11th, 2021?
Yeah, it was yes, November 11th. Correct, sir.
From the context of this passage where he says it would make me getting the 9mm impossible, obviously this is before November the 26th.
Yes.
Okay. And then you did come to learn that someone at Oxford High School did uncover a decapitated bird head contained in a jar of fluid from the men's bathroom?
Yes.
So the defendant is writing about how he actually did that and what he's talking about.
Yes.
And this theme is continued on throughout the journal and the text message. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll get into more detail in a little bit. So later on, when we get into May of 2021, we'll be discussing the torture, mutilation, and killing of baby birds. But this is a different bird, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand he named the bird's head Jeffrey.
Correct.
Okay.
That bird head looked. I don't know birds all that well, but it looked more advanced in age, more like an adult bird than a.
Certainly different than the picture of the bird subsequently tortured.
Yeah, the hatchling. Yeah.
Page 15 of the defendant's journal. Please tell the court what the defendant wrote.
So during the passing time of 3rd to 4th hour, I went into the bathroom and I wanted to dump the bird head on the ground and keep the jar. But there were people waiting, so I put the whole jar on top of the toilet paper dispenser.
And in fact, that's where that jar was found?
Yes.
Now, further on down page 15.
So now I'm pissed because I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol, as they are effective for killing. But right now all I got is a puny 22 LR Keltec that I don't know where my dad hit it.
And underneath that passage, what do we see?
The defendant draws 2 separate rounds or bullets. On the left, a 22 LR long rifle. It says kill range 25 meters max, and then a 9mm Parabellum, kill range 100 meters.
Now, Lieutenant, the police officer for 27 years, you're obviously familiar with firearms and ammunition.
Yes, sir.
If you could please tell the court, what's the difference between 22 millimeter, or 22 caliber, and a 9mm?
Well, the most glaring difference is the size. The 9mm caliber is a much larger round. It has more, it has more impact. It does more damage.
Which round, comparatively speaking, the 22 the 9mm, would be more likely to penetrate a classroom door?
The 9mm. The 22, I'm not a gun expert, but 22s are designed for target practice with paper and or very small game hunting, where the 9mm is essentially a combat round.
So, police officers, soldiers with their sidearm, they commonly carry a 9mm handgun?
Correct.
Okay, they wouldn't carry a 22 into combat?
Absolutely not.
Now, in the course of this investigation, you and the detectives uncovered internet search history of the defendant on his phone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you find evidence of the defendant researching different weapons and ammunition on his phone?
We did.
We'll start with November the 29th, 2021, at 2:07 p.m. What was the defendant's Google search?
His Google search was type of 22 bullets.
And, Your Honor, for the record, when we have item 1, item 12, that signifies the search, particular search in the exhibit for the court.
Thank you. So noted.
Thank you. Now, item 12, on November the 26th, what did the defendant search?
Sig Sauer P365.
Okay. And that's 4 days before the shooting?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, item 23, on November the 24th, what did the defendant write?
The 24th, he wrote 9mm types comparison. He searched that in Google.
Now, everything that we have here in quotes that's bolded on the side, those are the defendant's actual words that he typed into Google on his phone.
Yes.
Now, we have a few different items redacted for privacy purposes. Can you tell us what the defendant searched on November 23rd, 2021, which is 1 week before the shooting?
Used firearms, redacted firearms and range.
And what about the next search, item 34?
He typed in used guns, redacted shooting goods.
Now, November the 10th, 2021, 20 days before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
What is a Molotov cocktail?
Now, moving on to item 62, November the 9th, 2021, which is 21 days before the shooting, what did the defendant write?
How deadly is a 9mm pistol?
And October the 4th, 2021, item 99, what did the defendant write?
How many yards away is a 22 effective?
Okay. And when you see in type or text the decimal point and the numbers 22, that signifies a 22 caliber?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the text message thread, did you find evidence of the defendant's desire to own, possess, and use firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to direct you to June the 14th, 2021, 5:34 p.m. to 5:47 p.m. Can you please read to us what the defendant wrote?
Yes. We went to the store. That place is fucking cool. They close soon, so my dad will go up there and do it tomorrow. My dad even said I could get a revolver if I wanted to, like a snub-nosed one. Yeah, it's just more money. No, I'm not getting both.
And that's in reference to a Derringer and a revolver?
Yes. Also for 100 rounds of 22 LR It's only $15.
Sir, what's LR signify?
Long rifle. And it's only $40 for 50 rounds of 9mm. Every type of ammo there is, stupid expensive, expect for the 22. My dad said I can get a gun like this if I want to.
And then he sent a YouTube link?
Yes.
Correct.
The only thing, though, is that I don't really want to spend $300, but it's worth it, I think.
Okay, Lieutenant, I think it's worth noting that we have quotations, and those are the actual words the defendant texted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, June the 15th, 2021, 9:58 p.m. to 10 p.m., what did the defendant text?
Also, I went to the gun store today and got the Derringer, but it was on a delay, so I won't be able to actually have it until a couple more days. I paid for it, just don't have it yet. I'm so hyped. My dad is also most likely going to get a gun. It's a handgun, 15 rounds, so I will have 2 guns to shoot. I don't know the type, but it's cool looking handgun. It's a magazine.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 27.
So do we think this made him feel like he fit in with his parents, like because they were paying attention to him and with this gun as well, that got him attention from mom and dad? He was texting with a friend, I believe. I think it was a friend that moved away he used to go to school with.
Exhibit 27, right here. Can you please tell me what I've handed you?
It is the Derringer pistol reference in the messages.
Tell us, please, what is that?
So a Derringer is a small firearm, a .22 caliber weapon. This actually has is 2 shots. So after 2 shots, you have to eject the cartridges and reload.
Okay, so the capacity of that is only 2 rounds at a time, and then he would have to reload?
Yes.
And the bullet themselves would be very small?
Correct.
Okay. And that was purchased in June of 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is that what the defendant's referring to in this text message that we've identified as Exhibit 18?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, looking at 28 here. Tell us, please, what is Exhibit 28?
This is the Kel-Tec 22 automatic.
Okay, and that was purchased by James Crumbley in June of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, now that's a semi-automatic handgun?
It is.
But it doesn't have the same sort of power as a 9mm, would that be right?
That's correct.
And that's because of the type of caliber bullet?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you 2 more text messages and then 2 videos.
Okay.
So moving on to June the 29th of 2021, 2:42 a.m. What did the defendant text?
Thing is, I had like over $1,000 before the Derringer, but now I only have like $800.
What about July the 29th, 2029?
He says, I want to get the Glock now. The only thing is they're like $500, and 9mm is expensive AF as fuck. Shotguns are cool. Yeah, but
referring to Glocks?
Yeah. Yeah, but Glocks are lightweight and shoot fast. It's like my type of gun for safety and not to shoot at the range. Kel-Tecs are really fun to shoot. When I shoot my dad's last time, I barely got any kickback.
From the context of these text messages, it's apparent that the defendant is actually paying for those firearms.
Yes.
Now, moving to August the 10th, 2021, can you please read what the defendant wrote?
I got my Derringer back and some more ammo.
Right. What about August the 19th, 2021?
He
The
posted.
defendant sent a video to
Yes.
his friend? Okay.
Yes, he did.
And then what did the defendant write?
Shoot that Sunday.
And then August the 20th, this is just after midnight, another video was sent?
Correct.
And what did the defendant write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL. Just kidding. Not just kidding. I know gun safety, so it's no problem. Now it's time to shoot up the school. Devil emoji, and then a series of JKs, which reference just kidding.
I'm going to show you those videos I referenced. Just bear with me. I believe I have to unplug this and plug it back in here.
Sure.
Hey, Mandy. Welcome, everybody who has joined. Hello, Paper Chaser. We are watching Ethan Crumbley's Miller hearing, where we're hearing testimony from the police right now, the investigator, and lots of evidence.
Exhibit 29. This was sent in that text message conversation, June the 16th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
This appears to be the defendant's hand with the Derringer in his hand.
Yes.
What's he doing with it?
He's dry firing it, meaning there's no rounds in it. He's just cocking the weapon and pulling the trigger.
I'll show you now Exhibit 30. This is from August the 20th, 2021.
Meanwhile,
that was a video of the Kel-Tec. He slammed it down to insert the magazine, and then hit the slide release to move the round forward, or to move the slide forward.
Okay. When we say the Kel-Tec, we're talking about what's been admitted here?
Yes.
Exhibit 28?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant, now I want to direct your attention to page 14.
Meanwhile, James and Jennifer were pub crawling while all of this madness was going on.
Okay.
Are you able to read the passage?
So I am very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how many potential people will die.
I think about how I'm getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, So I'm very optimistic. Every night, I'm not sure, awake. Every passing minute, I think about how I am getting closer to prison and how many potential people will die.
Okay. Now, further down the page, what did the defendant write?
The security guard, so no one knows that, put the bird head in the bathroom. It just amuses me how I can cause people to talk about what I did, and it makes me happy.
Ew.
Once I do the shooting, it will go down as one of the biggest school shooting in America and Michigan.
Now, the defendant writing about spending his life in prison, going to prison, is this a theme that you found throughout the journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you also uncover, when reviewing the defendant's internet search history, was that theme prevalent there as well?
Yes, it was, sir.
I'm going to direct you to a few different internet searches found in the defendant's browser history. November 29, 2021. This is 8:45 p.m., which is the night before the shooting. And it's item 5. Can you please read what the defendant wrote?
He Google searched, what is the worst prison sentence you can get in Michigan?
And what about item 9?
He wrote, what is a life sentence for a 15-year-old?
And that's what he actually searched on his phone in Google?
Yes, that's what he entered, correct.
And this is 1 week before the shooting?
Yes.
What about item 11?
What is the sentence for for a 15 to life?
Again, that's 1 week before the shooting?
Yes.
And moving on to item 12, again 1 week before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
He searched, what is the legal age to be sent to prison?
And what about item 13, also 1 week before the shooting?
Michigan Youth Correctional Facility.
Okay, and there actually is, in the state of Michigan Department of Corrections, there's one facility that houses youthful offenders. Is that correct?
Yes.
Item 15, again 1 week before the shooting, what did the defendant search?
What prisons are there in Michigan?
Moving on to item 16.
Has anyone ever been executed in Michigan?
He searched that 1 week before the shooting.
Yes, he did.
Item 17.
What states have the death penalty?
Again, a week before the shooting. And
Yep.
what about
Yes,
item
sir.
19? It's redacted, and what part is redacted here?
The name of another school shooter.
A different convicted school shooter from another state?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did he search regarding that individual?
Is redacted, sentenced to death.
Now, what about item 22 that he searched 1 week before the shooting?
He searched, what is the maximum death penalty?
Okay. And November the 6th, 2021.
Google
so
gets them
24
every
days before the
time.
shooting,
Every
what did the
time.
defendant search?
Is Michigan a death penalty state?
I'm going to refer you back to the journal on page 11. Tell me when you're ready to read that passage.
Thank you, Not That Tiff. And welcome, Pat. Thank you, Paper Chaser, who is reading. That is the investigator. And yes, Dumbly is
I started making a plan. It was a plan to kidnap, rape, and kill her. I talked to
Redacted name.
to find out where she lives and found out she lives a 5-minute walk away from me.
Nope.
I made this plan to break in the BR bedroom at night and kidnap her with an industrial-sized garbage bag. I would then take her to my basement where I would torture and rape until I slit her throat alive. I was so close to executing the plan, but fortunately, my friend, redacted, stopped me very calmly.
Dear
Now,
God.
this plan that
What?
you referenced, that was regarding
This is
another
beyond
student
school
at the
shooting.
high school?
Yes, it was.
And did this come through in his text messages to that other juvenile as well? Okay, I'm going to show you
Yes.
some of those text messages. This is May the 12th, 2021, 11:23 p.m. And this is in reference to that same individual that you wrote about in the journal.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what the defendant wrote.
Kidnap her, then tie her up, then rape her, then torture her, then kill her, then dissect her, then take her eyeballs, then bury the body.
What?
Okay. On May the 20th, 2021, he was still writing about this.
Yeah, he quotes, "I'm not going to get caught, man. I'm going to bring my gun just in case. Full air and pellets. Basically deadly. But I have full plan on how to kidnap her. It's just super risky."
Now, you uncovered evidence in this text message thread of the defendant's desire and discussion of committing violent acts towards other individuals as well.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically towards children in this portion of the text conversation. This is March the 16th, 2021. Please tell us what the defendant wrote regarding drowning children.
Oh my God.
Just looking them in their eyes as they look back at you while they know that their entire life is about to end so young. The best feeling. But stick your fingers into their eye sockets and push down so they scream in pain and drown their lungs with water.
What?
Just thinking about the torturing and the screaming and the way their excuse me, and the way their legs flail in the air as they cry. It fills the void.
And this theme about violence towards children, this continues, is that right?
Yes.
He ain't gonna see the light of day.
March the 16th, 2021.
This
Can you
kid's
please start with
beyond.
the first text message that he wrote?
Whenever I see a little kid about a year old
Oh.
or a little more, I want to pick them up and run off with them and then torture them before throwing them off a cliff.
What?
What about April the 25th, 2021?
No, we didn't know any of
I
this.
will kill any innocent. I don't care who I kill. I will kill who I feel like killing. Age, gender, I don't care.
May 13th, 2021?
I don't care about innocent. Killing the innocent is the same as killing the bad. It's both satisfies.
His friend's clearly saying kids are
Directed
innocent.
out to a text from February 21st, 2021. Of course, this was
Fuck this kid.
months before the shooting. And this is in the midst of a discussion about wanting to stalk and kill people. What did the defendant write about that?
Scary thing is, I like being this fucked up. I don't know if you do. Some people don't, but I like it. I like being like this, which is fucked up. And then he responds to us, same. I love the darkness. It feels good. Knowing that you're different from society and not some mindless human like all the others. We have the ability to stuff that other people think is wrong, and we can tell ourselves that it's okay. But I want to do bad. It satisfies me.
Again, that was written in February of 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope.
I want to direct you back to the defendant's journal, this time on page 8. Starting with
Last.
Can you please read that?
Last night, I made a plan on my phone of what I'm going to do. It's printed out in 5th hour. Never mind, the colored printer in my hour is out of paper. So I'll just have to plan. I will just have to have the plan on my phone.
Now, Lieutenant, from the context of the rest of the journal, it's apparent this passage is referring to the school shooting on November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. So, was evidence found on the defendant's phone that he downloaded a map of Oxford High School?
Yes, sir, there was.
And then was evidence uncovered that with that map, he actually modified it and marked that map up on his phone?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to the screen here. And this picture, this was found on the defendant's phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we have certain portions here with different colors.
Yep.
We have blue markings on the exterior of the school. We have a purple circle. We have black lines. Can you tell us, first of all, what do these blue lines signify?
Those denote the exits at the school.
Okay. Now, this was actually found as modified on the defendant's phone, meaning that he's the one who actually put those drawings on there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about this purple circle here? Does that signify anything?
It denotes the area where the murders began.
Okay. And again, he put the severed bird head that he called Jeffrey. He put that bird head in this bathroom right here, adjacent to room 258?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the same bathroom that he executed.
He named the dead bird Jeffrey?
Before he began the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And that's contained within that purple circle there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, sir, the evidence showed that this occurred, this download and this modification occurred November the 10th, 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to the defendant's internet search history at that time. So, specifically, the first text here, November 10th, 2021, he entered into Google Oxford High School layout. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's November 10th at 11:10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then based upon the cell phone forensic data, we know that he uncovered a clean copy of this map, but then modified that some minutes later?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the searches he conducted directly preceding that. So, when he downloaded the Oxford High School map, that was item 19. The search directly before that was item 20 on November the 10th, 2021. And what did he search there?
What is the average response time for a shooting?
Okay. And directly before that, what did he search?
How many police do schools have in Michigan?
And directly before that, what did he search?
Do school resource officers carry guns?
And then finally, right before that, what did he search?
What is a school resource officer?
Okay. So the order of events is that he started with what is a school resource officer, and then he continued until he obtained and modified this map. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a full 20 days before the shooting.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move to page 11 of the journal now. Could read that passage, please.
I killed 8 infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death.
8 baby birds?
If I would have never thought of the brilliant idea of shooting up the school, then I probably would have become a serial killer.
What?
And I don't know which one's worse, LOL.
That's page 11. I want to direct you now to page 6. And this theme of the birds continues. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Last time I had my mental breakdown, my parents were out of town. I murdered an entire family of 5 newborn baby birds. I drowned them and burned them alive.
Oh my God.
While we all screamed. I cut one in half and stuck the head of its brother in its stomach. I have completely lost my shit. My grades are falling. My parents hate each other. We have no money. I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
Oh my God.
He talks about, in that journal, torturing and killing baby birds. Was evidence uncovered that he actually did that?
Yes, there was 2 videos found on his phone
my God.
of where he was torturing baby birds.
And then was there also a discussion
Fuck this
in that
kid.
same text message conversation about that?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a text message from April the 17th, 2021. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
I want to take the axe and chip a baby bird, chip a bird in half.
Okay. April the 25th, 2021. What did you write?
Shoot it, torture it, dissect it. I want to chop it in half with an axe.
And that leads to a discussion with that other individual about catching and killing a fish?
Yes.
What did the defendant write then?
I want to kill it while it's alive so it can feel the pain.
Now, May the 1st, 2021. What did the defendant write?
Also, there is a baby bird's nest right next to my house with 5 baby birds in it. I can also reach them. 3 double emojis. Tomorrow I'm making my move. I will get video and pics. I can't wait till tomorrow. There is 5 and they are going to die anyways. I want to take something heavy and break its beak. I can't wait, dude. I'm so fucked up. I'm going to break its beak, then chop its head off. I'm going to take so many vids and pics.
The next day, May the 2nd, 2021, this conversation continue?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to hear it scream. The first bid, though, I want to torture it. And it's so young, too. Like it's just born and already going to be killed.
Wow.
It's like 2 days old. I'm going to snap the beak off and then chop its head off. Then take out its heart. Then chop it into pieces. And also take out the brain. Then smash it into little bits. I'm so fucked up I like it. Jeffrey Dahmer got the good idea. Only thing he did wrong was get caught.
Also on May the 2nd, 2021 at 4:33 in the afternoon, what did the defendant write?
I want to kill another bird so badly. Or baby bird. I can reach into the nest. They're not safe.
The next day, May the 3rd, 2021, what did the defendant text?
During third hour, all I thought about was ways to torture the bird. I'm going to film this like a documentary. My dad is pulling out of the driveway right now. I'm going to wait a couple minutes, though, just in case he comes back.
Oh my God, what a
You said
pussy.
There were 2 videos uncovered in the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And then the defendant texted about what he did afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Lit.
Okay. May the 3rd, 2021.
This friend should have told somebody.
Very graphic, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just finished. The vid is too long, so I can't send, but I can send pics right before I throw it out. Pictures were
And
sent.
then you sent pictures of that individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please continue.
I cannot wait to show you the vid. It's so fucking disturbing. And as I don't even remember saying half the stuff. Like I talked to the bird like a little child while torturing it.
Oh my.
I can't wait to show you, dude. It was so fucking fun, dude. This is the...
Thing is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thing is, the vid ends halfway through, so you don't see the good stuff. I put a drill in its stomach and skull. I also shot the gun at it a couple times in the stomach and in its head. I also chopped it in half with the axe. I also smashed its head with the hammer at the end of it, and at the end, and its eye bulged out, just like Glenn's.
What's Glenn in reference to?
I need to get Summer in here.
The TV show The Walking Dead.
We need emotional support.
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Like the eyelids came apart and I could see the bird's eye. There are still 3 birds left. I was originally going to try and stick a toothpick up its ass, but I couldn't find any.
What?
God, I can't wait to show you the vid. It's 8 minutes long. Like, I couldn't stop laughing my ass off when I rewatched the vid.
Lieutenant, you've reviewed the evidence on the defendant's phone. You've reviewed these 2 videos he references?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, for the court's in-camera review, pursuant to the court's order, those are exhibits 37 to 38.
Thank you, so noted.
I'm not going to show you any images from the torturing, but I'm going to show one still shot of what
Netflix needs to knock it off with glorifying these damn killers with good-looking actors and shit, too.
So we understand what we're going to see. This isn't a full-grown bird, am I right?
That's correct.
Tell me how old it, obviously you're
Trigger warning, y'all.
a scientist, you can study birds.
You may want to look away.
Can you give us an idea of the age of the bird the defendant tortured?
Yes, I mean, you'll see it's pretty apparent it's a hatchling or recently born baby
My
bird.
God in
For the
heaven.
record, this picture is before he began the torturing, is that correct?
I think we need some Scott
Okay, so
H.
this
here.
is
It is what it is.
36, and it's a still shot from the video that the defendant took. And this is right before he began what he described?
Yes.
No, again, we're not going to play the video, but we do need you to tell us what's in it. Can you please tell us what you saw?
God almighty.
The video has the defendant in a shed, and he takes the bird with a pair of kitchen tongs, removes the bird and puts it on a workbench, and then, like he referenced in his message, talks to it like a little child, calls it, "Hey, little buddy," and things of that nature.
With that sort of
Son of a
reflection in his voice?
Yes.
That would have been a human, guys. Eventually.
He uses initially he grabs a small butane lighter, torch lighter, and lights it on or burns it twice to watch it squirm, and you can hear the bird squeal, the baby bird squeal and chirp. He then takes a knife and tries to saw off one of the legs.
Nope.
He breaks the leg, but he doesn't saw all the way through it.
My sympathy is
He
gone.
then grabs a flathead screwdriver and tries to take off one of the wings with it. He jams it in and tries to wiggle the screwdriver so the wing comes off. Periodically, he would pick the bird up and place it in the water, replace it in the water to see if it would drown or move or what it would do. The bird would lay motionless for a while, and once it would start moving again, he would move on to the next area of torture. One of the last things he did was take a drywall screw, about a 3-inch drywall screw, and impaled it. Obviously, the little bird has a big belly, and he states he wanted to see what was on the inside of it, so he impales it, continues to hammer until it's all the way through the bird, picks the bird up with it, twists the screw,
My God.
flicks the bird off.
Flicks it off? A bird?
Videos
He gave the finger to a bird.
Yes.
Did this kid. Fuck off, Ethan Crumbley.
You can hear the bird audibly chirping for a portion of the video, is that right?
Yes, it appears the bird is alive. Basically
He
the
ought to be ashamed.
entirety of the video, all 8 minutes.
And the video did cut off about 8 minutes, but then he took a second video,
Yes,
and that was much shorter.
yes.
What did he do in that?
This video, the head was already separated from the bird, and he took a ratchet and smashed the head and beak.
We talked a little bit about how the bird appeared to be alive. I mean, the defendant was speaking to it at that point, right? In
Yes.
fact, he was saying things like, "You're alive. Let's go, champ. You're still alive. You're doing it, right?"
Champ?
Yes. How does that wing feel? How does that broken leg feel? He was enjoying it.
He squeezed that bird between his fingers too, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Now, you've been an officer for a very long time. You ever seen anything like this?
Never. It's obviously the torture's disturbing enough. The commentary throughout, the inflection, knowing, you know, the prior passages and the enjoyment this brings the defendant is, you can't put it into words.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm sorry that you had to watch that. You had to describe that. I want to move to additional text messages with the defendant discussing general torture, killing of animals and people. Can you read what the defendant wrote on May the 3rd, 2021?
Yes. Also, most serial killers get their damage from their family or accidents, but I have no trauma from my past. I was just born this way.
And then May 13th, 2021, the defendant's still talking about the bird, correct?
Yes. This is what I meant the other day of how I need a recharge to kill again. Now tomorrow, I really want a bird, but I want it to be alive when I chop its head off.
That was May 13th, 2021?
Yes.
That was 10 days after he filmed himself torturing the one we just referred to, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the following week, May 21st, what is the defendant text?
God, I want to kill right now. I hit a bird yesterday 2 times, but it flew away.
And this continues even long after that video was taken.
Yes, sir.
June the 30th, 2021, what did the defendant text?
There have been no baby birds to torture in for a long time, and I'm getting that feeling where I need to kill again.
Again, June 30th, 2021 at 12:30 a.m., what did the defendant text?
I like killing the big birds, but I like the killing of the baby birds more. Mostly because they're so young and they had a whole life ahead of them.
You're a pussy.
But then I took it away. That is what I like. And also they're helpless and they scream when you hurt them.
So this is nearly 2 months after the video that depicted him torturing the bird. And
Yes.
this theme talking about the innocence, babies, this continues throughout, this phone continues throughout his journal.
Yes.
I want to direct now to page 6 of the defendant's journal. Can you read us, we're going to go page 6 and then page 3. Can you read us what the defendant wrote?
Yes.
6.
Oh my God.
Fucking N-word bitch. If I kill myself, then people will not care about me and I will be forgotten within half a lifetime. That's why I'm going to cause the biggest school shooting of this decade and the only real one in Michigan.
He wanted his parents
further
to
on
find
page
this
6 with the
and
defendant,
stop it, I bet.
Not sure if I'm going to kill myself
down.
during the shooting, but I also want to react on how the world reacts on my shooting. I'm probably going to live the rest of my life in prison. I hope I can talk to someone, though, so I don't take my anger out on other prisoners.
Okay, now page 3 of the journal.
He doesn't want to hurt other prisoners, but he'll gladly kill girls at school and baby birds and little kids. FDO, Ethan, FDO.
I don't care about my grades no more. I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Now further on that page. Starting with first.
First off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have to access the gun and ammo. I am fully committed to this now, so yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
You wrote, I have access to the gun and ammo, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, if I didn't say that. I have access to the gun and ammo.
Okay. Now, it's apparent from the context of these pages in the journal that we're getting closer in time to November the 30th.
Yes.
Right? Because he obtained the SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm, and that's the actual model number and caliber of the murder weapon, right?
Yes, the
You
one we showed.
obtained that, thank you, and you obtained that on November the 26th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now we'll go to page 2. Please tell us what the defendant wrote there.
I was just looking up some bullet calibers in ELA and got called down to the office for it. I wasn't even scared. I was almost about to say I'm shooting up the school.
Okay, and he actually did get called down to the Oxford High School office on November the 29th, 2021, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, ELA, that's a class that he was in that day?
English language arts, yes.
On November the 29th, the school administrator called Jennifer Crumbley, his mother, and left her a message about the defendant looking up bullets while in class. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, continue on page 2. Can you please read us what the defendant wrote?
This is the last passage I will write. It's currently 29/11/2021, 1:23, exactly 1 day before the shooting.
The shooting began at 12:51 p.m. on November the 30th, so he's literally correct exactly 1 day before the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, on November the 30th in the morning, you learned that the defendant was called down to the office again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know why?
Yes. A teacher saw concerning written words and drawings on his assignment.
I want to refer you to Exhibit 39. So, in the morning of November the 30th, a teacher noticed the defendant with this paper in front of him, and she took a picture of that paper and emailed it to administration?
Yes.
Okay. And then the defendant was subsequently removed from class and taken to the counselor's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But by the time he got there, he had changed this drawing. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it appears the teacher took a picture of it, sent it up. He was, prior to being called down to the office, he he modified it.
Oh, he being the defendant?
The defendant, yes.
What's significant to you in this photograph, this picture?
There's a picture of the of a pistol, which is very similar to the murder weapon that we showed earlier. There's an image of a body with bullet holes and bleeding from the head on it, and then there's obviously a bunch of different writings reference his life is useless, the thoughts won't stop, help me.
And then once he was caught,
yes,
he modified it to this. This is Exhibit 40.
Yes.
What do we see here?
He scribbled out the firearm and the drawing of the person who was suffered the bullet wounds. Scratched out some of the sayings that he had written. Wrote on there a video game this is. I love my life so much. OHS rocks. We're all friends here. Harmless act.
Now, from your review of the surveillance video from November the 30th, 2021, and right now we're talking about before the shooting started, the defendant was called down, was taken from his room, his classroom, to the counselor's office at 9:14 a.m. on November the 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And a counselor named Sean Hopkins called Jennifer Crumbley on 9:24 a.m. and left her a voicemail?
Yes.
She returned that phone call at 9:27 a.m. to Mr. Hopkins. Is that right?
Yes.
Both James and Jennifer Crumbley then had a conversation amongst themselves and arrived at the school at 10:37 a.m. and shown to Mr. Hopkins' office where the defendant had been waiting, and that was at 10:40 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
They had a meeting in Mr. Hopkins' office until 10:52 a.m. when the defendant is seen on the surveillance video leaving the office and going back to his class.
Correct.
The defendant's parents left the building at 10:53 a.m. and drove away in the same car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But now, even before the defendant was seen with this math worksheet, even before we sent down the office, he sent one last text message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I do want to make a note so we're clear. The individual that the defendant was texting, that we've been referencing the text message conversation, that individual did not have access to his phone from at least October the 30th, 2021. So any text message sent to him after that date was not read or received. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So I wanted you to read what the defendant wrote that other juvenile, November 30th, 2021, 8:21 a.m.
Hey man, times have gotten rough ever since you left. I don't know if you are dead or you moved away, but I hope you're doing well. I'm about to do something really bad and there's no turning back, so I'll probably never be able to see you again. I hope the best for you, and I'm sorry for anything I've ever done.
Okay. And so we know he was removed from class at 9:14 a.m., but he had sent this about an hour before that even happened. Okay.
Yes.
And in the entire text message conversation that we identified as Exhibit 18, the defendant never tells the other juvenile his plan to shoot up the school. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What time? The shooting started at 12:51 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, in a minute, I'm going to play the surveillance footage. I'll ask if the court can instruct the media not to broadcast any images on this, and I also want to let the victims' families know that in a minute we're going to play that footage. So if anybody would like to step out.
Thank you. At this time, this would be the appropriate time to step out if you do not wish to view this video, as well as to those of the media. Please do not broadcast this or photograph this in any way, shape, or form. That being said, people, you may continue.
This is going to be just audio, guys.
Just take me a moment to...
I think we're going to only hear this from what the judge said earlier. I don't think that there's going to be any video of this. Hold on, guys. I've got a phone call coming in. Okay, I'm back. So some of the victims' families have chosen to stay, I see. I guess we're not even going to hear it. No, there's no jurors. That's media. There's no jurors. This isn't a trial. This is a hearing. So the judge is going to decide what happens if Ethan Crumbley is going to spend the rest of his life in prison or if he will have a chance for parole. And based on everything that we just heard, I feel like this kid should never see the light of day, no matter what the reason is that he got as bad as he did, knowing the torture that he put on animals, that he fantasized about putting on children, and thought about and planned to kidnap a fellow female student from her home, take her to his basement, and torture her. Whoever this female student is, can you imagine the one named in that journal as the one he wanted to do all those nasty things to? Dissect, take her eyeballs. I mean, what? I mean, this is just a crazy level of fuckery. It's one thing that the parents ignored his ass, but you don't think of things like that just because you're ignored by your parents. A lot of kids are ignored by their parents and they don't do this kind of shit. Let me see on Twitter if I can see what they're seeing. Maybe someone's tweeting from the courtroom. Okay, so here's some of the posts being tweeted. Last time Excuse me. This is page 6. Someone asked about page 6. Oh my God, is that mother like gonna throw up? What exactly are they watching, guys? Last time I had my mental breakdown, my parents were out of town. I murdered an entire family of 5 something baby birds. I drowned them and burned them alive while we all screamed. His parents were out of town. Was he by himself? I cut one in half and stuck the head of its brother in its stomach. I have completely lost my shit. My grades are failing. My parents hate each other. We have no money. I have 0 help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school. I don't see anybody tweeting. Oh, I found somebody. Gina Kaufman from the Detroit Free Press. She hasn't tweeted in an hour. Do you guys think he's hanging his head because he's shameful, or do you think he's hanging his head because his lawyer told him to? Good afternoon, Potato. I hope you're having a good day over there in the British world. Oh, they're watching the actual video at the school. I thought they were watching the video on the baby birds. So just to give you guys a little recap, we just heard really, really, really graphic testimony of Ethan Crumbley's journal from his own words. He not only wanted to shoot up the school, but he wanted to hurt, rape, dissect. He maimed animals. And this is not just neglect. There's something wrong wired in his head. Lots of kids come from single parent homes where they don't get 100% attention. Their parents don't have time to crawl up their ass. And they don't maim little birds. And quite frankly, it kind of pisses me off because the school failed him. The parents failed him. Like, where do you go? And I'm not saying he's okay by any means, but perhaps he could have gotten out of that school before he did something. Whoever's kid he texted all these things to, I wish they would have told their parents. I wish they would have told their school counselor. I wish they would have shown someone they trusted those text messages. We got to pound it in our kids' heads. See something, say something. The parents, the friends, everybody needs to pick up on these cues. Everybody needs to know what to do when you're 15 and your stupid 15-year-old friend hits you up saying he's going to shoot up his school. We have to do better. We have to do better. He had a date. He told the friend the date. He told the friend what he was doing to these animals. He told his friend he wanted to hurt little children. And his friend, you can tell that he said, but they're innocent, because Ethan's reply was, yeah, the more innocent, the better, basically. The more helpless, the better. He's sick. Yeah, that's what I mean by the school. I mean, the school includes the school counselor, administration, teachers. I mean, teachers did what they could. They found the worksheet, his disturbing worksheet that he drew, and gave it to administration. Yeah, I just think that this is beyond attention. I at first I thought, oh my God. Okay, here we go. We're back with audio.
When you talked to the deputies who were on scene that day, you were on scene that day.
Yes.
What was the hardest part for them?
So they were trained to drive on an active shooter situation, to drive right up to the door of the school and rush in and listen, look, find stimulus, meaning gunshots, screaming, things of that nature. So you saw the officers when they came in, and they kind of went down the hall, then he came back and made a left go up. That was because of the wounded in the hallway outside of the bathroom. And they went up there, got whatever information they could, and the young victims there, are pleading for them to help them. And we're trained to push past that. And fine, because there's someone actively killing in the building.
Take a moment, sir.
All right, I know those officers, and the most difficult thing for them, and something we weren't prepared for, is how do you push past a child that needs help? So that was the most difficult part, was bypassing hurt children who needed help.
Thank you. I'll show you some screenshots just so we can identify those who are visible.
Yes, again, there's going to be sensitive information shown on the screen. Please do not video record this or take any photographs.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, now they're going to be looking at images. And I guess we get muted. I thought we could at least have audio from what the judge said earlier. I really wish they wouldn't zero in on the victims' families like that. I think that's so intrusive and rude. Like, we don't need to sensationalize people who lost their children. That dad kind of reminds me of Tristan Bailey's dad a little bit. Seems like he's staying pretty strong. Yeah, the mother said, don't do it, Ethan. And then also, I think she had also sent another text. He's not looking at the images. I feel like he should. Yeah, we can't listen to what this kid did, but we can definitely zero in on one of the victim's moms. Stupid. I hate when they do that. Let me see if any other stream is playing audio. Hold on. Oops. Bear with me. Bear with me, guys. Fuck. Forget it. I'll do that in a new window. Let me see if I can find if anybody's got audio. Ethan Crumbley.
Yeah. Upon arrest, it,
here we go.
Officers noticed he had toilet
They're
paper,
listening.
Tissue in both ears.
So he made his own earplugs before he committed the shooting.
Yes.
They should not be showing these moms. That is so rude.
We're going to admit, but not show today, the in-car recording of the defendant. That's judged as 42. The booking room and interview room video of the defendant. You've seen those videos, though?
Yes.
Did the defendant display any emotion when he was transported from the high school to the substation?
No.
Now, as the officer in charge, you're also given updates on the defendant as he's been housed in Oakland County Jail for the last 20-some months.
Yes.
I'm going to talk to you. I think if defense wants to admit all the records, that's fine with me. I want to talk to you about one specific incident, and that is when the defendant bypassed security on the jail tablet, the courtroom tablet that inmates are allowed to use. Can you tell me about that, please?
Yes, so he was given a tablet to use. GED, there's several reasons that they're allowed to use it for. And he was able to access the internet on it and immediately went to a website that we know to be about real death, killings.
So this is a website, we're not going to name it. And Detective Rogowski from Computer Crimes, he'll be here later to testify in more broad terms about the forensic download. But the particular website that he immediately looked at, and he bypassed security on the Oakland County Jail tablet, that's the same website that he had reviewed hundreds of times before the shooting.
Yes.
And that website features death, gore, and videos of animals being boiled alive, school shootings, things that people upload to that website.
Yes, real life torture, death.
It's about that time.
Yes.
And that, judge for the record, that's Exhibit 44. It's a Cellbrite export from the extraction of that particular tablet, and that indicates also that the defendant, after he
Candace
viewed that,
Bly?
it was 38 times, he deleted his search history after.
He did, yes.
And at some point, another juvenile got a hold of that particular tablet, and the other juvenile was the one caught with it. Is that right?
Yes.
The
other juvenile was, after the defendant was done with it, they gave it to the other juvenile. The other juvenile was Instagram living from inside of his room. Our investigators became aware of it, and that's how we tracked it back.
And the defendant was interviewed about this incident, and he's the one. He admitted to being the one to put in the password.
Yes.
And he admitted to he admitted to not being able to resist himself to go on that particular website.
That's correct. He was asked about it. Obviously, was concerning that he accessed the internet, so a investigation was conducted, and he admitted to accessing the tablet improperly, and then when asked about what websites he looked at, he told the sergeant what he looked at and said, I didn't want to, I tried to stop it, I couldn't.
So according to the software that forensically examines the tablet, this occurred January 22nd, 2023.
I believe that's
right?
correct, yes, that sounds right.
So now we are 16 months past the shooting, and he's still looking at the violent content?
Yes.
Earlier, Lieutenant,
Wait,
you mentioned-
what? How is he
mentioned that
still?
This scene was like nothing you've ever experienced, nothing you've ever encountered. Just, if you could, kind of paint us a picture of when you got to the scene. First of all, how many people called 911 that day?
It was over 100, like, in the immediacy directly after that incident.
How many first responders arrived on scene?
We're somewhere over 500 first responders showed up.
And over 100 paramedic EMS personnel?
Yeah. Yes.
Tell us a little bit, if you could, paint the picture for us of what it was like when you got out of your car and you realized that this was a school with children who were shot.
So when I arrived, there was still kids walking down the road, some without coats, some, they were what I found to be, because I'm not from that area, I don't patrol that area, but it was the reunification point was the Meyer Super Center there. And so I'm passing all these kids, and obviously that's, again, you see somebody, especially a child on the side of the road, you stop to help. So past all those, we get to the school, and it was chaos. It was officers, being directed to, search for additional victims. There was just, I've been to a ton of crime scenes where, that have been horrible, and you look, you do your job, and, you meet with the officers, and you can, but there was, in this case, it was just this, you looked around and everyone was just, I don't know if bewilderment is the best description, but everyone was just confused and sad. I mean, it was just a...
Now, those 500 police personnel, that's off-duty and on-duty, right?
That's right.
Like you described earlier, the civilian was an off-duty officer.
That's right.
And multiple examples of that.
Yes, we have several of our officers that work in our agency that are in that community.
And they responded the same?
They know these people personally.
And when they're clearing, looking for an active shooter, they're not supposed to stop at how far they...
No, you don't until the suspect's in custody. I mean, it's... I know it sounds callous and awful, but especially the layperson, but you can't allow an active killer to keep killing.
Are you involved with peer counseling and trauma support?
Yes.
Right. Tell me a little bit about the impact this has had on the first responders who arrived.
It's hard to talk about how we suffered when I know there's been a lot more suffering. But we had several officers that were not ready to come back to work.
Those are officers who've been to homicide scenes.
Yeah.
They've been to child abuse scenes.
Those, I mean, as bad as it sounds, a lot of times they're not right, they're awful, but you can make sense out of them. It's something you've witnessed before. This made no sense.
Thank you. Before we get across, what we're going to do is take about a 5-minute break.
5-minute breaker poo.
Who is overseeing the deputies? Captain, if you could please approach.
White noise. At least they're smart enough to use white noise instead of frickin' hot mics. You guys, I am shook. I had no idea a lot of this existed that we've heard today. We literally only had about this much of what evidence they had against Ethan Crumbley. Right? We knew like a smidgen when it comes down to it. But now we know he did some really, really horrific things to newborn baby birds. He fantasized about, raping, killing, dissecting. He named a baby bird Jeffrey. This kid is not fixable.
The devil is dancing tonight.
Yeah, say no to globalism. How to make a grown man cry. Sad. There's some things that I can't handle, and one of them is grown men crying. Yeah, let's focus on the exhibitees. Why are these people such idiots? I'm sorry, I have to hear it.
Did I ask you, why are people such idiots?
I mean, they could put their camera for 5 minutes on any fucking thing, and they put it right on the exhibitees.
Exhibitee. EXHIBITY.
Why do they put it right on the fucking exhibitee? Yeah, and he planned to kidnap this girl from her bedroom. That is the shit that nightmares are made of. That is some Brian Koberger scary shit. Oh, they moved the exhibitee. Don't move the camera, move the exhibitee. Man, oh man. Well, and he also talked about hurting little innocent babies, like 1-year-olds. I know he looks all frumpy. Oh, there's the exhibitee. It's back, but it's a closed binder. Hey guys, just as a reminder, we have 301 viewers here. We have, let's see where we stand in our stream. We've only got 125 likes. Are you fucking kidding me? We've got 301 motherfuckers here, and we have 125 likes? Come on. It takes 2 seconds to click that fucking button. Put your DNA on it, just like how that Planet DNA got on Brian Koberger's little button on the sheath. Put your little DNA on my like button. And then if you like what you see in my videos, subscribe button. Put your DNA on that as well. Come on, let's get those likes up. This is pitiful. Mikey likes it. He said in his text he wanted to steal a kid and torture them. Yes. Oh, and he also liked pushing on the eyeballs. I always forget to hit the like button. So you know what? I guess I need to remind more, because when I watch like buttons, when I watch videos, I always forget to hit that like button. I think that we need gentle reminders. We need a nudge. My nudge is hit the fucking like button. I'm just kidding. Hey, Kelly Barrison. Kelly Barrison, do you know that Summer's favorite toy is her milk jug with the milk and cookies? I'm not going to lie. She destroyed the cookies, but she fucking loves the milk jug part. Loves it. When we do our lunch break, we're going to do a recap, and then we're going to do an update on the Crumbley parental units. The Crumbley parental units, there is updates with them and the Supreme Court. Scott H. I need your God almighty. That's the soundbite I was looking for. Trying to find. Here it is.
God almighty.
Kelly Barrison says she always hits that like button. I always forget. Especially in a live stream, you forget. But you guys go smash it. We got 158. That's still pathetic. I love you too, Kelly. Yes, literally. She loves the milk carton. Like, it's everywhere. It's on the bed. It's everywhere she goes. She takes it with her and drops it. So thank you so much. You made Summer Lou's day. And just another update here. Let's see. A J for J update. We're trying to get to 90,000 subscribers, okay? This has been difficult. However, we're getting there. So we are officially at, I'm going to give you guys an official subscriber count, 88,857. We are roughly, I'm bad at math, 143, is that right? 143 subscribers away from 89,000. When I see that little 8 flick to 9, I'm going to shit my britches. Just kidding. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. It had like 3 cookies with squeakers in them, but she loves to get the squeakers out. So she tore those up, but I know. Do we need Summer Lou back in here? Let me call her. Hold on. I'm going to mute. She's ignoring me, apparently. They are our treasures, One-Eye Flo, aren't they? Well, the parents really weren't. The parents have been the ones to prolong their trial because they appealed with the Supreme Court. But we're going to go over on the lunch break. They'll probably do that at like 12:30 or 1-ish. It's 11:30 right now. So I'm assuming that at lunch we can go over Jennifer and James Crumbley updates. Then that way we have time to discuss and all that. So there's new evidence, and that's what we're going to be talking about. There's new evidence that the prosecutor has revealed in Jennifer and James Crumbley's conscious of guilt. That's what it says. It's not good. So it says here that they had been actually discussing his mental state in March of 2021. But yeah, we're going to hear about the reaction to the disturbing drawings. This is the evidence that has been released in Jennifer and James Crumbley. Text messages between Jennifer and James. Oh, and some new evidence about the gun purchase receipt and where it was when the parents were arrested. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the shorts. I'm enjoying making them. It is time consuming though, so I appreciate you watching them. I do. We're still pathetic with the likes though. Let's get those up. Just kidding. I appreciate you guys. We are at 88,857. Our first goal to the subscriber goal, short-term goal, is 89,000. And just to let you guys know, we have gained 579 subscribers just this month. And I think that's pretty damn awesome. So we've got almost 600 new subscribers to our channel in this past month. So welcome new subscribers. I hope you're coming back and watching more videos and taking advantage of my true crime content. Yes, they were yes. Say no. Yep. They were questioning his stability and still bought the gun. It's kind of like when parents don't want their kids to like bug them, they throw them in front of the Xbox and be like, here you go. Oh, you want that new game? Here. Go. I'm just wondering who he stayed with when his parents went out of town and he killed the whole slew of baby birds. Mel Girl, subscribe today. Well, thank you so much and welcome to my channel, Mel Girl. We are getting there. We are getting there. JJ for 100K. Subscribe today. Don't delay. Oh my God. They need to come back now. Because you know what?
You're being a Karen.
I know, Kanye.
Oh my God. God forbid one comment.
Yeah, but how old was he? I mean, they go out of town and leave him alone, Heidi? Like, how long did they freaking stay out of town when Ethan was by himself? Weird. Where's Ethan's grandparents, too? I can't imagine not being a part of my grandchild's life. I did see that the neighbor said that, but when he was 6, I don't believe they lived in that same place. I think they lived in Lake Orion, but they came from Florida. So when did they move to Michigan? I never understood that whole story. It was the Florida neighbor? Okay. I'm shocked with it being Florida that they didn't do anything. Yeah, I knew they moved from Florida. I just wasn't sure. So I was going to say, I know that didn't happen in Michigan. But the neighbor in Michigan said he was alone a lot, too, while they went to pub crawls. I want to share my plumeria. These I picked yesterday off one of my plumeria trees. They smell so good. Jay, do you have merch with just the big thumbprint? I love that in your channel name. And magazine. You mean just like the logo? Yes, I do. Just like the OG is what you're talking about. If you go to... Hold on. I'll put the link in the chat. Because I don't think that other one is working. But you can buy it on YouTube now. YouTube allowed me to like integrate my store. So I think you can actually see it in the little sidebar thingy. I'm not sure how that works. If you're going to kill someone, how would you do it? I sounded like that guy. I don't think that works. Let me see if I can add some merch products. Yes, I can. I'm going to add them right to the little thingamajig here. It'll be right in this, the little bar. So, yep, and the logo tee there's a woman's one and there is a unisex one. And they are both $20. And I have just added them into the little thingamajig. This was only supposed to be 5 minutes. Let me know if that worked. This is new. I've never had my store in YouTube before. Yeah, I know. I need to get that OG logo on more stuff. Just there's only so much time in a flippin' day. By the way, I've got 283 of you here. Right meow. Yeah, I don't see it in the little thing. Shop. Oh, there's a shop button. Yep. Okay, so where it says like, where you're supposed to go click that like button. We have 180 likes now, by the way. Thank you. 181. And then it says share, and then it says shop. You click shop, and it'll pull up the items that I just added. Woo! Awesome. I want to thank you. All right, Samantha. Awesome. Cheers. I'm going to put more merch in there, too. I need to get this shirt. The one I'm wearing, it says, what are you talking about? Do I need to put larger ones? Let me check the sizes here. I believe I can edit that. Let's see. I think it does it automatically, Flo. I don't think I have the choice. Yeah, it doesn't give me the choice of sizes. It's just they should have those extra big sizes. They really, really should. Because it doesn't have me choose. It just has me choose the garment. There's movement, people. There is. All I see is an exhibity. Oh, you're talking about movement and what? Oh, I see a shadow. I think we're coming back. I think everybody's done pooping and peeing. Making bacon and egg and sourdough toast and coffee. Flo, I'm there. Oh my God, that sounds amazing. Like, I am so there. Movement? Movement from what, Punani? Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. That sounds like something that you'd find at Einstein. Bagels. Oh my gosh, I'm starving. The mother wrote Trump a letter 5 years prior to the shooting and said her son was troubled in the letter back then. Obviously never helped her son. She did? I knew she wrote there was a letter to Trump. That kind of stuff always makes these things seem fake. Here we go. Someone's hand touching the exhibity. I saw the shadow on the exhibity. No white noise. We got hot mic. I'm trying to keep the t-shirts, some of them at $20, so that we always have $20 t-shirts, because I know times are tight, man. You should make a special shirt that goes to Missing People Foundations. That search. Oh, that's a good idea. I would like it to go to, like, Cold Case. I'm really loving what they're doing with solving cold cases right now. Those parents left the courtroom. Or they're not back yet, I guess. Alright, I'm going to mute. I'm clearly not making sense. And thank you for the likes and thank you for the subscribes. I appreciate you guys. And Fran, thank you for your Cash App. I almost said Venmo. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Greatly appreciated. Maybe I can order lunch. I love it, Punani. What's good for the fucking goose, good for the fucking gander. I love it because it's so true, isn't it? Everyone should be held accountable, no matter what the case is. If we reach our super chat goal, we'll do a giveaway and we'll give away some merch. I know times are tight, so I'd love to give away some merch. We get to our goal today and tomorrow. It's up at the top of the screen. If we reach that, we'll do a merch giveaway. We'll spin the wheel like motherfucking Vanna. We'll put Koberger's hands in the middle of the wheel. I promise. Nice boat shoes. Are those Sperry's? Divine timing because they didn't pay attention to him. They ignored their kid. Straight up, ignored their kid.
Yeah.
And then COVID hit and he lost his shit.
Okay.
Remember COVID.
Thank you.
COVID cough and Sperry's. And a bright green bag. Let's show everybody's purse and their belongings. What the fuck are they doing? We don't need to see everybody's feet in their bags, dumbass. God's sakes. Insert Scott H here.
God almighty.
Why don't you open up her purse and show us what's in there? Did you guys hear someone singing? Female Beavis? Imagine, though, being a parent and having this one motherfucker take your child from you.
All rise.
I don't know.
I think you may be seated.
Oh, Butthead, that's what I meant. I meant Butthead, not Beavis. I meant Butthead. The brown-haired guy.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506, FC.
Thank you. Appearances?
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
Governor David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Mr. Crumbley.
Amy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. With that being said, you may all be seated. With that being said, Lieutenant, you are still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Your Honor, I do believe that my cross will go a little longer than the noon hour. Should I just power through or try to stop around noon?
Yes, we'll take a natural break whenever this witness is done. We'll take a very brief lunch break and then we'll continue.
Power through it, babe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it on, woman.
Morning.
You're the officer in charge of this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And because of that, you're responsible for making sure that all of the investigations are done that need to be done, correct?
Yes.
And you make sure that all of the physical evidence that can be collected is collected.
Yes.
And most importantly, you go over all of the evidence before turning it over to the prosecutor's office, correct?
Yes.
You're also involved as the officer in charge on the cases of James and Jennifer Crumbley, is that correct?
Yes.
And in that case of the parents, both James and Jennifer are charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, correct? Is that yes?
I'm sorry, miss, yes.
You would agree with me that the investigation that you did into Ethan Crumbley and the facts and circumstances around his home life and childhood led you in the direction of then investigating James and Jennifer. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Would you agree with me that the investigation that you began into Ethan Crumbley and the facts and the circumstances around his home life and childhood led you to then investigate James and Jennifer Crumbley.
I think that's fair. Yes.
Would you agree with me that it's not often when you're investigating the actions of a single defendant that you would get a subpoena to search the defendant's parents' phones, bank accounts, work emails, HR accounts, contact people that they're having affairs with, reach out to every single neighbor that they have ever lived next to, even outside of the state of Michigan? You would agree with me that that's not common?
Yeah, no, that's not common.
Now, I want to go over some of the evidence that was found in your investigation. I want to first talk about the interviews that were done with the neighbors of James and Jennifer. Your Honor, most specifically Exhibit E in my binder.
Thank you.
Okay. Exhibit E. EXHIBITY.
Would you agree with me that most, if not all, of the neighbors and landlords that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumbleys?
Excuse me.
I don't.
Because that's our one. Did you not? You didn't bring a witness one?
I did not.
Do you have an extra one?
I don't, but I can give you my exhibits if you prefer.
Exhibit E. EXHIBITY.
There you go. So just to recap,
Thank you.
would agree with me that most of the neighbors, most if not all of the neighbors and the landlords that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumbleys?
Yes and no, if I can explain.
Sure.
I don't think most of them really knew much about him, but the ones that did know some things about him had a negative interaction for the most part.
So there was interviews done of neighbors in Washington. Your office was able to confirm that Ethan was living with his parents while they lived there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And he was somewhere between 4 and 6 years old. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. Yeah, it seems to be correct.
And you spoke with, or your office spoke with, the landlord in Washington. They called them the neighbors from hell, and that they still owed him money. Correct?
Yes.
Another neighbor in Washington stated that James would scream at Ethan and a stepchild on a regular basis, and Ethan was always crying. Correct?
It says usually crying, but yes.
Another neighbor in Washington said the Crumbleys were always yelling and screaming from inside the house, calling each other names and always cussing. Sometimes they could hear Ethan screaming and crying too.
I'm sorry, where's that at, Miss?
I believe it's on the second set of the investigative reports. It's still in that same section.
Is I see it, yes.
And that in that same interview, that neighbor felt that both parents were too hard on Ethan. She witnessed Jennifer smack him and drag him multiple times into the house by his arm. Correct?
Yes, smack him, the little boy on the butt, correct. And then drag him into the house by his arm, yes.
Your office also spoke with neighbors in Lake Orion when the Crumbleys then moved to Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, they did.
All right. Roughly 2013, so Ethan would have been around 7 or 8, correct?
Trying to do the math. Yes, I think you're correct.
Math is not my strong suit either. Your office spoke with a neighbor who had actually babysat Ethan when his parents went out a few times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she told your office that James and Jennifer would also leave Ethan home alone with the dog and the ferret and wanted the neighbor to come and check on him. Correct?
I'm assuming it's correct, Miss, because it's. But I'm just trying to keep up with you so I can see.
I understand. Absolutely, take your time. If you need a moment to review that, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay.
She needs to slow down.
Do you know what page that's referenced on?
Slow down, Nellie.
Unfortunately, I gave my copy to
Oh gosh, all right.
Would you like this copy, Ms. Laughlin?
That's okay, Your Honor, but thank you.
Thank you.
I see it. Yes. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And in that same report, the neighbor stated she was shocked because parents would leave him home alone at night. Yeah. He has the highlighted copy. Mm-hmm. Can I just look at this as the information number?
I'm sorry, Miss, is this in Orion or is this in Washington we're referencing?
We're speaking of Lake Orion.
Lake Orion?
Mm-hmm.
And can you repeat what you asked, please?
Sure. The same neighbor that you just agreed with me that she told your office that James and Jennifer would also leave Ethan home alone with the dog and the ferret and wanted the neighbor to come and check. My follow-up question was, the neighbor was shocked that the parents would leave him home alone at night.
Yes.
You spoke with another neighbor in the same complex in Lake Orion, and he stated that the parents were always yelling at each other. I'm specifically speaking of page 5644.
Thank you. Correct, miss.
And he remembered a fight in the summer when he had his window open and he could hear them arguing about one of them having an affair or cheating.
Yes.
And he could hear things being thrown and a lot of yelling and screaming.
Yes.
That's all from that section. Thank you.
Thank you.
You also spoke to an individual from a bowling alley that Ethan Crumbley played on a league or a team there. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
All right. And do you recall the discussion with that individual stating that when James and Jennifer would come to watch Ethan bowl, they were unlike most of the other parents. They would drink a couple pitchers of beer. I actually have a copy of that if it would be easier if I approached. May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Let me know once you've had a chance to review that.
I reviewed it. Yes, you're correct.
Thank you. Also stated the parents were loud and obnoxious, correct?
Yes, it does.
In your extensive investigation into what Jennifer and James did to occupy their time, it was clear that horses took up a majority of their time. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yes.
And from speaking to individuals at the barn, it was clear that Ethan was not there with James and Jennifer when they would spend hours there, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that from looking at the text from both James and Jennifer that even on the day of the shooting, the horses were a top priority for them.
Yes.
I want to talk about a video that surfaced from the 5-1 diner. Are you familiar with that video?
Yeah. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And at some point in your investigation, did you or the officers under you go and actually speak to the owner and operator of the 5-1 diner?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware of a video that actually made its way onto TMZ that showed Ethan falling pretty significantly?
Jennifer loves horses.
And do you recall in that interview with the owner that she recalled that incident as well?
One second.
She should be referencing what she's looking at. This is ridiculous that he has.
It should be page 5724.
Thank you, lady.
I got it right here.
Oh, right.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Absolutely. Do you recall that in the interview, the owner of that diner recalled the incident where Ethan fell?
Yes.
All right. And she told detectives that when Ethan started back working after the pandemic in February of 2021, that he complained of headaches and stomach aches and mentioned that he was not sleeping well.
That is correct.
And she also then talked about this fall. She told detectives that she wanted to call 911, but James and Jennifer said that Ethan had not eaten anything that day, he just needed to eat, and that they did not want him to go to the hospital to get checked out.
Yes.
And she did not call 911. Is that your understanding?
It's my understanding, correct.
Okay. You also had investigators meet and interview all of the teachers that Ethan had while in Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the general theme of those conversations was that James and Jennifer were not very involved in Ethan's education?
That's fair, yes.
Your Honor, I'll direct your attention to Exhibit D. I'm going to first draw your attention to the interviews that were done at Bailey Lake Elementary.
Okay.
In the interview there, the teacher recalls giving Ethan extra assignments to be completed at home. Extra reading assignments were not being completed, and that Ethan continued to struggle.
Yes, that's true.
That same teacher also stated that parents were never volunteers, never attended any of the events.
That's what she said, correct.
And she recalls when Ethan was leaving the school district, the parents didn't even reach out to her. Ethan was the one that told her, I'm not going to be in school anymore.
Yes.
I now want to talk about the interviews of the teachers. I believe it's Blanche Sims Elementary School.
Okay.
Isn't it true that the teacher told the parents at parent-teacher conferences that Ethan needed help reading, and the teacher felt that they were not reading with Ethan, gave them the impression that it was the school's responsibility?
Yes, Nancy thought to herself, you could read it. You can at least read to him at home. Yeah. And then she states that, yes, you're correct.
Now let's move to Oxford Middle School. It's correct in speaking with the teachers there that it was indicated that Ethan never had trouble with peers, even though his parents were not present much.
This is...
We're talking about Oxford Middle School. Page 5467.
With the phys ed teacher?
Correct.
Yes, the phys ed teacher said he participated, always participated, and never had any conflict with his peers. And he never met his parents and never had any contact with them.
Moving on further then to page 5469. Isn't it true that a teacher reported that Ethan didn't interact with other kids and he struggled with logging onto the system to submit his homework?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 5470. Again, these are still interviews with people at the Oxford Middle School. Isn't it true that the teacher stated It's obvious that parents were not involved, no contact with the parents until the end of the year. This specific teacher emailed the parents when their child needed extra help with math, that Jennifer sounded interested but then never followed through.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I then want to move to high school. Isn't it true, after speaking to one of the teachers, that there was an assignment, and I'm looking at page 5590 and then the following page that does not have a number on it?
Okay.
So specifically, the interview, 9th grade teacher Getz, I believe is the last name.
Okay, yes.
And she asked the kids what their physical health was like. How would you rate yourself? How would you rate yourself socially? And how would you rate yourself emotionally? And she recalled that Ethan's response was a little bit different. He stated, "I wish my parents were home more."
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about his report cards that are at the beginning of Exhibit D.
Okay.
You would agree with me that for the semesters 2021 into 2022 year, Ethan had C's, D's, and E's.
Yes.
And if you look at the report card from middle school, which is that first page 433, you would agree with me, as of 1 of 20, he had all A's and B's.
I'm not seeing that, miss.
Page 439.
Okay, that's why. All right.
That would be the report card for January 28th of 20.
January 20th, 20. Yes, all A's and B's.
In all the conversations with the teachers from the multiple schools, it was clear that Ethan was not a problem child in school, correct?
That's correct. Disciplinary, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Really no misconduct to report until the end of November.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, of what year?
2021.
Thank you.
I want to take some time to go over the journal. I know that you went through specific portions with Mr. Keese, but
okay.
I think there were some important portions that I'd like to take a look at. So mine are numbered by page. I don't know if it would be helpful to use my exhibit binder, which is Exhibit Q. I don't know. Mine are not pages of the journal. Mine are pages of discovery that the prosecutor listed.
All right.
I apologize for making you fumble with so much paperwork.
It's okay. What is under what tab, miss?
Exhibit Q. I'm going to start with page 775. Which I believe is physical page 2.
What you believe is what, I'm saying?
Physical page 2,
oh,
775 at the bottom.
Okay.
You would agree with me that on that page it says, "I wasn't even scared. I was almost about to say, I'm shooting up the school. I don't care about anything anymore, except I will very much miss my cat Dexter. He is the only thing I have ever loved in a long time." You agree with me that he wrote that?
Yes.
At the bottom, in very large font, it says, "Please forgive me," correct?
Correct.
I want to go to the next page, page 776. I'm looking at the 4th line down. You would agree with me that Ethan writes, "I am actually hoping that I get sent down to the office. That will show them that I have given up, and they will keep an eye on me. It will make them see that I am a possible shooter, and so when I do my shooting, they will have something to put for motivation. I have already stopped doing school, so once the school sees my photos of guns and gun ranges on my Instagram, then they will know what's up. Oh man, my hallucinations are really kicking in. I started seeing weird stuff last, I think it's supposed to be week, and now they have gotten worse. You would agree with me that's contained in Ethan's journal?
Yes, I would agree.
Ninth line down in the second paragraph. My dark side has now taken over. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
I want to go to the next page. Mine does not have a set of numbers on it, but it's just the next page in the journal. Would you agree with me that that page states the following? Over the weekend, I actually felt warm for once. I woke up from a good dream at 12 o'clock p.m. after 13 hours of nonstop sleep. I put on The Walking Dead and pet my adorable cat. At that moment, I said to myself, why can't everything just freeze right here? I had just hoped that everything could have ended there and not a second longer. Now I'm back in school and back down the drain again. Is that an accurate reading of the journal?
That is.
A little bit lower on that page, 8 lines from the bottom, Ethan writes, I am genuinely surprised right now that none of my teachers have contacted my counselor or sent me to the office for not doing my work. Would you agree with me that that's what it says?
Yes, I would agree.
Wow.
We'll go to the following page, 778 at the beginning. Would you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I just want to go back to the good days when I didn't have a worry in the world? Would you agree with me?
Yes.
A little bit down on that page, another juvenile is named, and it says, that person is gone, so I have no friends. Would you agree with me? That's the 5th line.
Yes, I would agree.
10th line down, Ethan writes, I talk to no one. I have very little talks with my parents, and sometimes talk more to my cat Dexter than people. I rarely talk to when I open my mouth, I hear my jawbone crack and my cheeks hurt. I have no life, and I unfortunately cannot read, and no, I think it says future. Would you agree with me?
I would agree.
4 lines down from there in the sentence, in the line that starts laughing, would you agree with me that Ethan then wrote, I haven't had a real laugh in 4 years. I haven't felt genuinely happy in 4 years. Everyone hangs out with friends, girlfriends. They go to parties and have fun every day of their lives. I can feel the evil around me, and even dogs sense it. Do you agree with me?
I do.
Then we're looking at 2 lines down from there. It begins with, all one of my teachers has to do is send me to the office, and I will tell them about the bird head, and I can get help. 1 call, and that can save a lot of lives. My evil has fully taken over in me, and I used to like it, but now I don't want to be evil. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help. Would you agree with me that that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
The following page, the very last line, would you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I feel like I'm in a time loop of sadness?
That's how I read it, correct, yes.
I'll go to the next page, 780. 3rd line down. Do you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I'm pretty sure that my crush does not like me, to what I thought before. I will never ask her out, and it makes me know more that I will forever not feel the love of another human being, and not even I can love myself, as I hate myself, probably more than some people already do.
That is accurate.
9 lines down from the end of that statement.
This
would you
is
agree
really
with me
sad.
That Ethan wrote, I sometimes even regret about doing the shooting. If I don't, though, then what is there for me? one line below that. I don't eat at all. I had a frozen food breakfast burrito for dinner last night. Maybe if my dumb fucking parents didn't get rid of our couch and buy a brand new TV and couch set, we could have food. And my 45-year-old dad doesn't have to do DoorDash. I'm on the verge of losing it again. I have so much stuff compacted in a tight space, and it's about to explode.
That is accurate.
Please turn off your device.
OMG, at this point, who has their damn phone on?
Thank you. I want to turn now to page 783. It's a few pages down.
Okay.
Why are people such idiots?
I want to start in the middle of the page that begins with fucking college.
Okay.
Oh God, college. You apply to 5 colleges hoping to get accepted into one. Then you get accepted, you get to find out how much it costs to attend. Then if you can go, you really only have 10 major choices out of hundreds that actually leads to a good life. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, you're doing bad in a class. Well, fuck you. You still get to pay us for our 2-hour lectures and for the 15 by 10 foot closet we house you in. Oh, you have to give out because you ran out of money. Well, fuck you again. You're going to owe us a debt that's going to take half your lifetime to pay back. Do you agree with me that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
That's it. I want you to flip to page 790 if you could.
Okay.
I'm going to go about halfway down the page, 10th line down. I barely made it through 9th grade mentally, as my depression was rough. Then I made it to 10th grade, and I have fully lost control. How the hell am I supposed to make it 2 more years when I have already lost my breaking point? This morning I woke up to my mom having one of her worst rants about how we have no money and can't pay the bills. This just furthers my desire to shoot up the school or do something else. I have no happiness or optimism left in me, as I am a burden to my parents. Would you agree with me that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
All right, that is all of the journal that I want to go through. Now, your office spent an appreciable amount of time speaking with all of the staff who interacted with Ethan from Oxford High School. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that on November 29th, the day before the shooting in first hour, Ethan's teacher, Ms. Kubina, noticed that Ethan was looking at pictures of bullets on his phone and that she sent Pam Fine an email about that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'll draw your attention to Exhibit C.
Thank you.
And that following school on the 29th, she was thinking about Ethan and went to look at some of the assignments that he had turned in that year. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, miss.
Oh, I apologize. Speaking still of Miss Kubina, do you recall that in her interview she discussed that after that incident with Ethan looking up those things that morning, she went back to the classroom and tried to look at some of the previous assignments that he had turned in?
Yes.
And isn't it true that she actually found an index card that Ethan had filled out at the beginning of the year, and Ethan had drawn a picture of a person holding a gun in front of a brick building, correct?
Yes.
The gun was erased, but she said you could still see it, correct?
Yes.
She passed this information along to the dean and the counselor by email, and that email was sent that same day on the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
Following that email, is it your understanding that Pam Fine brought Ethan down and discussed that it was inappropriate to look up bullets at school?
Yes.
And in that interview, is it your understanding that Ethan disclosed that he had just been at a shooting range with his mom?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that Ms. Fine left Jennifer a voicemail about the incident, but Jennifer did not call back, correct?
That's my understanding.
And in your investigation, you even found a text exchange following that call between Jennifer and Ethan, correct?
Yes.
Where Jennifer tells Ethan, try not to get caught, correct?
Yes.
Now, the following day at 8:45, Ms. Fine tells you or tells someone in your office that she receives an email from teacher Alice Karpinski, correct?
That's correct.
That Ethan was watching violent videos of a guy gunning down people while in class, correct?
Yes.
Yikes.
Can I
yes,
reference that
page
somewhere?
300
Thank you.
in Exhibit F.
Thank you. Exhibit F only goes to 218.
The pages may not be completely in order based on whose interview was given, but let me... I apologize. That is the text message section. I need you to direct your attention to Exhibit C.
C. And what page was that again?
Yes. We are looking at the email that she actually sent. I believe it's page 300.
Jackie, thank you so much for your PayPal. I just want to let you know I got it. Thank you. Yes, Jane, both of the parents are behind bars.
I think it may be a different page because I'm looking at two sets of discovery. So let me just ask the question again because I don't know specifically if you'll be able to find it in your
Okay,
binder.
sorry.
No, it's all right. So it's your understanding that the following day, so we're talking about November 30th now, at 8:45 in the morning, Ms. Fine receives an email from a teacher, Alice Karpinski. Do you agree with me?
I do agree with you.
All right. And in that email, she is telling them that Ethan was watching violent videos of a shooting.
Yeah, it's my recollection that it was someone, a person shooting people, but it was a movie. It didn't appear to be a real life event or something of that nature.
Right.
I think that's my understanding of it.
Okay. So a video of a movie or some sort of scenario where someone is being shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that that email was not just sent to Ms. Fine, but it was also sent to Mr. Hopkins, correct?
Yes.
And who is Sean Hopkins?
He's the school counselor.
It does not appear that action was taken just based off of that email, correct?
That's correct.
So that's at 8:45 a.m. Then at 9:32 a.m.
Can I go back real quick?
Absolutely.
So the action, there was, you mean action with the defendant? No, but there was, I think there was discussion about it.
Okay. But he wasn't pulled down to the office immediately following that?
You're correct.
Okay. All right, so 9:32 a.m., another email is sent, and it's my understanding that that email is sent to Pam, Nick, and Sean. They all receive an email from yet another teacher. I believe it's Becky Morgan, and that's the picture of the assignment that you were previously shown, correct?
Yes.
So in your multiple interviews with Sean Hopkins, he told law enforcement that he was alerted to a problem by Becky Morgan, who was Ethan's math teacher, correct?
Yes.
And he went to retrieve Ethan at 9:14 a.m. and then takes him to the counseling office, correct?
Yes.
It's your understanding that his backpack with the gun in it was left in the classroom, correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, the document that you were previously shown that caused the concern, it's your understanding that by the time the actual assignment got brought down to the counseling office, Ethan had altered or crossed out the most worrisome things that were on that page, correct?
Yes.
I believe he crossed out the words "help me" and crossed out the gun, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
So according to the timeline that was provided by the prosecutor's office, would you would agree with me that sometime between 9:14 and 10:45, James and Jennifer come to the school, they meet with Ethan, and they're in that counselor's office, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that in that meeting, Ethan discussed that he was sad about the argument that he had with his parents, correct?
I don't recall that exactly. I don't know.
Do you recall that he mentioned his dog dying?
Yes, yes.
How about his friend going away for a lengthy period of time?
Yes.
And he told them he had no one to talk to.
I don't specifically recall that.
Wow, thank
Do you recall that Ethan's parents acknowledged that Ethan was more sad lately?
I'm sorry, I don't specifically recall it.
That's all right. Nothing in any of the discovery that any counselor or staff that you've reviewed, did any counselor or staff member ask if he was suicidal? Specifically ask that question.
So repeat that again?
Sure.
Nothing in my investigation, or?
Correct. In all of your investigations, speaking to all of the individuals that were in that counseling session with the parents, or in that meeting with the parents, you are not aware that someone actually performed some sort of assessment to see if he was suicidal.
I see. I don't believe there was an assessment. I believe Mr. Hopkins said that he thought there was potential for suicidal ideation.
Is that the counselor, Mr. Hopkins?
It's your understanding that both parents were resistive to taking Ethan home with them, correct?
Yes.
Both parents indicated that they had to go back to work.
That's correct.
To the best of your knowledge, James and Jennifer did not disclose that they had purchased the very weapon that was in his backpack for him as an early Christmas gift, correct?
To the school?
Yes.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, neither Sean Hopkins or Nick Ejak asked James and Jennifer specifically if there were guns in the home or if Ethan had access to weapons.
I agree, yes.
Ethan's backpack was never searched, correct?
To my knowledge, it was not.
Ethan's locker was never searched, correct?
I don't think they were even using lockers during COVID, but no, I don't believe it was.
So now, even though we have a child who on day 2 of being in trouble for looking up bullets, shooting videos, and drawing weapons with graphic scenes and actually writing the words, "help me," he was not sent home, correct?
Correct.
CPS was not called, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware that 911 was called for a welfare check or a proper evaluation to see how Ethan was doing, correct?
I'm not aware, correct.
During direct, Mr. Keast asked you about what was in that backpack, and you had mentioned that there were a number of pages. What was the number? I think you actually remembered the number specifically of pages.
Of the assignments?
The school assignments.
Yeah, I think it was 96, I believe.
And how many did you say had drawings of either weapons or bullets on them? I'm
not sure. I can't recall how many. I know there was, because I specifically counted, there was 52 guns drawn in that stack of papers, but I don't know how many pages actually were drawn on.
Understood. All right, I want to talk about parents' employment. As part of your investigation, you looked into the current employment and past employment of James and Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that in reviewing their text messages with each other, money troubles was something that they were dealing with pretty frequently.
Yes, I would agree.
Do you agree with me that James had a spotty employment record, and at the time of the offense, he was working for DoorDash?
Yes.
You also spent a good amount of time investigating Jennifer's employment and speaking to her boss and coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer did have steady employment, correct?
It appeared so, yes.
In your investigation, did you become aware if Jennifer could have purchased health insurance for Ethan?
recall.
They didn't even have him on health insurance? I'll be
In your
back, guys. I gotta let my dogs out.
investigation into Jennifer's employer, you came to understand that the work had a family-first attitude. Would you agree?
That's what they testified to, yes.
Yes. So in fact, if Jennifer was unable to return to work on November 30th because Ethan had to go home, it wouldn't have been a problem. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
It's also your understanding that right after meeting in the principal's office, James went and I believe he delivered an order of food, correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the messages between James and Jennifer, and there are a lot of them. Would you agree with me that the messages are replete with discussions on who was picking up alcohol to drink, who was buying cigarettes, conversations about marijuana, and Xanax pills?
I'm embarrassed to ask, what is replete?
Oh, that there are a lot of.
Yes, there was several.
Yes. Now let's talk about the crime itself. As we saw in the video, when the police arrived at the school, Ethan was out in the hallway with his hands up, correct?
Yes.
He had already put down the gun, correct?
Correct.
He followed all the commands of the deputies.
Yes.
He was placed into handcuffs without issue, correct?
Correct.
He gave the officers his name.
Yes.
In the backpack that we described, he did not have any bombs or Molotov cocktails, correct?
No, he did not.
He did not have a knife, correct?
No.
He went willingly into the police car.
Yes.
He answered questions that he was acting alone, correct?
Yes.
He answered questions about there being no bombs.
That's true, yes.
Was there unused ammunition found?
Yes, there was.
Do you know approximately how many rounds?
I believe it was 18.
After being taken to the substation, at some point in time, Ethan was then taken to Children's Village, correct?
Yes.
You weren't made aware of any issues that arose during transport, correct?
I was not made aware of any issues, no.
You were not made aware that there was any issues at Children's Village, correct?
Correct.
He was then transported to the Oakland County Jail. You were not made aware of any issues with his behavior during that transport, were you?
Correct.
Now, following the crime, after learning of the shooting, is it your understanding that James went home immediately to go and look to see if his gun was missing?
Yes, that's my understanding.
He then called what I believe was an off-duty police officer first before 911, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, he called 911 to report that he believed that his son took the gun and could be the shooter.
How did he know an off-duty officer to call? What?
And in your investigation, you observed a text around the same time as I'm sure 911 started being called. Jennifer texted Ethan, "Don't do it." Is that correct?
Her text was after the influx of 911 calls.
You also found a text message, James texting Ethan, "Call me now."
Yes, that's correct.
You would agree with me that in reviewing hundreds of text messages between students and parents on that day when the shootings began, that the messages that Jennifer and James sent were unlike those of hundreds of other caring parents?
Yes, I would agree.
In your review of Jennifer's text messages with her coworkers, would you agree with me that Jennifer messages that Ethan isn't going to get out of this? We need to save ourselves.
Yes, that was written. Or texted, I should say.
You would agree with me that there are 0 messages where either James or Jennifer thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness?
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Of course. You would agree with me that in your review of all of the messages on James and Jennifer's phone, that there are no messages where they thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness?
I don't recall any.
We were shown footage of 2 different shooting ranges. And you had commented that Ethan had a familiarity with the weapons. Do you recall that?
It appeared to be, yes.
Okay. Someone that is 15 years old, are they able to go into a shooting range and shoot themselves?
And shoot themselves?
Shoot by themselves. I apologize.
It's okay. No, they're not.
So is a parent's required?
Yes.
A 15-year-old individual is not able to go and purchase a weapon by themselves, correct?
That's correct.
And in all of the videos that you found from shooting ranges, Ethan was either there with mom or dad, correct?
Yes.
And were all the guns purchased by dad in his name?
To my knowledge, yes.
I now want to move to the search of the Crumbley home.
Okay.
That occurred following the incident at the high school, correct?
Yes.
And let's talk about what was in Ethan's room. Would you agree with me that there were 2 silhouette targets with bullet holes in them?
I would agree.
Miscellaneous shell casings in a dish next to the bed?
I would agree.
And an air rifle sitting on a chair?
I don't recall specifically, but I do recall there being an air rifle.
I want to talk about the other weapons that were found. I believe they were found in the shed. The report references that a Woodstock Red Ryder BB gun was found, a .760 Pump Master BB gun was found, an SNR 357 revolver style BB gun, 6 cartridges for the BB gun, and a Witness BB gun with a magazine. Would you agree with me that there was a number of weapons found in that shed?
Yes.
In a search of the basement, would you agree with me that there was a failed marijuana grow operation, which investigation led you to discover that was the work of James?
Did you say failed?
Yes, failed.
Yeah, I'll agree.
Yep. In the search of the home, no documentation showing that, in fact, Ethan had an appointment with a counselor or a receipt from a doctor's visit was located. That's not part of the discovery, correct?
That's correct.
Jennifer was interviewed at her home, correct? Initially, when the police arrived?
You gotta give me a second. I gotta recall some events
Take
here.
your time. It's a lot to remember.
I believe yes, she was first spoken to at her home.
And during that interview, she had told the police that Ethan had been upset because his friend had left and his dog had died.
That's my recollection of it, yes.
Okay. And you were actually able to confirm that Ethan's closest friend, I think Mr. Keese asked you how many messages these two shared. It was a lot. It was all day long, every day. You were able to confirm that juvenile actually had left at the end of October without much notice to Ethan,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
In the interview that was done with James at the home during the search, isn't it true that he told the police that he purchased a Sig Sauer 9mm handgun and he had it hidden in the armoire in the case and the bullets were hidden in a separate area?
That's my recollection.
And after he saw all of the cops, he raced home and that's when he found the gun missing.
Ethan said armoire?
At some point after your investigation, it was announced publicly that the parents were going to be charged, correct?
Yes.
And instead of walking into a police station or walking into the Rochester District Court, isn't it true that James and Jennifer bought burner phones, ditched their car, left Oxford, and left their son sitting in jail?
Repeat that.
Of course.
I just
I'll
want to
break
make
it
sure I
down.
get them correct. Go ahead.
After it was made publicly announced that the parents were going to be charged, they didn't turn themselves into the police station or the court, correct?
No, they did not.
And isn't it true that they bought burner phones?
It's my understanding at the advice of their counsel, but yes.
They ditched their car.
No, they drove their car. They had one car they didn't drive, but they drove the other.
Okay,
of their
so
two.
they left one car.
They left one car.
And I believe, was that at a hotel parking lot?
It was.
Yes. And they left Oxford, correct?
Yes.
In fact, when they were arrested, they were hiding out in Detroit, correct?
Yes.
You also found proof that the parents went to the bank and drained Ethan Crumbley's bank account, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the questions you were asked about the jail and the tablet.
Okay.
I think you phrased it, or Mr. Keyes phrased it, that he bypassed security. Is it your understanding that the password was saved but was visible?
It's. I think I don't know computers or tablets all that well, but I think on the tablet, it was you'd had to go into the settings, search for the password, and then, but yeah, it allegedly, or from what I understand, it was saved.
And isn't it true that when Ethan was questioned by someone there at the jail, he explained exactly what happened?
It sounds like that, yes.
And isn't it true that he stated he had the tablet unlocked for roughly 2 weeks, or a lengthy period of time before they were actually caught?
The tablet.
That sounds about right, yes.
And in that body camera footage, isn't it true that Ethan explained exactly how he got the password, and that he said multiple times, I tried not to look at that website. I tried really hard.
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
I
No.
have no further questions.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Redirect.
Oh,
Thank you. Starting with the last question.
she's
so
done.
if
Now they're
I'm
going to take
understanding
lunch.
correctly, then the defendant couldn't help himself. It's not like
That's the way I understood it, yes.
I'm going to go back through a few things that counsel asked you regarding the journal. You were asked about a passage where he wrote that he wished that he would be sent down to the office so he would be caught and prevented from the shooting.
Correct.
He actually was sent down to the office twice. Is that right?
That's right.
So he was sent to the office November 29th. He was sent to the office again November the 30th.
Yes.
He sat in the counselor's office for 90 minutes. His parents were there. And he never once stopped himself from the shooting.
That's all correct.
Okay. And in fact, November the 30th, before he ever even went down the office, before he was caught by the teacher, he sent a text message indicating his intent to do something, quote, really bad.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about a journal entry where the defendant expressed not being happy in months. I don't remember the last time he was happy. Words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You watched the video of the defendant torturing that bird.
I did.
You watched the video of the defendant shooting the Oxford High School students. You watched the video of the defendant in the back of the police car after he was arrested. Now, tell me, did the defendant appear happy or sad when he was torturing that baby bird?
Happy.
Okay. And why do you say that?
If you watch the video, we talked about it earlier, the inflection in his voice. Also, he writes about how happy it makes him to do these awful things.
Now, what about the defendant's demeanor when you observe him after he's arrested in the back of the police car? Is he coherent?
Yes.
When he speaks with officers? Okay. Is he crumbling, crying?
No.
At any point on November the 30th, when he gave up, when he was arrested in the back of that patrol car, did he appear that he was crying?
No, it doesn't appear that way at all.
Okay. What about his demeanor when he exited the bathroom adjacent to room 258 and he began the shooting? What about his demeanor there?
Well, I mean, obviously, I've had the opportunity to analyze this video 1,000 times, and when you follow the defendant's, days prior or whatever, he slouches a lot, but on the shooting video, as soon as he comes out of the bathroom, he's standing as tall as I've ever seen him stand and walk around that school.
You agree with me that he acted with purpose when he exited the bathroom on November 30th?
Yeah, and again with confidence, it looked like.
Now, you were asked about some of the teacher interviews, and obviously this is a massive investigation, and I think in total we're at 5 or 6 terabytes of data. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. So some of the teacher interviews that you were asked about, they talk about that the defendant didn't have any other problems with students.
Yes.
So I want to confirm that he was not bullied.
No.
He was not thrown in the locker.
There's no evidence to suggest any of that, no.
Nobody beat him up. Nobody messed with him.
No.
Thank you, Judge. I'm done.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Now for the people, he was the OIC, so we ask that he remain throughout the hearing.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may also stay in the courtroom if you wish.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Don't move both these up here.
Thank you. With that being said, we're going to break very briefly for lunch. We're going to return at approximately 12:30. I believe that will give the...
It's 12:40
Oh, excuse me, 1:30, excuse me. That will give the parties enough time to grab food as well as the defendant to get food down in the lockup as well. With that being said, I will see you all at 12:30. Anything we need to address before the court takes recess?
No.
Thank you. With that being said, everyone in the courtroom, please be seated until the defendant has exited the courtroom. Deputies, you may take the defendant. Thank you.
Wait for the walk of shame. We do get the walk of shame. But yeah, Mandy, they made a point to put it actually in the court record that they're not supposed to say Ethan. They're supposed to say the shooter, but they forget.
With that being said, I will see everyone at 1:30. The court stands in recess.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You're very welcome.
Okay, so we are officially on our lunch break for about 45 minutes. I'm just going to stick around live here. I think we're just going to see the old school bars until then. But I wanted to give you guys an update on Ethan's parents, but I have to finish what I was working on right here. So I'm just going to shit talk while I finish what I was working on, and then we will get into the latest evidence that was just submitted by the prosecutor in the Crumbley's case. I'm actually just finishing up like a little grocery order here, if I'm being honest. I just can't believe how much groceries cost, you guys. This shit is bananas. So a pack of 8 cupcakes for Hostess is almost $4. Is that normal? I'm just like stunned by grocery costs. Like even Little Debbie's are almost $4. Like, isn't Little Debbie kind of like the shitty brand from Hostess? Hostess of the mostest. Remember when when Hostess went away and everybody was freaking out and thought they were never going to have Hostess again? Yeah, so it sounds like Ethan's lawyer is really trying to drive home the fact that this is the parents' negligence, in my opinion. And I think, she's like, okay, there's a lot of shit that was left out here, such as, the parents leaving him alone from ages 4 up. Who leaves their child? 4-year-old. I mean, why weren't they put in jail for that? These people should have been put in jail a long time ago. Right, the prices are bananas. Remember that, Mandy? Like, oh my God, get all the fucking Twinkies. They'll last forever. Twinkies will last through a nuclear explosion, I think. But yeah, I mean, why the hell did it take this kid committing a school shooting for these neighbors to be questioned by reporters? Like, little too late. You see your neighbor leaving their 4-year-old home alone, call the police. I mean, it's that fucking simple. I don't understand. I just don't get it. I don't understand, like, these people can come out years later and be like, oh yeah, I used to hear Ethan crying all the time. I mean, I'm from this area where this happened, okay? I lived in Romeo. It's not very far away. And to be honest with you guys, Lake Orion is a nice place. Like, I don't think that if authorities were aware that a 4-year-old was being left alone, they would have ignored it. Yeah, the off-brand. Dude, I can't even with the prices. I'm seeing your comments. I love that you have your own garden. Love that. I did plant peppers, which didn't make it. I tried. Tomatoes, I got some tomatoes. And he may have been bullied, Divine. I'm not saying kids were nice to him. But there's warning signs, right? And not only do people need to teach their kids not to be assholes. I mean, that is rule number 1. But when you have parents that are leaving this kid alone and he has no guidance, he's going to be an asshole. Who was there to teach him to not be an asshole? James Crumbley, who couldn't even figure out how to grow weed in his basement. And that's something that could have been lucrative for him if he wasn't such a dumbass. I mean, let's face it, James Crumbley's a dumbass. A failed grow operation. And then he's working for DoorDash. And you guys are going to be so pissed. So pissed when we get into this new evidence. Just give me 2 seconds, you guys. Let me put this order in so I can actually eat and have coffee in the morning, because I used my last of the Mohicans of my coffee this morning. So if we're going to do this again tomorrow, I definitely need to order some coffee. Yes, their appeal was denied, Jason. Absolutely, in my best prayer garden voice, absolutely. It was denied. Major denial. They're losers. But yeah, I mean, if you see your neighbors mistreating their children, I mean, use common sense. I mean, everybody has bad days. You know, everybody spouts off. Everybody has their days where they holler at their kids. No one's perfect. But we know reoccurring abuse when we see it. We're all moms, and we should all be able to identify these things. And if you see your neighbor going out drinking and pub crawling while leaving their child, who should not be alone, you need to say something. So from what I understand, the neighbor said something to Jennifer, and Jennifer did not take kindly to it, from my understanding. But Jennifer's a selfish asshole. She had horses. And I think she actually traded the boarding cost for like working there. But she'd go there and drink and hang out with her horses. While her son's at home texting her that he's hearing voices, that he's hearing demons. I mean, what the hell? And then he had to hear them screaming about not having money. He's a burden, this and that. His brother lived with them. His brother, Eli Crumbley. Eli got the hell out of Dodge. Eli was like, peace out. I'm not living with this bitch. I'm out of here. And went back with his mother. What does that tell you about the state of their household? See you later. And I'm sure that he feels bad for leaving Ethan behind, not knowing, COVID was going to hit. And all these, crazy things would start happening where Ethan would be even more secluded. It's crazy. Right. Diana, I spanked my kid a couple times. Right. I mean, we've all done it. It's one thing to have your kid run towards the road and you're like, no, and you spank on their butt. It's one thing to have that. Like if you see your neighbor do that, you're not going to do anything. But if you see your neighbor leaving their children alone, even if it's with another child, a sibling that really shouldn't be old enough to be watching them, you got to say something. As now we just mind our own business. So, all right, hold on. I'm about to submit this order and then we're going to get into the updates. We have time. Okay, now they're asking me, do I want my items in bags? I'll bring my own bags. We'll pack them for you at pickup. Oh, yeah. Could I sit in the parking lot while you pack my shit in reusable bags? Please. And how can I tell you that I'm so glad we're not talking about Taylor Shabiznas today? Taylor Shabiznas, I had enough of her yesterday. She is one scary person. All right, I'm going to quit yapping. I'm going to quit yapping. Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful about calling the cops. You don't want to just call the cops willy-nilly on people. Definitely not stating that. Please don't think I'm stating that. I think you really, really have to be careful. And you have to be sure that what you're reporting is what is really going on. If you have to do some investigation of your own, do it. But yeah, Taylor Shabiznas, she said I was riding him like a donkey. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this chick? You guys, I made some TikToks and put them up. I was a busy girl yesterday. And then Spectrum came and disconnected my shiz. Oh my gosh, I have to do a substitution on bread. Okay, how about bread? Can we talk about how expensive bread is? Redonkulous. Unless you want to eat stuff that melts in your fingers when you touch it, you have to spend at least almost $4 on bread. I bought a cheap ass loaf of Walmart brand. And get this. I went to make a sandwich and I took it out and it was so soft that my fingers melted into it. It was fucking sick. Okay, let me come back. Woo, let me turn on my camera so you can see my lovely waking up at 8:30 in the morning to go live looking ass. This is what it looks like when you wake up at 7:30, whatever it is. Anyways. Let's talk about the Crumbleys. I've got it over here on my laptop. Okay. So we have new evidence. A case filing revealed more details that the prosecution say prove that the shooter, Ethan Crumbley's parents, were negligent ahead of the crime. Since the November, 30th, 2021 shooting, prosecutors have claimed that James and Jennifer Crumbley were grossly negligent. They are accused of buying Ethan the gun used in the school shooting just days before. Previously, the prosecution shared messages between Jennifer and Ethan, as well as Jennifer and James, that shows Ethan had discussed his mental state with his parents, and they were concerned about it at least 8 months before the shooting. But how concerned were they, really? How concerned were they? The new court filing dives deeper into that accusation with more messages between Jennifer and James showing they discussed Ethan's mental state in March of 2021. In an exchange on March 8th, 2021, Jennifer Crumbley says to James that she was freaking out because she couldn't reach Ethan after school. She was also frustrated with James for not picking Ethan up because he was upset and she didn't want Ethan to do anything stupid. Samantha, I love that. I love it. She said they're growing their own food and they're learning how to make their own bread. I think that's amazing. I love it. So again, Jennifer messaged James saying that she was freaking out because she couldn't reach Ethan. And then she was mad at him for not picking up Ethan, and because Ethan was upset and she didn't want him to do anything stupid. The prosecution says that this shows the parents were aware of their son's mental duress. I think we can all agree they were aware. We know they were aware. They ain't fooling nobody. The filing also reveals that Jennifer allegedly told an interviewer after the shooting that she, quote, didn't even look at them closely, referring to disturbing photos Ethan drew on a math test ahead of the shooting. She also allegedly said, quote, my biggest fear was that he was going to turn the gun on himself. Oh my God. She's an idiot. She said this in a police interview. Thank you, Jenny W. Dawn and Divine Timing for your super chats. I'm going to show you guys the worksheet again. Have fun, Shell. All right. This is going to be the worksheet that she really didn't pay attention to, she said. Oh, wow. This was on November 30th, 2021 that he actually drew this? I guess I didn't realize that. All right, let's get these stupid bars off here and let's show you guys the worksheet. So you see at the top, it's Chapter 5 Test Review. It says Ethan Crumbley, November 30th, 2021, 8:59 a.m. or 8:39 a.m. And then he scribbled a bunch of shit out, like the guy with the gun, the picture of the gun, the thoughts won't stop, and then he scribbled out, help me. I love my life so much. Harmless act. So this was brought to his mother's attention and she, quote, I don't want to misquote her. Didn't even look at them closely. Jennifer and James were called to the school before the shooting when a teacher discovered the drawings. The parents allegedly declined to take him home after these drawings were found. So I didn't realize he actually drew them that day. I knew they were found that day, but I guess I didn't realize that was just drawn and his teacher had just found it. In the new filing, prosecutors also noted that the parents, now here's another thing we didn't know. The parents took the receipt for the gun James bought for Ethan when they fled after the shooting. They had the receipt on them when caught in Detroit. Here is a quote from the filing. Defendant's flight and taking of the receipt for the murder weapon during such flight provide an inference of their consciousness of guilt. So they took the receipt for the gun that Ethan used to murder his classmates. Oh, excuse me. Ethan, who pleaded guilty last year, said during his plea that he gave his father the money to buy him the handgun. So Ethan pled guilty and threw his father under the bus when he did it. And I was really happy about that. Because I really do think that they need to be made an example of. I mean, you can't just ignore your kids and then when they do something atrocious, be like, eh. You know what I mean? You just can't do that. Now, if these people had, people testifying on their behalf that are coming forward, hey, they were great parents, they were good people. We haven't seen that. And their actions didn't show they were good people. They drained their son's bank account. They took his money to get a lawyer for themselves and let him get a public defender. Nothing like a big F you to Ethan, right? I mean, nothing like you've already screwed up with your kid and nothing like giving him the finger after he's put in jail. I mean, they just don't get much shittier than this. Divine, but did the teacher follow protocol by making someone aware of it? And don't get me wrong, the school is definitely responsible as well. I mean, our kids spend 8 hours a day in these schools under their influence, in their care. From the time they step on the bus to the time they step off the bus. Everybody needs to be trained to know what to look for. Bus drivers, room mothers, whatever the fuck, parapros, whatever they call them these days. They can't be room mothers anymore. It's not feminist to be a room mother. This is brand new evidence that was just submitted like a month ago. Lead with Love. So this comes in response to Jennifer and James Crumbley appealing to the Michigan Supreme Court to have the charges against them dismissed. And as a reminder, they're both charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Prosecution argues that these charges are appropriate, noting that the parents failed to keep the gun away from their troubled minor child. The defense attorneys have argued that whatever the parents did might have been considered bad parenting, but it was not the cause of the deaths, and they want the case thrown out. I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, and a federal judge ruled also, this is new. A federal judge ruled that the families of the victims at the Oxford High School can move forward with their lawsuit against the school. They could proceed with the civil lawsuit against the school. Your bus driver was a perv? Ew. So they're able to move forward with that civil case. And just as a recap, so the new evidence put in the James and Jennifer Crumbley case to make it move forward by the prosecutor is the messages where Jennifer says that she was irritated with James for not picking Ethan up because Ethan was upset and she didn't want him to do anything stupid. And she said that she didn't really look at the worksheet closely when she was called the morning of the shooting, and that her biggest fear was that he was going to kill himself. So I guess we're to assume, since she said that, this is what's fucked up, guys. Listen, hear me out. Hear me out. This is going to take Jennifer Crumbley to a whole new level. Hear me out. Jennifer Crumbley actually texted Ethan and said, "Don't do it." Right? Wasn't that her exact words? Don't do it. So she texts her son, "Don't do it." And now we find out that in an interview, she says, quote, "My biggest fear was that he was going to turn the gun on himself." So her biggest fear was that her son was going to unalive himself, and all she texted was, "Don't do it." Your son, you're worried in the heat of the moment that your son may unalive himself, and that's all you say? Don't do it. Not "I love you." Not "please don't hurt yourself." "We care about you. We'll get you help." Don't do it. What kind of a mother is that? That is sick. Because in that moment, if you were truly panicking, thinking that your son was going to do something to harm himself, and you don't have anything emotionally past "don't do it," you might just have never needed to have kids. Because that puts her on a whole different level of horrible parent, in my opinion. So this is regarding the morning of, okay? The morning of the shooting. The filing also reveals that Jennifer allegedly told an interviewer after the shooting that she, quote, "didn't even look at them closely," referring to disturbing photos. Now, this is after they had to be ripped out of a warehouse where they were hiding in downtown Detroit, right? They didn't come forward. They didn't do the right thing. They've never done the right thing. And my phone just blew up for all Brian Koberger's dates again. Christ almighty. And yet they keep coming. She also allegedly said, "My biggest fear was that he was going to turn the gun on himself." So that tells me they worried too. They worried too that he was going to turn the gun on himself. Why give him access to a gun? Did she want him to turn the gun on himself? What a crazy bitch. Okay, read the Trump letter. I guess I've never really, I did read it in the very beginning. Idiots. Why could I see them at the Capitol like a couple of idiots? Only idiots would do shit like that. All right, here it is. Posted on November 11th, 2016. That's my freaking birthday, by the way. 2016. Dear Mr. Trump. Dear President-elect Mr. Trump. I don't even know where this came from. I don't even know if it's real. It's in the Daily Mail. Feels funny to even be writing your name like that, but you made history on Tuesday. I'm not going to lie. I was scared shitless to circle your name on my ballot. I have been back and forth on whether to vote for you or not vote at all. I struggled to make myself find a way to trust Hillary as a president. I could not. You see, I am an American woman. I value the equality of the LGBT community. In fact, I hold that in really high regards. I am a feminist. I value women's rights and want to be alive when I see the first woman become president. But as an American woman with a 10-year-old child, I could not have that first woman be Hillary. Up until the first debate, I was really trying to find a reason to vote for her. Pro-choice, yes. I am a believer in pro-choice and that a woman should have control over her body. That is something, right? That was really the only thing that I could find to try to grasp a reason not to vote for you. As a female and a realtor, thank you for allowing my right to bear arms, allowing me to be protected if I show a home to someone with bad intentions. Thank you for respecting that amendment. Thank you for wanting to put our veterans first. Why we send so much money overseas when we have so much help we need to provide here is beyond me. You're awesome. She's a lunatic. And then James Crumbley. Her balls were in his purse. Okay, so this was posted online. Just a girl going through this world, wordpress.com, and it's spelled wrong. This might be fake, but I don't know. He shares it. James Crumbley shares it. November 10th. How could it be the day before? This is weird. Something doesn't look right. November 10th, 2016, he says, my wife could be spot on sometimes. That doesn't make sense. If she wrote it on the 11th, how could he have shared it on the 10th? I feel like somebody played games here. At any rate, they're stupid. Yeah, they're on lunch now, KK, for about 17 more minutes. 17 more minutes. Thank you for subscribing, Polly J. One more step closer to 89K. Subscribe today. Don't delay. So that is the update on these idiots. You think Koberger's going to testify? I know things seem so fake, but like reality is sometimes stranger than fiction, isn't it? It just trips me out how crazy people are. Seriously trips me out. People are out of their damn minds. Excuse me. Oh, Scott H, thank you so much. I love you, my buddy. Scott H coming in hot with a Cash App. All right, that calls for another round of Scott H soundbite.
Did I ask them to do that? God almighty.
God almighty, that's one of my favorites. If I ever lose that, I'm going to have to call Scott H myself and get him to say it again. Thanks so much, Scotty. I'm glad I'm back too. I don't think BK will testify. I think that he wants you to think he will. See, everything that when you jump to the first thought of what BK, like after emotion or something, put this in your head like this. Anytime like there's something new with BK, just think it twice. Like think twice about it. 'Cause like, okay, he probably wants me to think he's going to testify. He doesn't have the balls to testify. The dude couldn't even ask women outright. I mean, How's he going to testify? No fucking way. There's no fucking way. I don't think. Anyways, in my opinion, I guess I need a disclaimer before on my videos. This is my opinion only, and this video is not to be taken as any kind of advice. It is entertainment only. How about that? I just feel like he's going to go until he gets pushed into a corner. Like, he's going to make everybody think he's got this alibi, and he's got, Bethany Funk has exculpatory evidence. He needs to leave Bethany Funk alone. He needs to leave the surviving roommates alone. And I am absolutely floored at how many people left comments on my Ted Bundy video. I literally compared things that happened in the crime to what happened in Idaho with Ted Bundy's crimes, things we know about Ted Bundy, etc. It was a brief little, side by side. And I had so many comments of people so upset with me. Can you believe that? Upset with me, saying that I'm literally, they hope I have a lawyer, that they hope I'm ready for the legal ramifications of what I'm saying. And I was like, what? For what? Like, what am I doing wrong? And then I thought to myself, are these the same individuals that are accusing the surviving roommates of being involved in this murder? I mean, the guy first said that he couldn't wait to get back to Idaho so he could be exonerated. And then he had this big fucking alibi that he was putting together that he needed more time for. He needed more time to get his fucking alibi together, which was just another big delay, because he so desperately wants to know exactly what the prosecution's going to use and where they're going with the evidence they've collected. So he's delaying and he's putting it off like an idiot, right? So he puts it off. I need more time. And then he doesn't even fucking have one. And then he doesn't even fucking have an alibi. After all that, it's just games after games after games. And then he files the alibi thing. It'll come out in testimony. Get the fuck on out of here, Brian Koberger. People who are defending him are just, at this point, it's idiotic.
Why are people such idiots?
Brian Koberger.
You got to be smarter than the average bear. You got to be smarter than
Brian Koberger.
Thank you, Nancy. I want to show you guys a clip. I forgot to show it yesterday. Miss Robin was in here. She's like, show him the Bundy movie clip. It's just like Dylan. So there's a movie, and it stars Mark Harmon. I know, I'm kind of showing my cheesiness here, but it's a Lifetime movie on Ted Bundy. I think it's called, like, honestly, I can't remember the name of it. But anyways, someone in chat the other day brought it to my attention that the scene in the movie, and I think I'm just going to I'll play the sound for a couple seconds, but it's probably going to copyright me. Lifetime always does, but the music's freaky. But watch, this is 1 minute long. This is Mark Harmon as Ted Bundy getting ready to go into the sorority house. Now, mind you, the sorority house, I think, housed like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. A lot of girls. There were 2 girls to each bedroom, and I believe there were like 6 bedrooms. Right, you wouldn't need more time. It was more time because, as you can see in all his motions, he wants the prosecution to lay out bullet points of everything that they're going to focus on so that he can muster up his defense. He needs to just fuck directly off. I'm so sick of
Brian Koberger.
I've had it with him.
At least the lawyers.
Let's get this thing over with. I don't think he'll ever testify. He's going to get backed in a corner, and then he'll probably pull a BTK and stand there and be like, I did this, and I shoved the knife here and shoved the knife there, and then go away, and then he'll get book deals, and then women like Kathleen Ramsland will fall in love with them and want to dissect their brains and write them and all that, and he'll just be another idiot. But I just can't. Ooh, sorry, that was loud. But seriously, Brian Koberger, I can't take it no more. I can't take it with these people coming in here going, he's innocent. How dare you say he's like Ted Bundy? How dare you say something about a victim who saw this creep burger and now she knows that she survived and her friends didn't? How dare you? Unreal.
Did I ask you what somebody I don't even know thinks?
Okay, here we go. Enjoy this clip. All right, I have to mute or I'm going to get copyrighted. So here he goes into the girls' room, one of the girls' rooms. Except he didn't stab them. He beat them and bludgeoned them with, I think it's a log. Oh, nothing. I was just ranting, Punani. Nothing happened. I'm just getting in my straight bitchiness. Okay, watch this.
See you tomorrow?
Yeah. Bye.
So she goes in. She doesn't know Brian's in there. Or Brian, the Ted's in there. Watch this. Oh my God, she saw him. Oh shit, she must have done it. She must have done it. Because she's seen him too, just like Ted Bundy. How dare you say it's like him? Frozen shocked phase would be right there. Frozen shocked phase, right. So I don't get the 1,000 viewers because I don't sit there and entertain bullshit. I don't entertain bullshit. I entertain common sense and I entertain facts. So if you're about common sense and factual information, that's who I want here. And if I get 200 motherfuckers that are common sense, smart individuals who could think for themselves, then that's what I want. Instead of 1,000 people that want to believe every little fucking thing they hear. Because these are real people's lives. These are real victims. There's parents that lost their children in this horrific way that none of us could even imagine. So if you're about that and you're like-minded, hit that fucking subscribe button. Because dang it, we're getting close to 90,000 subscribers. If you can believe that shit. Let's watch that little clip again, Maestro. Oh, wait, I've got music for this. Hold on. I have got some music. We've got about 5 minutes. Perfect.
Mary, Mary.
Oops. Wrong song. Well, son of a gun, I was going to play a song for you guys, but I think I deleted it. And someone asked earlier, is there anything on Carly and being charged? No, I haven't seen anything. I heard something was going around that someone said she might, but I haven't seen anything. Lead with love. Thank you for becoming a member of the lounge. Feel free to use Brian Koberger's hands whenever you feel the need. I'm so mad. Okay, here. Let's watch that again. Jordan Garza, do you think the Oxford surveillance video will be made public? I don't know. Maybe after the parents' trial. Do you think they'll use that? Okay, here she is. She's going home. Boyfriend kisses her bye. See you tomorrow. She goes inside not knowing the killer's inside. And here comes Ted. Frozen shock phase. What just happened? Then she goes upstairs. Listen. There's your 3 a.m. scream. No fucking joke either. Did you hear me? Straight up runs out. She sees him. Crazy. I need a Coke Zero. I don't know, man. Or I don't know if it was the 3 a.m. scream, what it was, but if you watch this movie, though, it reenacts. It's gross, but it reenacts what he did, and it can happen so fast. I had to cut that part out, but. Evil. I mean, it's creepy, eerie, isn't it? I turned it down, way down, so maybe I won't get in trouble. But here he comes. And then she goes to check on her friends. Yikes. So, yeah, we don't know. We don't know what went on in that house. And for us to judge is really, really shitty. I just can't believe that people are upset that I'm judging someone that they had more than enough evidence to arrest, right? People are getting upset with me for passing judgment and discussing a man that they had enough evidence, more than enough evidence, to arrest for a quadruple murder. And then we also have it coming out that he tricked a colleague and put cameras in her house. And they're mad at me for speculating on his crimes, but they're going to involve this girl that saw him. Unreal to me. Bring drugs into it, all this other stupid shit. Let me see what the name of that movie is, hon. Mark Harmon. And I had the hots for Mark Harmon back in the day. Mark Harmon Lifetime movie. Oh, I probably should have. Oh, The Deliberate Stranger. Okay, so here is some information on that. It's actually really good. Let me make sure I don't need to refresh this. Sometimes they end the stream. Ooh. Yeah, he's just not wired right anymore. He's done. It's 1:30 on the nuts.
This is it, folks. Final.
This is it, folks. That's all, folks. The Deliberate Stranger is a book about American serial killer Ted Bundy, written by Seattle Times reporter Richard Larson, that was published in 1980. The book spawned a television miniseries of the same title, starring Mark Harmon as Bundy. I'm sorry, it aired on NBC. on May 4th and 5th, 1986. It was literally a series on primetime TV. Is that not something? And I think, we got to stop. Where the hell did their hearing go? For shit's sake. All right, we don't have audio in the courtroom yet, but we are live in the courtroom. Okay, isn't that crazy? So NBC, May 4th and 5th, 1986. The miniseries was adapted into a 2-part television movie, originally broadcast on NBC on May 4th and 5th, 1986. Parts of the film were shot in Salt Lake City and at Utah State Prison, as well as Farmington, Utah, and Seattle, Washington. The film omits Bundy's childhood, early life, and the first 6 known victims. 5 murders and the first victim who survived. Picking up the story with the murder of Georgianne Hawkins and following Bundy's further crimes in Washington, Utah, Colorado, and Florida. During the second part's broadcast, a few NBC affiliates, including WPXI Channel 11 Pittsburgh and KPRC Channel 2 Houston, were interrupted by a frozen scene and a static sound until placing their own technical difficulties tele-op graphics for less than 30 seconds before returning to its fixed program. Bundy's lawyer, Polly Nelson, in her book Defending the Devil, characterized the film as stunningly accurate and said it did not portray anything that was not proven to be factual. She singled out praise for Harmon's portrayal of Bundy, noting how Harmon reproduced Bundy's rigid posture and suspicious expression. According to Nelson, her client showed no interest in seeing the film, but even Bundy's lawyer said that Harmon did a good job. Ann Rule, who had known Bundy before the murders when they worked together on a suicide crisis hotline, he's such a nice guy. He helped people on suicide crisis line. Bunders. Is that like Roberta and Tamper?
Roberta.
She felt that Harmon's portrayal missed the insecurities that lurked under Bundy's confident facade. Harmon was nominated for a Golden Globe for his portrayal of Bunder. It was a good movie. It's my favorite Bundy movie. But I really have always liked Mark Harmon as well. The Deliberate Stranger. Shabiz. Shabiz can go shove a dildo in it. I'm done with Shabiz. I can't take her. Not any more days.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
I got to go grab a Coke Zero, guys. I can't take another day of that Shabizness. I can't. I can't look at her. She makes me feel like, you know what? She makes me feel like Jeff Dahmer makes me feel. I can't watch Jeff Dahmer shows. I don't like Jeff Dahmer's stories. I don't like his case. I don't like it at all. And I think that we need to stop making, good point, Mandy. Thanks for mentioning that. I think we need to stop, using hot actors to portray these fucking killers. I mean, who's going to play Brian Kohberger? Ben Stiller? You guys tell me in chat who should play Brian Kohberger. But like putting Zac Efron as Ted Bundy, huge mistake. Huge mistake. Just glorifies him. So now these stupid chicks that watched the Ted Bundy thing on Netflix or whatever. Yeah, Netflix. Now those stupid chicks are like, oh, this is the modern day Ted Bundy. He's so hot. He's so smart. He's so misunderstood. No, he's a fucking weirdo. Killer. So you guys tell me who you think should play him. Steve Buscemi. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing a Zero. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all about, innocent until proven guilty and all that. But come on. To get more upset and to think that the cops planted DNA on a knife sheath and stuck it under a dead girl. It's just sick. It's sick that people even can go there with their minds. Ryan Gosling, Ben Stiller, Ross. See, I think we should take these killers and give them really fucked up actors. Like, don't make him look attractive at all. Steve Buscemi, isn't that the guy with the big eyes? I think he should be him too. But like Mark Harmon is Ted Bundy. Mark Harmon was sexy back in the day. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. What? Just got a news break. Hold on. Vince Vaughn, Ron Jeremy. How about, I don't really know a lot of actors. Oh, here comes Crumbs. Here comes the crumb. Why do we have no sound? Hello? Look at that. Oh, well, hello there, Mr. Reporter. Rendering release of woman whose remains were found in several suitcases in Florida. What the fuck? This lady was found in a suitcase in Florida. They just put out this composite. If you know this woman, she was found in a suitcase in Delray Beach, Florida. In several suitcases. That's an artist rendering of the victim whose body was found in the Intercoastal Waterway. 3 suitcases, and they were unique pieces of luggage. That's how they're describing them. 5'4", Hispanic middle-aged woman with brown hair. She possibly had tattooed eyebrows and was wearing a floral tank top with a black undershirt and black mid-thigh shorts. Three suitcases. Why don't you turn on the audio? Who's running this lawn crimes cameraman? We should make people like Ethan Crumbley play BK in a movie. Just kidding. That must be The Guardian. She was killed sometime between July 17th and July 20th of this year. This woman. This is a bit more close up. If you're missing this woman, call the Delray Beach Police Department. Sad. No one should be found that way. Come on, turn the sound on, guys.
La, 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 la.
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. Whoops.
Come on, turn the fucking sound on. Idiots. Gosh.
Oh, whoops. Okay. So we're good? We're okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That's okay.
Okay. Sidebar action. They're all ears. Where's Brian Koberger? They're all ears. Just Samantha, I can't believe they sent him to trial with dirty hair. Maybe he wouldn't take a shower. I don't think they can force him. Kathy, thank you for your Cash App. That is so generous of you. Thank you. I'm getting closer and closer to lunch. Ethan's guardian, she looks like a coach I had for real. Was her name Miss... Dude, why don't we have sound? You have got to be joking me. Tell them to unmute, guys. There we go. Woo!
Judge, thank you.
Thank you.
In this presentation, we do have crime scene photographs.
Oh, Lord.
So, as we introduce evidence, I would again ask the court to instruct the media not to broadcast anything that we display on the screen.
Thank you. As previously stated, please do not show anything on the screen that's sensitive in nature. If you could, please turn the cameras around when that's being presented.
Let's look at the Sperry's.
As well, there will be some graphic photographs.
Thank you. And at this time, if anyone
Christine, thank
wishes
you.
to leave the courtroom, you may leave the courtroom at this time, as sensitive information will be shown on the screen.
Christine, thank you so much.
That being said, people, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
By the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I'm in my 17th year of employment there.
Okay. What do you do there?
My technical name is a forensic laboratory investigator leader, which is a vast array of supervision. I'm the latent print supervisor of 5 individuals. I also am the crime scene supervisor, which we have 7 people on that team. I'm also the crime scene response team supervisor, which I have 10 team members on that, along with an evidence technician program that I run that has over 100
see you guys
technicians.
in a few.
Okay. So you're a part of the crime scene investigation, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And sir, we're not going to go through all the qualifications because it is a Miller hearing, not a jury trial. But it's true that you've been qualified many times over in crime scene analysis?
That is correct.
How often do you conduct a crime scene analysis? How often is this part of your day-to-day?
Not every day. The teams that I run do a lot of crime scene investigations that are out of my realm, but I've been a crime scene investigator for this is my 25th year, starting with Pontiac Police and with Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of crime scenes throughout my career.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working?
I was working in the office, yes.
Okay. And were you the on-call crime scene supervisor in that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember being called to the Oxford High School that day?
Yes, I do.
Tell me where you were when you received that phone call.
I was sitting in my office at 38 East of the Sheriff's Office, and my Captain Quisenberry informed me that I needed to respond to the Oxford High School.
And you responded there?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you do, please. What are some of the steps you take when you process a scene?
The initial thing is an assessment, a crime scene assessment, to see what we actually are looking at as far as the actual crime scene. So to get an idea of what resources I may need or what processes we have to actually perform before we actually start photography or anything else.
Okay. Now, at the Oxford High School, this is an extremely large crime scene, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And before you conducted your analysis, did you do a walkthrough?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that, please.
There were several individuals that were involved. It was my entire team, which I had 8 team members, along with our Special Investigations Unit. There were several sergeants and lieutenants that walked through the scene because there was different intelligence that we were receiving at different times. We wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Now I'm going to approach the witness. This is Exhibit 46. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Now this has already been stipulated to as admission. I just want you to have that and refer to it if necessary. That's your report that you authored regarding the crime scene analysis in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Now, that's obviously a lengthy report. We're not going to go all the way through it, but I am going to show you some photographs. It's also been stipulated to. They're already admitted in the evidence. I'll take you through that through the PowerPoint presentation on the screen. But I just want to confirm with you, you've seen our exhibits. These were all taken on November the 30th, 2021 at the Oxford High School.
That is correct.
So, directing you now to the screen, this is a map of the Oxford High School, and we have blue markings on this map. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you make these markings?
Actually, one of my team members had actually placed the numbers on the schematic of where the evidence pieces were collected from within the school.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, please, what these numbers signify?
They're item numbers that coincide to a specific piece of evidence that was given a specific number and then collected from the crime scene.
Okay. When we're talking about evidence, are we talking about shell casings?
Yes.
Can you tell us, please, what exactly is a shell casing?
So what the technical term will be a fired cartridge case. It is a portion of a cartridge that ejects out of a semi-automatic weapon when the firearm is fired. So the bullet goes out the end of the barrel, and the fired cartridge case will eject out the side of the weapon, typically out the right-hand side of the weapon.
Okay. Now, Oxford High School is a single-story building. Is that true?
That is correct.
And did it appear to you from your investigation that the shooting was contained to the 200 hallway?
Yes, it was.
And just for a little bit of background, the hallways are named for the number of classrooms in the hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So, throughout your investigation, were you able to determine the path that the shooter took?
Yes, it appeared to be on the south side of the school, and then headed a little bit east and then to the north.
Okay, I'm just directly to, I have a laser pointer with the map here. Now, this is a bathroom that's directly adjacent to room 258. Did you come to learn the defendant was in that bathroom directly before he opened fire?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could tell us the path that he walked, please?
Then he would go directly east, which is down, and then go into the north, which is a little bit to the right, and then follows that hallway there.
Okay. And where did the evidence of the shooting scene stop?
In front of room 213, which is right there on the right-hand side of the screen.
And of course, sir, you're aware that at that point the defendant turned around and continued to walk in reverse path down the 200 hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, I'm going to take you through some crime scene photographs following the path of the defendant took. So this is previously admitted as Exhibit 2. If you could tell me what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a bathroom stall in the bathroom that is just outside of room 258 in the 200 wing of the school. And there's some personal effects that you can see in the picture there, a backpack, some electronics, a journal, along with a Gatorade bottle, some other miscellaneous items.
Okay. Now, next picture is in the 200 hallway. We're looking down the 200 hallway. We have rooms 258 and 256. And obviously, we have some images redacted, but also yellow evidence placards. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom that we saw the inside of in the previous exhibit. This is a photograph taken to the east on that hallway outside of 258 and 256. And the yellow placards are items that were marked as evidence pieces within that crime scene.
Now, I want to ask you specifically about what I call shell casings, or fired cartridge cases, that's the official term. Would that be right?
That is correct.
Okay. How many of those did you uncover, or did you recover, rather, in this portion of the 200 hallway?
In front of, outside of 258 and 256, there were 14 fire cartridge cases located.
Okay. And so you told us that every time a semi-automatic handgun is fired, it ejects that cartridge case.
That is correct.
Okay. So that means he fired 14 times?
That is correct.
In this area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, further, following this hallway, following the shooter's path, this is looking at the corner where 249 would be right around to the left of the photograph. This is past room 256. That would be behind us. So what do we see in this photograph?
You start to see where the hallway turns to the left, which would be to the north, outside of 249. And you see a couple more evidence placards there that are marked with evidence.
Okay. Now, as we turn that corner, We're looking down the long part of the 200 hallway. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Once again, it's the hallway. You can start to see at the top of the photograph that this hallway is a curved hallway. It's not a straight hallway. Once again, the evidence placards were placed next to pieces of evidence that were located within the crime scene.
Okay. Now, again, specific to those cases, those shell casings, this is where 249 would extend to 213. That would be the end of the crime scene.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, how many of those shell casings were recovered in this portion of the hallway?
There were 18 fired cartridge cases between 249 and 213.
Did you recover any handgun magazines?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that exhibit, or is that placard 35 right here by the laser pointer?
That is correct.
What is a handgun magazine? What is it?
So a gun magazine, a handgun magazine, would be something that contains those cartridges prior to them being fired, and they're inserted into the bottom of a semi-automatic weapon to be able to be loaded into the chamber of a firearm to be expelled through the barrel.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell us, what is the firing capacity of that particular handgun?
The magazines, there was 3 magazines covered from within the scene, and the capacity was 15 rounds per magazine.
Okay. So if we see an ejected magazine, that was empty when recovered, right?
That is correct.
That tells us that he went through the entire magazine, and then he ejected that, and we saw in the video earlier that he then inserted a full magazine of bullets. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there evidence that the defendant turned and fired into classrooms with children and teachers as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, the next slide here is room 247. Can you tell us, please, what we're looking at?
This is a photograph taken from the outside of room 247. You can see there's a pink trajectory rod that is to indicate where the bullet actually passed through the framework of the door in 247 into the classroom.
Now, that rod, we talked a little bit about it earlier with Lieutenant Willis. You obviously weren't here for that, but tell us what that rod means.
It's the direction that the bullet actually traveled into that classroom, prior to my arrival during the crime scene.
Okay. Now, moving on to room 244, we see another one of these trajectory rods. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So again, this signifies that the defendant turned and fired into that classroom.
Yes, and this looks to be a small window that was on the left-hand side of the door to 244.
And we see spider broken glass underneath the sign 244 prior to the bullet being fired in there. So you're understanding that glass was actually clear. You can see through it.
That is correct.
And that's other classrooms have that same glass panel right next to the door?
Correct.
Now, this is office 224. This is the office of Miss Molly Darnell. What do we see here?
Once again, there are 3 trajectory rods that were inserted into the door of classroom 224, indicating the path of travel where the bullets went through the door into 224.
Now, this is the same classroom. This is also 224. We see the part of the office door where the bullet actually went through, and this is just the classroom or office.
That is correct. You can see the back side of the door of 224 with the trajectory rods on the inside of the door, and then the contents of that classroom at the time that I observed it.
So I want to direct you to where I have the laser pointer. At the back of this classroom is a file cabinet with an indentation here. Are you aware what that was?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It would be what we call ricochet or a defect. It was in that filing cabinet, most likely caused by a fired bullet.
Okay. And this hole here in the window, that was also likely caused by a fired bullet?
That's correct. We call that a perforation where the bullet actually traveled out and we were never able to recover it.
Okay. And in this file cabinet right here with books, a fired bullet was actually recovered there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now I'm moving to classroom 223. This is a side-by-side view of that classroom. What do we see here?
This is a side-by-side photograph of 223, and you can see the picture on the right. It looks like it appears to be what we call a tumbling bullet. It's not a circular. The pattern is not circular in nature, so it looks like the bullet was actually tumbling at that time. So it had to come in contact with something prior to hitting that door.
Okay. We have room 220, another rod in the door. What does that signify?
The trajectory rod to show the path of travel of a bullet that went into room 220.
Okay. And last picture here is room 215. You see 3 rods in that glass pane next to the door.
Yes, that is correct. They're orange in this photograph. The treachery rods are the same. They're just a different color for this one in 215.
So this would signify the defendant fired 3 times, aiming at someone past that glass pane and went through the glass.
That is correct.
Now, did you also process the men's bathroom in the 200 hallway across from room 233?
Yes, I did.
And that is the location where the defendant killed Justin Schilling, is that right?
That is correct.
Again, Judge, I'm going to show one photograph from that location. Thank you. Well, this picture was taken from the exterior the hallway looking into that bathroom. Can you tell us, please, what we see here?
You see a large amount of blood in the middle of this photograph that would be just inside of the bathroom before you turn to actually get into where the stalls and the sinks were. There's also a backpack that's indicated by number 50 in the photograph, and then you can't really see it in the photograph, but there is a some type of defect on the bathroom wall, most likely caused from a fired bullet.
Okay, so from your investigation, you learned that the gun was fired one time. And we know that it struck Mr. Justin Schilling, and the bullet then struck the wall right about here. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the defendant, you're aware the defendant
I wonder if
surrendered.
he chose his
Before
victims.
he did, he placed his gun on a trash can outside the bathroom. Is that what this picture depicts?
That is correct.
Now, based upon your crime scene investigation, how many times did the defendant fire that gun on November the 30th, 2021?
32 times.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Other than the crime scene at the high school, were you involved in the search of the house?
No, I was not.
Were you involved with processing any of the evidence as far as testing any of it?
I guess you have to be more specific.
Okay, for example, if clothing was taken from Ethan, would you have processed that clothing for any type of trace evidence?
No, I did not. That's not my area of expertise.
Would you have done any trace evidence analysis on the firearm?
I did check the firearm
And when you checked it, what were you checking it for?
for blood.
And was there any blood on the firearm?
No, there was not.
As it relates to your processing the scene at the high school, the photographs and the placards in them are based on where things were found when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
It's possible that that evidence could have been unintentionally moved by other people that were going through the hallway, correct?
That is a possibility.
Now, did you interview anyone in the in your investigation of this scene?
Did I interview anyone?
Correct.
No, I did not.
Did you take any statements from anybody?
No, I did not.
And you already said you hadn't been to Ethan's house. Were you at all responsible for any of the photographs or any evidence collection there, even though you didn't do it personally?
I took all the photographs in this case.
Okay, so you took the photographs at the house then too?
Just at the high school.
Okay, so you just said you took all the photographs. So if there were photographs from the house, it wouldn't be
Well, I
something
mean,
you did.
then I apologize if I misunderstood the question. I was never at the house, so I could not have taken any photographs there. I took all the photographs at the Oxford High School.
Would one of the team members that you testified you supervised taken those pictures?
Yes.
And would you have been supervising what was collected at the house or what pictures were taken?
I was not at the house.
but were you telling your team member what to do or how to process that scene?
No, I did not.
Did you take any, and this may not be, it may be outside of what your responsibilities are, so let me know, any physical evidence from the person of Ethan, such as swabs?
No, I did not.
Would that have been outside of what your responsibilities were?
It would all have to depend on the circumstances and if I was needed or they requested it.
Have you ever met Jennifer and James Crumbley?
No, I have not.
Do you know anything about Ethan's life or his family?
Only by hearsay.
And by hearsay, would that have been from your team members or other law enforcement officials, or are you talking from like press reports?
Just from my coworkers in law enforcement.
Okay. We know Ethan's been in the Oakland County Jail, correct?
That is correct.
Have you had any contact with him at the jail?
No, I have not.
And do you know anything about what he's been doing there regarding education?
No, I do not.
How about, do you know that he's been diagnosed as being mentally ill?
I do not know that.
How about if he's taking any sort of medication or in any sort of counseling or other treatment for mental illness?
I don't know that information.
Do you know what the Miller factors are?
Just a little bit.
Do you know any of the hallmark features of Ethan's chronological age?
No, I do not.
Do you have any sort of education, experience, or specialized knowledge to talk about hallmark features of a person's chronological age?
No, I do not.
And you didn't do any investigation of your own as to his family or home environment, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also cannot provide any testimony about the effect of any familial or peer pressure on Ethan related to this event. Would that be true?
I think he's already testified that he's a crime scene investigator and was only at the school.
Thank you. The court agrees, but I will allow some leeway, but please get to your point, Ms. Hopp, but you may continue.
Your Honor, my questions are toward the Miller factors and whether he has any information for us about those.
Correct. His statement has been he's vaguely familiar with the Miller factors, and he's pretty much established that he doesn't have anything to offer directly as it relates to the Miller factors. And so you may continue. I am allowing some leeway.
You don't know anything about the incompetencies of youth or Ethan's incompetencies related to his age, correct?
That is correct.
Don't know anything about brain development, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know whether Ethan can be rehabilitated, can you?
No, I cannot.
And do you know what it means to be rehabilitated in the context of criminal law or corrections?
No, I do not.
And you don't have any experience, education, or specialized knowledge about whether people can be rehabilitated at all, correct?
That is correct.
How about what it means to be irreparably corrupt? Do you know what that means?
No, I do not.
And you don't know any sort of standard for that phrase?
No.
And you don't know how to determine if anybody's irreparably corrupt, correct?
Correct.
You haven't met Ethan before, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't provide us any testimony about what changes he's undergone as a person between November 30th of 2021 and today, correct?
No, I cannot.
No further questions.
Thank you. Reiterate.
Briefly. You're a crime scene investigator?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you went to the crime scene November the 30th, processed the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You can tell us that the defendant fired the weapon, the 9mm weapon that he used to murder 4 children. He fired that gun 32 times in that shooting event?
That is correct.
And each time he fired it aiming at a person. Is that right?
One would assume.
Thanks. Nothing.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
Not from the people. Thank you.
None from defense.
Thank you. With that being said, sir, you may step down. You may also leave the courthouse. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome.
Next witness is Detective Adam Wobrowski.
Thank you. You may call your next witness. What was the next witness's name?
Edward Growski, Detective Edward Growski.
Thank you. Detective, if you could, please approach the witness box.
Yes, sir.
You're going to stand in the witness box. Face my clerk to be sworn, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
One more.
Please raise your hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, if you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Edward Wogrowski, last name Wagrowski.
Thank you. People, you're a witness.
Thank you. Sir, when you're ready, can you tell us how you're employed, please?
With the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, what do you do at the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a detective in the Computer Crimes Unit.
How long have you been with the Computer Crimes Unit?
9 years.
Tell us, please, what a detective in the Computer Crimes Unit does on a day-to-day basis.
We do everything, cell phone forensics. We're looking for evidence of crimes on phones, computers, call detail records, stuff like that.
Okay. So is it fair to say that someone from the Computer Crimes Unit would be responsible for the forensic examination of any cell phone seized?
Yes, sir.
Would that, would the task of reviewing search warrant returns from social media outlets, would that follow computer crimes, generally speaking?
Yes, sir.
And do you also have expertise in working certain surveillance systems, DVR systems, things of the like?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2020. Sir, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall getting a call about a shooting at the Oxford High School?
I remember our captain coming in.
Okay. So you were in the office and your captain notified you?
Yeah, we were sitting down getting ready to listen to a webinar on forensics, cell phone forensic stuff, and he came in, and the phrase he used is, he said there's been a shooting at the Oxford High School, and he said all hands on deck.
What's going through your head at that point?
This isn't real.
What'd you do?
I'll be honest, in my job, we're people call us the computer nerds, and I thought, this isn't real. It's going to be over by the time I get there. And so I got we always take our laptop wherever we go, and I grabbed my stuff and walked out to my car. I remember as I was pulling out of the parking lot, it became very real. I looked to my left out of the sheriff's office, 38 East, and the animal control and the medical examiners down at the far end, and there's two marked patrol units from another agency. They come around the corner and their lights and siren are going, and they're going very fast. And I remember thinking, they weren't from my agency, and I remember thinking I knew where they were going. And I thought to myself, like, there's no way they're going to beat me to a place in my town that I work for.
Do you remember the drive?
Every minute of it, yeah.
Tell me what you remember.
I remember there was a lot of chatter on the radio, a lot. I was at 24 in Walton. I went up to Walton, turned right, and started heading north on 24. And it must have been 1 p.m. because I remember hearing say there's a subject in custody. But I kept driving, of course, license siren, and I remember coming up to the overpass where 75 comes off onto 24, and everything just seemed so, again, not real, but very real. And I saw one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge, and I thought, oh, wow, and then the light was red right there, but nobody was moving. There was cars at the ramp supposed to be coming off, but nobody was moving. I couldn't figure out why. I should be slowing down because there should be cross traffic. And as I go through the red light, I look to my right, and there's some agency patrol car. I don't know who it was. And then I kept going up 24, Lapeer Road. Everybody was filing in behind me, and my county vehicle, my detective vehicle, is a white minivan, and it's not like a patrol car. It handles different. It handles like a minivan does, not like a patrol car does. And I remember going the next traffic light, past where the old palace used to be. I think it's Brown Road, and I remember there was cars in both lanes,
and the light was red. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I gotta be safe, of course, and I gotta get around these cars, and the shoulders gravel. Like I picture it like it happened yesterday. And I went off onto the shoulder of the road to get around the cars. And I felt down to the tires pulling towards the ditch. I felt it. And I go around the cars, and I keep going north on 24, and there's cars behind me, patrol cars. I look up at one time, there's maybe 6 cars. I look up another time, there's 10. Like, they just kept stacking behind me. And then we got to an intersection. We were into Orion Township. I can't remember what road it was, but the light had just changed red. And I know everybody heard us coming. You know, we were driving, everybody had their sirens going. So the intersection, nobody moved, but I thought the safest thing to do was to stop in the middle of the intersection so everybody behind me can just go through quicker.
Oh, God, Brian Koberger.
So I held the
Back
intersection. And then I remember I counted 18 vehicles go past me. And then as we got closer into town and that, traffic was really bad on northbound. I remember going against traffic. I remember cars coming at us. You know, of course, we're slowing down at this point. And all I could hear on the radio was the staging point, staging area. It was the Meyer. And so I'm like, I'm just going to keep driving north until I see a Meyer, because I don't know Oxford Township at all. And I follow just past the Meyer. There's a road there. And I remember hearing Ray Road also on the radio. And so I turned onto that road, and I got out of my car, and another deputy was just getting out of his car. And we look at each other like, what do we do now? And I go, I don't know. They said something about staging area, Ray Road. I go, where's that at? And I remember him saying, you're standing on it. And then I could see kids coming down from where the high school was. I know where the high school was. There was a tree line just behind the Meyer, and the high school's on the side of that tree line.
Tell me a little bit about, as you arrived on scene there on Ray Road, you said there was kids?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your impression of them? What was their demeanor like?
I don't know if I paid attention to their demeanor at that point, but I remember thinking how unprepared they were. I was freezing. It was cold out. I remember when I got out of my car, I put 2 coats on, and I was still shivering at points. And there were kids with just T-shirts on. I remember seeing one girl, she didn't have any shoes on, and just walking along the side of the road in the gravel, and they cut across they didn't come down to the drive where we were, they cut across the snow, the hill, and started walking towards the Meyer. And it looked like everybody was heading down towards the garden center, the far end of the Meyer, from where I was.
So where'd you go?
I went to the garden center because that's what I remember hearing on the radio. I get there, I walk down there because I left my car up on Ray Road, and I get there, and there were just, I remember somebody said we got to start collecting names, like get people's names and phone numbers. So Myers gave us just opened up boxes of pens and gave us pens and tablets of paper and started, handing it out to people, like just get your names. And then they started telling us to get everybody into the store. Meyer got on the PA system and basically told if you're not from the actual high school, get out of the store, leave your carts where they are. I remember hearing that. And so then I remember seeing kids just standing around like they looked like zombies almost, like they didn't know. And they were telling us to get everybody inside, and I remember putting my hand on a couple kids, like trying to direct them, like come on in, trying to be sensitive to the traumatic event they just went through. I didn't want to force anybody, and I put my hand on a couple people, and they just stood there. They didn't move. Nobody. A couple went into the school, or into the store. I'm sorry, but a lot of them just stood there, just staring.
At some point, did you see buses being dropped off or driven there?
Yeah. I remember all of a sudden some school buses started coming around the corner, and like in moments like that, like everything was I was just so hyper aware of everything. And I remember thinking to myself, like, that's just like really weird. Like, why are there school buses? Like, how did they get the buses that close to the school? And just stuff I was thinking about. And I remember seeing parents just standing there talking, hoping their kid.
Parents were looking for their children?
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, hoping that their kid got off the school buses that pulled up. I remember seeing a couple deputies. Their vans were empty, but that was another thing that struck me just absolutely crazy. There were deputies who were assigned to court services that showed up in transport vans to check because they have kids that go to the school. I mean, from the friend of the court unit were there, narcotics unit, everybody was there.
Detective, you were on at the Meyer staging area for how long? 10 or 15 minutes?
Probably that long.
Okay. And at some point, were you redirected to the high school?
Yeah, Detective Jeff Enger works in the computer crimes unit. Had responded right to the school. We didn't follow each other up to the school or anything like that, so we got separated. And I was a little bit better at that time with video systems, DVRs, that sort of thing. And he didn't want anything to get messed up, wanted another brain up there to help. And so he asked me to come up to the school to help him.
So then you went right to the high school in the main office area?
Yes.
Walk us through what happened as you pulled up to the school and walked inside.
As I pulled up, there were cars everywhere. I remember having to drive over sidewalks to just get my car close to the school. One of our sergeants was standing at the door, looking at the school. If door 1 is on your right side, door 2, and the office is behind the glass wall there. And I walk into door 2, and the sergeant's standing there. He's just manning the door, I suppose. And I started asking people where the security office is, and somebody eventually walked me to the security office. I don't remember who it was.
Who was in the security office?
Their school security guy, Jim Rourke, was there. Jeff Enger was there. Lieutenant Marsban. A guy from the DEA was there. I don't know his name. And Deputy Lewert was in there as well.
What were you asked to do when you arrived?
We weren't asked to do anything when I got there. What we knew we had to do is to secure the video footage of the incident, of what happened, because the bosses are going to want that information to formulate a plan and do all that stuff. So I knew they would be asking for it.
So you knew it was incumbent upon yourself as a computer crimes detective to find the relevant portions of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. And Oxford High School has a number of surveillance cameras, is that right?
A lot of them.
So they, some point inside the school, some are exterior?
Correct.
Okay. And was it over 90? I think that's the last
Yeah.
time?
Yeah, at least 90.
At least 90? Okay. So when you sat down, tell me what the security office looks like. I imagine it is a bank of
No, it's really, I mean, it's no bigger than the, maybe 3/4 size of the seating area you all are. We're looking at it. Jim Rourke, the school security, had 2 monitors on his desk, and we're using that to look at, one set of cameras up on one screen and one set of cameras on another screen. It wasn't like a bank of TVs and stuff like that. I remember having to go into a program and launch it and all that stuff.
What was the first thing you did in your attempt to isolate and preserve that footage?
We knew where the shooting started. Jim knew where the shooting started, and so we went to that camera and to try to figure out who the person was and what time they got in the bathroom.
Okay, Detective, you know where the shooting started, and that was right outside 258, which is right here?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, with that information, tell us what you did in an attempt to find the perpetrator.
We, at the point where it started, when the shooting started, we saw what the person was wearing, and then me and Jim just started backtracking. We were trying to find out what time he went into the bathroom, and I think it was 20 minutes trying to find him going in the bathroom, and we could never find a black coat, black knit cap going into the bathroom.
And did you find out why?
Yeah, we knew who the shooter was. Someone told us his name. And so we knew there was a time when he would have been on camera because he was leaving the school counseling office. So after realizing he was in the counseling office, we went all the way back to that time and just waited for him to come out of the school counseling office to see what he was wearing.
So you're the individual responsible for putting together the shooting surveillance footage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So could you put a number on how much time you've spent working with the surveillance footage itself?
Oh my Lord, I can't put hours on it, but I can tell you the only phrase the video lives in my head.
So you have a innate knowledge of what you've seen on there, and you were there on scene that day too, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually walk through the school, follow the path of the shooter at some point?
Yeah, the second day, I had to go back up there because at first you didn't get enough video. We need to know this, you know. And there was something that I think the undersheriff at the time wanted me to figure out from the video. So I go back up there, and I remember I asked Jim if we could go to where the shooting started, and because I want my eyes to see what the cameras are seeing, to really just like put myself in that moment, in that time, in that space, to better understand everything.
So if I could think of an analogy, it would be sort of like an officer with a in-car recording system on the patrol car. You capture some of what that officer sees, but you don't catch the peripheral. Would that be an analogy there?
Exactly, yeah.
So with this knowledge that you have, tell me what you see when you that day, November the 30th, you're looking through the surveillance video, you're putting together when it started, where it came out of, and the victims are still being treated at this point, right?
Yeah, I remember it was shortly after 1 p.m. I got there, and I left. It was well after dark, so I don't know what time that was, how long I was there for.
So tell us what you saw when you put that together.
When we were reviewing the video at first, pulling the video?
Sure.
I remember at first I didn't know all the people that were involved in it, all the victims. But you see the shooter come out of the bathroom, and I've watched the video so many times. He had a sense about him, like, I don't know, I call it like the proud chest. Like he walked out of there like his head was held high, like he was in charge. And I remember his finger was outside the trigger guard.
Why is that significant?
Oh, it's gun safety 101. You don't put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to pull the trigger.
Okay.
He steps out, and he immediately, there's Phoebe and her boyfriend Elijah, and he immediately levels the gun at them and then shoots them, and you see Elijah's hair from the blast of the bullet, like his hair he's got real curly hair and his hair just poofs up. He then turns the gun to there's Hannah and Kylie and Riley on the right side of the hallway, and he immediately turns the gun at them and fires some rounds in their direction. Then directly in front of him was John Asciutto, and I learned all these names after, and he shoots at John, and then as John runs further down the hallway, the shooter stops and he shoots again at Hannah. And at this point, she just completely falls over, and then he runs down the hallway. I don't know how to describe it, but he sprints down the hallway, and he puts the gun to.
He calls him the shooter versus Ethan.
He shoots Madison Baldwin.
He puts the gun to Madison Baldwin's head, and you see as he turns to walk away, her body just slumps to the ground. He rounds the corner by door 7, where some deputies had come in after. The sun on coming through the window, the doors was so bright you don't see him at first, and then he starts coming in the focus a little bit more, and when the sun dies down or whatever. And there were 2 girls, I don't know their names, but the one girl reaches. She was a smaller girl, a shorter girl, and she goes towards the classroom and she tries pulling the door open. And I would imagine at this time they had engaged the locks on the doors to prevent anybody from coming in. And the other girl, she had a backpack on. And she easily could have just ran past that other girl. But she slowed herself down and grabbed that girl. And that would saved her life, I would say. And pulled her with her. As they're running away, you see the shooter level his gun and fire off a few rounds. In the upper corner of the video, you see like appears to be drywall or insulation. He continues on down the hallway, down the 200 hallway. Gets to the area right about a little bit further where a little bit more to the right. Yep, gets about that area. Just then, on another camera in the area that they refer to as a cubby, Jim Rourke referred to as the cubby. You see two students, one of them being Tate Mirror, and you see the shooter level the gun and fires around, and just as Tate rounds the corner, he just, unbeknownst to he didn't know what was going on, he turns the corner and he just immediately falls to the ground. The shooter then continues walking, and then before he gets to where Tate is, he stops again and levels a gun just to shoot Tate one more time. And he leveled the gun, and you see Tate's body flinch after he pulled the trigger. He walks past, so Tate's laying in the doorway to go past and further into the 200 hallway to the right of the picture. And he walks past Tate without a care, didn't look at him or nothing. And as he's walking further down the hallway, he sees towards the top of the frame, you see him stop, and he turns to his left and fires a couple rounds into an office, I believe it was, and then just continues down the hallway, gets almost all the way to the end, and he had passed a classroom. And the way the classroom is probably, right about there. The way the classroom is, the door is to the far right of the classroom, and there's a small window next to that door. So as he would have been walking to his right, or to our right, I'm sorry, he wouldn't have seen probably students hiding back in the corner of the classroom. And he turns around because he just walks right past as he looks into that area. And after he turns around, he comes back, and he must have seen students hiding in the back corner, and he just fired more rounds into the classroom. And then he keeps on walking. At this time, the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, had seen what was happening, and she was coming up another hallway, and she's standing at the corner right where Tate was laying. And I remember her trying to get his attention. She just used her foot and lightly tapped him, sort of, are you okay? I don't know what she would have said to him. And Tate didn't move. And the shooter had come back towards the cubby, and as he approaches where Tate is now laying, and the assistant principal is standing there, she wasn't armed. She didn't have anything in her hand. She had a walkie-talkie. That's all she had. And you see the shooter walk past her, and almost in a sense of, shame, maybe, I don't know, but he turns his head away from where she is, turns and looks away from her. Then he continues back towards the left of the screen to right about there, and then there's a bathroom, and that's where Justin was shot. But there was no indication, unknown why he would have, but he just made a hard right into that bathroom.
And then somebody fled the bathroom after Justin was killed?
Yeah, Keegan just came absolutely tearing out of that bathroom. I remember watching. He was running so fast. The cameras that recorded him, all it was on the camera was a blur. He was moving so fast.
I'm so sorry, but I have to ask you about Madison again. When he got to her, she was already on the ground in a crouched position. Is that right?
She was on like if she was on her feet and her butt was on the ground and she was like in a fetal position, laying up against the, like trying to hide the best she could.
That was before she was shot. Then he walked up to her and executed her.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
It's okay. It's okay. Detective, thank you. You have a perspective that nobody else has. So I'm sorry for that, but thank you. I want to talk to you now a little bit about your regular job as a computer crimes examiner, a computer forensics examiner. You've had the opportunity to review the entire extraction report, all the data extracted from the defendant's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we did a lot of this with Lieutenant Willis. I'm just going to ask you about a few things. It's already admitted into evidence, but Exhibit 55, you had the chance to look through internet searches, is that right?
Yes.
Tell me, please, item 1, November 30th, 2021, 8:34 a.m. What did the defendant search on his phone?
You search, what is the biggest high school in Michigan?
And this is November 30th, the day of the shooting, 8:30 in the morning.
The day of the shooting, yes.
Okay. Item 3, what did the defendant search? 8:11 in the morning.
Also on the day of the shooting, it's the biggest high school shooting.
8:11 and 18 seconds on the day of the shooting. What did the defendant search on his phone?
A search for a school shooting.
The night before the shooting, November 29th, 2021, 9 p.m. What did the defendant search?
What school shooting happened in 2021?
Everything in quotations. Those are the words he typed out. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Item 12, again, the night before the shooting, 8:49 p.m. What did he search?
What are signs to look out for a school shooter?
What about item 32, 2 days before the shooting?
Recent mass school shootings.
Item 37, this is 1 week before the shooting. What did he search?
Why was a Parkland High School shooting so popular?
Item 60, we have a name redacted. It's the name of a different school shooter from a different state. November 18th, 2021. What did he search?
What gun did someone use in STEM school shooting?
This is a week and a half before the shooting.
November 18th, yes.
Item 75. What did he search?
Again, on November 18th, he searched Colorado school shooting.
Item 79, on November the 12th, 2021. What did he search?
Which school shooter listened to Come and Get You?
November, that's 18 days before the shooting.
18 days, yes.
November the 9th, 2021. Item 136. What did he search?
Have there been any school shootings in Michigan?
November the 9th, 2021. Item 151. What did he search?
He searches Florida school shooting.
What about November the 8th, 2021? Item 152.
He searched how old was...
That's the name of a different school shooter?
Yes. When he shot the school.
What about item 156, November the 7th, 2021?
He searched Douglas High School shooting.
And this is weeks before the shooting.
This is 23 days.
Item 160, what did he search?
Again, on November 7th, how many school shootings in Michigan?
The last 3. Item 164 from November the 6th, 2021. What did he write?
What was the most deadly school shooting?
Item 172.
Sandy Hook school shooting movie.
Item 173.
Who was the youngest school shooter?
And those are all from November the 6th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Now, in your forensic examination of the defendant's cell phone, you also reviewed website history. You can see the when you look through somebody's phone, you can see what websites they visit. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And we're not going to name this particular website, but did you uncover evidence the defendant visited one website in particular that depicts extremely graphic real-life videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware of the incident in the Oakland County Jail with the courtroom tablet?
Yes, sir.
Did you find evidence that he had visited that website before the school shooting, the same website that he visited while he was locked up in Oakland County Jail?
Yes, there was.
Can you give us a number on how many times he visited that website just in the month before the shooting?
But believe it was in the 20s.
Well, if I said 421 times.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you meant when he was in the jail.
No, that's all right.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Talking about his phone before he was.
Yes, there was many. Okay. Yes.
But Detective, you have also reviewed recordings on the defendant's phone.
Yes, sir.
And did you uncover 2 recordings in particular that the defendant made of himself the night before the shooting?
Yes, sir.
When play Exhibits 56 and 57. Exhibit 56 is a longer
Exhibit
recording.
E.
Oh my God, the 8-Ball answered in all caps about shabusiness. I was like, if 8-Ball answers about shabusiness correctly, then we know 8-Ball is on point today. Just a little indecisive when it comes to me and Scott H, and that's okay. But 8-Ball got shabusiness right on the money. Oh yeah, here's another Scott. Oops.
Okay.
This is another favorite of Scott.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
The good old days. Lisa said the first time I heard about Taylor's shabusiness was through Jay, and I was convinced she just gave her a silly nickname. Hey Karen, what's up in England?
Detective, this is it's actually video, but it's audio, and the video is just the defendant. He's pointing the camera or the phone at his feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, you see the tops of his feet.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm just going to play the audio for you, okay? And after, just confirm that that's what you found. November 29th, 2021.
What is this?
My name is Ethan Crumbley, aged 15, and I'm going to be the next school shooter. I thought about this a lot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's constantly in my head. Every conversation I have with someone, no matter what, I'm thinking about it and I can't get it out. It's currently November 29th, 2021, 10:05 p.m. The school I'm shooting up is Oxford High School. I'm in 10th grade there. I've always been fascinated by guns when I was a kid. And I always wanted to join the forces, the SWAT when I was in 3rd grade, Navy SEALs when I was in 4th, Marines 5th or 7th, Army, Rangers. And I've never thought of a career. I've never had motivation. I kept lying to myself that there was something out there for me. There was something that was going to make me happy, that was going to provide me a happy, loving, caring life. But that's bullshit. It's all a lie. I realized that. Oh, in 9th grade, I never thought of this. I thought I was going to make it through school and go into the army, but I realized, what's the fucking point? Millions have done it. Thousands have regretted it. Thousands have killed themselves because of it. Many come back and not happy, not satisfied. And I'm thinking, it's the only thing I want to go into, but how will it make me happy? How will I love doing that?
I feel like I'm watching a movie.
How will I love? How will I... Yeah, I realized that that's not going to work out. So I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I realized all the bullshit that was right in front of me, and I never realized it. I was always the kid who said, work hard in school and you'll get a career in life. But the career is bullshit. And it was right in front of my fucking eyes the whole time. I couldn't see it. The school system is... Their main goal is to put youth just born into this world to learn. And they actually learn fucking good. They learn K through 5. They learn useful stuff. Stuff about the world that teaches them not how the world is, but how it should be, and how they want it to be. The teachers brainwash them into what they think is right, and their minds are so underdeveloped that the adults just take advantage of it. And they say that's too good for humanity. And when you get into middle school, that's even more useless. It's just an excuse to wait till the kids grow up. They're wasting years of their life learning knowledge they're most likely never going to do unless they become a Nobel Prize scientist or mathematician or the fucking founder of a multi-million-dollar environment club.
Environment club?
And they're brainwashed.
What?
They're teaching a working class into this world. There's no teaching of working class centuries ago. They're either born into it or they weren't. You were born into a working class, you were forced to work. You weren't born, you helped develop the world. You created technology, you created advances in civilization. There was only two indifferences, and the working class rose up and made everyone a working class. And now, no matter what, you just have to work. To do what? You spend 15 years of your life just hard studying and trying your hardest to achieve the best out of anyone in any school. And then you get accepted into college. And you could be rich, so you don't have to worry about it, or it could put you into thousands of debt. And you get a useless job that other people have gotten, and you think that it is doing something for this planet. You think that all those years of working and you get a job is doing something for the good of humanity. It's fucking not. It's useless. The education system and the government is just brainwashing people to be a working class. They're all brainwashing them just to fucking work and keep society how it is, but people want to go in a different direction. They don't want to work, but they see, that's where I don't fucking understand it. I'm not dumb enough to fully understand their capabilities. I'm not as dumb as them, so I can't understand, but they want to revolt and become a new class education system that just weakens everything. They want to fucking keep the innocence of everyone. They want to make sure that monsters aren't a thing. They're offended of a horror movie. They want to take away what this world is. In this world, it's not heaven. There is no heaven. There is no God. There is no Satan. There is no hell. But the world is hell in its own way. People don't think of it. You think as hell is the bottom, earth is the middle, and heaven is the top. But in reality, the earth is just hell. It's always been that, and people want to just forget it. They want to just take away what already is. It's stupid. I'm taking action. People go and protest, fucking take away guns, or make what I'm doing. I believe I am one of the first people to do this. I'm not only shooting up the school because I'm mentally depressed or mentally ill and have anxiety that struggles me every day, but I'm doing it to teach a word and all the simplicities. I don't fucking even know how to say that. All the fucking dunces out there, that brains are too, their skulls are too fucking null to understand everything. Unfortunately, the people I kill are the people that are killed. I'm sorry that their families have to go through this, but it's for the right of humanity. And the course we're going, we're fucked. In 50 years, we're fucked. Nothing's going to happen. Democrats and the Republicans are just going to fight, and people are keep going to taking sides, and some people are going to stick out and say they're the big banners who don't think of it, but really they're the main problems. And it's just leading to a collapse. The world worked so hard for thousands and thousands of years. And war happened. Peace was a thing. People understood everything. People understood the logistics of human civilization. The time from 1920 to 1980 was the golden ages of humanity. In some countries may not have been that way, but for the big ones, it was the golden age. Everyone understood the world but knew how to keep it in order. They knew the differences because war and peace. They knew that they could cooperate and live together. But now people are just taking that away. And what I'm doing is an act to show that people are taking it away, and I'm trying to preserve it. To show that no one is safe, no matter how hard they work. Your protests aren't going to do anything. They're just words, they're not actions. No one would care if I go up to the school and shout a sign, "Aren't you innocent? Bring back the equality between violence and peace." They would think I'm fucking delusional. But to take action is what you have to do. Action is the only thing out of humanity that has made us this far, has brought us this far in a civilization. And society is collapsed. Civilization is no more. People don't see it, but we're on the brink of downfall. Like, not just a break, but the beginning of the end, basically. Everyone is born, works hard, and thinks that everything's going to be the same for hundreds of years. And technology will advance and that's it. But that's not how it happens. When the bell rings to end 5th hour, tomorrow, October 30th, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom. I will have my black jacket on, and I will walk behind someone, and I will shoot a bullet in their skull. Yeah, that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in that hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try and hit as many people as I can. I will reload, and I will find people hiding. I'm going to teach them a lesson of how they're wrong, of how they're being brainwashed. I understand that I'm going to prison for this. Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die. As funny as it may seem, I'm going to kill other people. I do not want to die. I realize how valuable life is. And I realize I broke the code of what's happening. I broke the code. I realize what is actually happening. And these people, they don't have the capabilities of understanding it. I'm so going to teach the entire nation and the world of what's happening and how we're on the brink of downfall. I'm going to be using the 6R SP2022. I brought it at Acme Firearms, Oxford, Michigan on Friday. It is a 9mm pistol. It takes 15+1 ammo capacity. I have 3 magazines for it. I've worn my mask for too long. I can't take it anymore. I've broke. I've fought it for years and for years, lying to myself over and over again. But it's taught me the truth. There's no voices in my head. The voices are me. I am the voices. I am arguing with myself back and forth. I have 3 constant voices, and then there's me physically. And I'm doing whatever those three voices tell me to do, and one of them is always coming up on top. And that's the one that's taken over. That's what people call the demons. There are no demons. I am the demon. You are the demon. There is a demon in everyone that is the voice. The demon will take over. There's nothing I can do about it. My life is already on a downfall. If I don't do this, nothing will happen. The world will collapse. I will be in misery. I'll probably just end up in a useless career in the army and killing myself. What use is that? I have the chance to teach the world to become a better place. And I have to take that chance. I've missed many opportunities in my life, and I'm not missing this one. I'm going to try and flee the school for as long as I can until I get caught. Just the thought of there's so many people who think they're going to live a life, going to go to college, have a great career, get a family, grow old, die happily. But they don't know that in less than a day, I'm going to die, and their lives are going to be changed forever. I understand my consequences. I understand that people will put me in prison for this. I've already said goodbye to everything. I went for all the phases. I'm surprised I even do it today. I'm sorry for manipulating you, Mom and Dad. You have trust in me. I made sure you had trust in me, and I just disowned you. But you should know it's for a cause. And I am ruining my life and not yours. Help me.
Detective, there's a much shorter video that the defendant filmed right after that. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Exhibit 57, November 29th, 2021.
Fuck that previous video I took. That was bullshit, what I said. I'm gonna have so much fun tomorrow. I have a goal, and it's to kill everyone.
Judge, I have no additional questions for this witness. Could counsel approach?
Yes.
Regarding this time?
Yes.
Good Lord, what did we just listen to? I think his mother is an asshole, and I think that it's very possible. Is this camera angle better, by the way? I wasn't centered. I'm still not centered. No, I think his mother's an asshole, just like this. And look at this is, you feel sorry for him? He sat here and made this video. He could have stopped. Sick. Yeah, guilty as fuck. And you know what? Shame on him. If he had enough sense to piece together what we just listened to, sorry, I'm moving things around, then no. No. Oh, his mother's a total asshole. Just wait. Just wait until their trial and you find out what an asshole she is. This is awful. I mean, this has grown men crying. Attorneys crying. What's going on? What's the hell happened? Dude, what's going on? And they have us muted. The fuck happened? Something happened. Dude, what'd we miss? I don't know, but they removed him from the room. I don't know what happened. I don't know who did what. Let me go here and rewind and see. Someone breaking down. God, it's awful. Listening to this freaking... I mean, to hear him say, I don't want to die. Sorry about your luck. It was that mother, I bet you. Yeah, guilty as fuck. Oops. And you know what? Dude, I think she just had a breakdown. Fuck me. Here, let me open up another window. This makes me sick. I don't even know why they had to play this, to be honest with you. I think it was this mother right here. Look, there you guys are. How does it feel to be replayed? I think it's her. Because watch, she's really struggling. She's really struggling. Oh, yeah. I think it's because she had a breakdown. Because, watch, her husband really starts consoling her. I can't imagine. They panned off of her. And this is when it happens, I think. There was a guy, did you see he had tears? And look at the camera guy, not missing a beat. We need to find out who that bald guy works for. He's going to have the pics. Is that our Fox News guy? So freaking sad. I don't know, like we just missed it. Uh-oh. Oh, we're back? Oh, shit. They zoomed in on the map, guys. Look. We have no sound, and this is what we have now. I wonder if they're going to end for the day. Now we're going to look at the Kleenex box. What are these camera people doing? I need another Coke Zero. Now we're looking at the floor. Something happened for them to pull him out of the room, and yeah, isn't that nice? Look at those nasty rubber baseboards. Blit. I don't know who she was. The victim's advocate, maybe? Here, let me pull it up and we'll watch it again. So it's right. So she's really having a tough time. They're having a sidebar. So the attorneys were up at the sidebar. Now watch. The attorneys are all distracted because they're up there. Oh, yeah, we're doing our job. And then they go back to here and they show her, and she's really struggling. But the deputies are already walking over. She can't breathe. I don't think she can breathe. And there's the deputy again. It happens right about now. I'm over there yapping about what an asshole Jennifer Crumbley is. Over and over saying asshole, asshole, asshole. All right, it's about to happen now. She leans down. That lady walks by now. Here we go. This is when all hell breaks loose. There's the guy that was sitting there crying. They're already... Ethan was already standing up. Then the lady in the red top and the black walks across. But the deputies are still over in that section. And they pan away. Maybe she lashed out and screamed. I mean, with no sound. It had to be what she did. I don't know, man. I think it might have been an outburst. We're still looking at the carpet over there. Yeah, I can make it bigger. Hold on. I was just trying to do it right quick. I didn't know they were going to be gone this long. Okay. How's that? That's as good as it's going to get right now. All right, let me rewind. You guys tell me if you see anything. Honestly, I think she hollered out, but she is leaning down. So, fuck, I don't know, dude. Someone got pictures because that guy stood up and got photos, but I don't know if it was after whatever it was happened, you know? A sidebar, we're on an emergency break. So that mother and father are sitting there. Watch them, because that's where all of this goes down. I don't see the lady in the red shirt prior to this, but see, he's standing up, and I think it's because she had to have made a sound, but. Do you see the guy and the dad? Oh yeah, there he is. Fuck, I don't know. I mean, everybody else around them remained calm, so I don't think there were any sudden movements or people would have stood up. If somebody stood up, I think other people would have stood up. She probably hollered out. Somebody probably hollered out. Or had like a breakdown, like I can't breathe type thing. My friend from when I was 14 years old just texted me, "What's your YouTube name again?" Isn't that funny? My real life friends, they don't even know. Okay, now we have a close up of the freaking flag. This is what we're looking at. Why? Why? Something fucking happened. I wonder if they had to get EMS in there. If she was having a panic attack. I think that's the only way to get him out is to walk past there, and they had to get him out ASAP. Now we're looking at a Burberry purse. I think it was down from the mom in the pink shirt. Let me go back to it again. We'll watch it one more time because they still have us on standby. This is the replay. Let's go backwards. I think it was someone down from her. They don't really pan over there, though. They've shown him. We haven't really seen who's sitting to the left of the mother in the pink. Maybe it was the lady that was... Oh, that's the lady with the red top right there. I wonder if she said something. She was consoling her. Oh, now we're looking at reporter's shoes. It must have been her friend. I don't know. Something just went down, though. And she's probably looking for a Kleenex or something. It's weird though, because the camera guys are like in action, and no one's even turning around. They all kind of look at the same time. Dude, I don't know. All right, hold up. We've got live feed. Live feed. I have no clue what just happened. This looks intense, though. I think they're going to call it a day, guys. I mean, the people in the courtroom are laughing and shit. This is really odd. I don't like not having audio. I can't get a vibe of a room without some audio. Is someone not there? Maybe we can look at it later and see if someone's not there who was there before. I don't hear it. There's no audio. I have got no audio in the courtroom right now. I don't know what they're discussing, but I think they're discussing if they're going to call it a day, because they are slated from 9 to 4:30 and then slated to start at 9 again tomorrow. But I'm thinking since it's 3:20 and maybe something went down, that maybe they'll call it a day. I don't know. Everyone's just kind of waiting to see what the heck's going on. Sperry's and tan office shoes over there. They're just a-waiting. Oops. Yes, Mandy, you are correct. Tate Myers' family has been very outspoken. The school board meetings have been on fire. The school has not taken any accountability. So what are they doing? Are they bringing this turd back in or what? The civil case is still going on against the school. A Supreme Court judge just ruled that the families can pursue the school civilly. So I think, is that the one? I know Jeff Feiger was representing some of the victims. Yep, they're bringing the turd back in. Jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle, since they have us muted. Jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle, jing. Danita Stokes. Same here. I'm from Romeo. Where you at? Danita? I'm from the ROMEO. No, those are reporters. And then those are victims' families in the gallery. No jurors. None needed. He's already pled guilty. He's really grown since being in juvie. Ethan the emo. All right, let's see what Judge Rowe has to say. I like Judge Rowe. He's no nonsense, and nobody fucks with him. Didn't they try to give the parents money? Who? Oh, the school, you mean? Oh, I don't know about that. Welcome, Chevelle. Look at Chevelle coming in hot with a super chat and a membership today. Welcome to the lounge, Chevelle. You are officially one of Jay's seekers. As they call me the seeker. I've been searching low and high. Ooh, sorry. Are they going to turn the audio on? Why do they have the prosecutor testifying? Prosecutor?
Thank you. And good afternoon, ma'am.
Is that the
If
prosecutor?
you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Oh, never mind.
Molly Darnell, Darnell.
I'm going to mute now.
We are a video recorded courtroom, so if you could, please keep your voice up for me so we can make sure that you're captured by our video recording. And please speak like you're speaking to someone at the very back of the courtroom, okay?
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank
Pick
you.
Your witness.
Good afternoon. May I call you Molly?
You can.
All right. Molly, can you tell the court what you do for a living?
I'm an educator for Oxford schools.
And how long have you been an educator for Oxford schools?
I started with Oxford in the fall of '98.
So, like, since you've become a teacher?
Since I became a teacher.
Okay. You've spent your whole career at Oxford schools?
Correct.
And what is your current title at Oxford schools?
I am a middle school mentor for Oxford Virtual Academy.
Okay. So you are not in the physical classroom, you're teaching virtual school?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the position you held on November 30th, 2021?
That is not the position I held on November 30th.
Can you tell the court what position you were in on that day?
Yeah, so on November 30th, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator, ELA coach.
So you weren't teaching a
no,
curriculum
I was
to kids?
per the contract I was a teacher, but I worked with teachers on curriculum and instruction.
Okay. And for the bulk of your career, were you a classroom teacher?
Yes.
And can you tell the court why you became a teacher?
I find joy in helping kids find their passion, or, that's why.
Safe to say you love kids.
I do.
Okay. You always taught high school?
I started off with middle school, and then I moved to high school, and I was high school most of my career, and I am back to middle school again.
Okay. Molly, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the screen to the right. That is a map of Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have you had a classroom, but it was really an office, correct?
Yeah, it was an office space that I shared with two other individuals who we did our jobs together. We were like a team.
And was that intended to be for the whole 2021-22 school year?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your room number?
I was in, so you see where 222 is? I was just to the left.
So just where the pointer is?
Yep, it was 224.
Okay. And what is a typical day in November of 2021 for you?
So on that particular morning, we were planning some professional development for teachers. I had a meeting with admin, and I was working with the media specialist on getting a few things in order for our PD the next day.
Okay, so safe to say you weren't operating on a regular class schedule with passing time, and
Correct.
You didn't necessarily have to recognize the time.
Oh my God! Get to it. Get to it.
Okay. And so, were you typically in the hallway during passing time?
I might go outside to just, check things out or have a chat with the teacher if I needed to. But I never used the restroom because that was teachers' times during that 8 minutes to ensure that they were using the restroom.
All right.
Get on with it.
Around 1:50 that afternoon, do you know, or can you remember what hour or what was going on in the school for kids that day? I'm sorry, 12:50.
12:50. That would have been, I believe, during our lunch, during the lunches. And we're talking about specifically on November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. So specifically on November 30th, it would have been in between the lunches.
So it was passing time.
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember what you were doing? Were you in the hall for passing time, or were you in your classroom?
No, I had a student who I had in the fall of 2020 come in and have a little chat with me. She had left, and I moved to my computer to check an email.
Okay. I want to stop you because you're going to talk about the layout of your office,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a picture of that layout. Is that your classroom?
That is my classroom.
Okay.
Or my office. Yes, the
I'm
office.
sorry, your
yes.
office that was housed in a classroom.
Yes.
When you said you were checking your email, where in this picture would you be doing that?
My desk was straight ahead. Right there with the over one. Sorry.
The other way.
The other way.
Right.
Yep.
Right there.
That you can see my little laptop sitting right there.
Okay. And when you went to check your email, was your door open or closed?
It was open.
Okay. And at some point, did you notice anything unusual?
Yeah, suddenly I noticed a rush of students running past my door, almost like they were like arms extended. There seemed to be like a hype about it, or a tone about it that left me concerned.
Had you ever seen that before?
Not like that. That quick movement, no. Not like that, no.
Okay. What did you suspect might be happening?
My assumption was there might have been a fight, or like somewhere there was something going on, and so I got up from I grabbed the phone to call the office. It was immediately went to voicemail, and I ran out my door.
So you ran to the door.
Yeah, I ran outside of the door at that
so
point in time.
Now you're in the hallway.
Correct.
And what do you see?
So I'm probably the hallway is a little bit of a like a U shape almost, right? So see how it comes out. So I run out. I'm about midway through 222, and I can see, probably right there, and I can see students exiting out of door 4.
All the way down the hall.
Correct.
Okay. Were there still a lot of kids in the hallway?
There was no one else in the hallway that I saw at the time.
Did you find that strange?
Yeah, I couldn't really wrap my head around what was happening.
Okay. At some point, did you become alarmed?
I head back into my classroom immediately, or back into the office immediately. And I'm like, okay, could it be a prank? Is there something happening in the parking lot? And that's when an announcement came on that we were headed into lockdown, that it was not a drill, and there was doors slamming and the sound of pops.
So the announcement, who was on the loudspeaker?
Steve Wolf.
And who was that?
The principal. At the time, he was the principal of Oxford High School.
And did you know him well at the time?
I did.
And did you notice anything about his voice?
There was an urgency to his voice, but there was also an intention to remain calm.
Okay. And after you heard it was a lockdown, what did you hear, if anything, next?
So the announcement and the pops and the doors slamming were really close together. I get them a little bit confused in my head as to what happened first, second, or third.
Okay, let's stop for a moment. When you say there were pops, what did those sound like? What was that? Did it resemble any other sound?
It could have been a locker door slamming.
Okay.
Like several locker doors slamming in a row.
And what did you think?
We weren't using lockers at the time. because of the announcement, I knew I had to go into lockdown.
Okay. And when you say go into lockdown, what does that mean that you're supposed to do?
So my classroom or the office door was closed at that moment. So I ran over to grab the door and shut it. I knew I'd have to shut it, and then I would have to put in the night lock, which was a security barrier that's intended to allow, to kind of like, whether or not the door is locked, it also helps keep anyone else from getting in. So
Okay.
it's a second lock of a measure.
So where is the night lock? And it's kept in classrooms just for lockdowns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where's the night lock located?
So it was right over where, kind of like by that, right in that area.
And where is it kept?
It's kept in a little plastic box on the side of the wall.
And is it locked, or can anyone?
Anyone can open it.
And is this in every classroom in Oxford High School?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do all the kids know what a night lock is? Are they taught what a night lock is?
I know that we have done multiple drills before. I assume that kids know how to use it. I was not in the classroom when those were installed.
Okay. Who taught you how to use it?
We had a staff professional development when we, like on a Wednesday morning, and we all learned how to do it.
Okay. How close in time did you learn how to use the night lock to November 30th, 2021? Was it over a year? Was it 6 months?
It was before COVID.
Okay. So your door is now shut, but you need to install the night lock, which prevents anybody from getting into the door without the master key, correct?
Yeah, I think there's some way to get in.
Some device.
Yes.
Other than that, you'd have to take the casing pretty much off the door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me what you did.
So I reached for the night lock, and the position that I held, I also had an office space at the middle school. Those doors open differently, and so you have to put the night lock in. There's 2 separate ways to put the night lock in. So I looked down at the night lock for a second to see what type it was.
Could you hear anything during this time, or was it quiet?
It was quiet.
Okay.
That was when I noticed in my peripheral vision some movement from up above, right? I'm looking down from up above.
Because if you look at that picture, you're saying through that window.
Yes, through that glass side right there.
Is there one side that has glass or 2?
Just one side.
Okay.
So I noticed some movement, and I look.
Tell the court what you saw.
I locked eyes with someone dressed in baggy, oversized clothes. They were wearing a mask, and
was the clothing dark or light?
Dark clothing.
Okay.
Yep, dark clothing.
Could you tell if it was male or female?
At the time, I thought it was a male.
Okay. And what did you
so
see?
Yep. So I've locked eyes, and then I noticed some movement down below, and I looked to see a gun raising up towards me.
Okay. Were you looking at this person's eyes directly?
Prior to looking at the gun, yes.
Okay.
I was looking directly at that person's eyes.
Is there anything or any words you could use to describe that? Or anything you remember about that?
I remembered thinking in my head, no orange tip.
Okay.
I had heard previously that BB guns have an orange tip on them. So my thought was no orange tip. And that's when I jumped to the side, to my right.
So you're facing the door.
And I jumped to the right.
Okay. Did you recognize this person at all?
I had never seen this person before.
Okay. And why did you move to the right?
I believed he was going to shoot me.
And did he shoot?
He did.
Okay. What did he do? You moved to the right, and then did you hear a shot?
I heard 3 very loud. They were physically loud. Like I could feel them coming through that door. Like the power of it. But they were, it sounded almost like a cap gun.
Okay. When you moved to the right, did you just move aside or did you get down?
I kind of jumped to the right, and I felt my left shoulder move back, and it felt like someone had burned me with hot water.
Okay. Did you stop to see what that was, or?
I looked at my shoulder. At that point, I noticed my cardigan that I was wearing was ripped. I looked behind, and I noticed a bullet hole in the glass of the office, like leading out one of the windows.
Okay, so if we can go back.
Yep.
You moved to your right, so
So
you're
I'm
over here.
Yep.
Okay, and you're facing the classroom, correct?
I'm still facing the wall,
Okay.
right? So if there was no wall there, I would be looking at the hallway.
Okay, and at some point you turn around and you see what?
I just turn around and you can see that bullet hole in the window up there. I noticed that, and I remembered thinking in my head, a BB gun couldn't do that. So,
okay. What's through that window?
That's the courtyard.
Okay. What did you do next, Molly? Were you standing or were you sitting?
I was standing.
I have to ask you something. Was the night lock in your door at this point?
No.
Where was it?
It was in my hand.
Okay.
At that point in time, I knew I needed to barricade my door. I was afraid to go back towards the door. So I grabbed one of those long filing cabinets and tried to pull it back, and realized it was too heavy for me.
Where was the filing cabinet?
So right next to that door, there was a mini fridge, then there was a filing cabinet, and then there was a cart.
Okay. Now, there is something barricading the door partially.
So
what is that, and how did it get there?
Yeah, so what happened was after I realized I couldn't move that filing cabinet back, I got down on my hands and knees, and I crawled back, and I dropped the night lock in. And then I grabbed the rolling cabinet, and I shoved it against the door and the wall.
Okay. So you crawled over and then finally put the
night lock in.
Okay. And what did you do after you put that in front of the door and you put the night lock in?
At that point in time, I continued to move that filing cabinet out a little bit more so I could crawl behind it. My concern was that he would come back through that window and be able to see me.
The courtyard?
Correct.
Okay. Now, were you using both of your arms to move these things?
I was.
Okay. Were you feeling any pain?
I was not.
Okay. Once you got behind the filing cabinet, which is not visible in this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you crouching, sitting, standing?
I was crouching down. At that point, I had sent my husband a text message that just said, "I love you, active shooter."
Okay. Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say, if you remember?
He said, "Just get safe."
And what did you say?
I didn't respond to that. That was about the time that I realized that I was bleeding. I could feel blood on my arm. And I knew we have a blood bag you can see on the wall. It's in red. I knew I couldn't get back to the door. The wound is kind of back here on the back of my arm, so it was very difficult for me to see.
So you saw blood, and is that when you realized you had been shot?
I suppose, yes. I think I was still in disbelief that I had been shot. But what I knew was I was bleeding.
Okay. So what did you do?
I removed my cardigan, and I used it to tie a tourniquet above the wound.
And who taught you how to do that?
We've had training videos on how to pack a wound and treat a wound.
Could you see the wound at this point?
No. It was, I mean, I still had on another shirt underneath my cardigan. It was just blood stained.
Okay. After you made the tourniquet, Molly, what did you do next?
So that was when I started receiving text messages.
Do you remember who you received a text message from?
So the first one was the ELA department, who I work with, said, I'm hearing active shooter. And I responded, I saw one. And left it at that. And then moments later, I received a text message from my daughter.
And how old was your daughter at the time?
16.
And where was she, in high school somewhere else?
She was at a high school in a neighboring district.
And what did her text say, Molly?
She asked if I was okay, that they were hearing things.
And what did you respond?
I said, I'm safe, I've sheltered in place, and I love you.
You did not tell her you'd been shot?
I did not.
And why not?
I was trying to protect her.
Okay. Did you text anyone and tell them that you had been shot?
I did not.
Okay.
Well, not yet.
Okay. What did you do after you sent that text to your daughter?
I had a moment where I thought, do I need to contact my other daughter who lives out of state?
This is scary.
And
you didn't do that, but tell the court why.
I didn't do that because I thought she won't hear about this yet. She doesn't have to know about this yet. I thought by not saying anything, I could keep her safe a little bit longer.
So
and
sad.
I know this is important to you, so that's why I'm going to ask. You regret that?
I do.
Okay. Tell the court why.
Because she found out anyway. She made the decision to contact my husband because she knew if she contacted me and he could hear the phone, then he would know where I was.
The shooter?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do?
At that point, I called my husband.
So you actually made a call?
I did.
Okay. And at this point, did you know where the shooter was? Were you hearing anything? Did you have any idea what was going on?
No. It was complete silence. Like, I could not hear anything. It was complete silence.
And what did you say to your husband?
I called my husband. I told him I had been shot. He asked me if I had a tourniquet on, and I said yes. And then I kept wanting to tell him what was happening, like what I was hearing and what I was thinking. And he kept begging me to stop talking.
Why?
He was just said, please, like, shh, I don't want him to hear you.
Okay, so did you eventually hang up?
We did. We felt like it was the best thing to do. I would just want him to talk.
Okay. So now you're not on the phone.
I'm not on the phone.
You're crouched behind the cabinet. Your arm is bleeding. And
another announcement comes on. This time it was Pam Fine, and she said we are still in lockdown. At that point, I received a text message from our media specialist that said, I didn't hear that clearly. And I said, we're still in lockdown. Stay in lockdown. I am starting to uncontrollably shake at that point in time. And I hear something different in the hallway. I'm hearing footsteps. So
before that, though,
yep.
Had you told anyone else that you had been shot?
Only my husband knew.
Okay. So you're hearing a different noise, and you say it's footsteps.
It's footsteps. I was waiting for a shift. I didn't believe that this was life-threatening. And so I was waiting for a shift to say, I've been injured. Like once everything was taken care of.
What do you mean when you say everything was taken care of?
The shooter was taken into custody. And anyone who needed help got help.
But you did need help?
I didn't think that I needed help, no.
Okay. At some point, you got out of that room.
So...
Do you know how long it was?
20 minutes, I would say. After the shift with the footsteps, I texted the teacher next door to me and said, I've been shot. She called 911, and there was another teacher in that room who texted our administration.
Okay.
Or Kurt Noose arrived at my door, who was an administrator, assistant principal at the time, still is. He arrives at the door and he says, Molly, are you in there? Or Molly, are you okay? Something to that effect.
And what did you do?
I said, I'm here.
Scary shit.
But I was afraid to open the door.
Why?
I've known Kurt for 20 years. I know the sound of his voice. But I did not trust anything in that moment.
So you weren't sure it was him?
I wasn't.
Okay.
Could that have happened to DM? Frozen
Within a
shock
few
save.
seconds, or 10 seconds, 20 seconds maybe. There were officers at my door. And I think that's when they asked, are you injured? And I said, yes. I said, do you want me to take out the night lock? And they said, yes. And then I said, do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes.
Did they say that you were safe? Did they say that?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I opened the door, and I was still really crouched down, and they kind of like scooped me up, and started exiting me out door 4. So they take me out.
You walked all the way down the hall?
Yep, out of door 4.
Do you remember what you saw when you walked out? What did the hallway look like? Was there anyone there?
The hallway was completely vacant. They had me under the arms. There was 2 men with guns both in front of me and behind us.
Okay. So they walked you out the door, and what did you do? Where did they take you?
They walked me out, and we just stood beside door 4 for a second. One of the officers went right back in. And the one that stayed with me said, I'm going to radio for an ambulance. We just need to make sure that nobody else has a higher need than you.
Okay. So how long did you stand there?
It might have been 3 or so minutes.
Okay. And eventually an ambulance came?
There was one, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they get you in the ambulance, and
Yes.
where did they take you?
To the hospital in Lapeer.
Were you feeling any pain at this point?
I could not feel physical pain.
God, the hospital in Lapeer is not a trauma
At some
hospital.
point you found out what your wound was and where it was, correct?
So I knew I had sustained an injury to my arm.
Can you tell the court what the injury was? And
Yeah, I was shot through the fatty part of my arm, through and through.
so I want the record to reflect, Your Honor, that she is pointing to her left shoulder, and she is pointing to the portion of her bicep area that is in how many inches away from your heart?
About 6.
Okay.
Thank you. The record will so reflect.
Thank You were treated there and released, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you were in shock. At some point, were you told or did you see the door of your classroom?
Last week.
Okay. And when was that? Why did you see that picture? Or
I had met with you to talk about testimony, about testifying, and that's when I saw the door.
Okay. And when you look at that door, what do you think?
He was aiming to kill me. The top shot was intended for my head, and the 2 shots were intended for my chest.
What point did you realize how close that bullet came to your heart?
It would have been weeks later. I realized, it is right in line with my heart.
Okay.
It was like a sudden realization. It was definitely after the new year.
So if you hadn't moved to the right, it would have hit you
in my head or in my chest, yes.
Molly, have you gone back to visit the school?
I went back to visit my office at the end of January.
And why did you do that?
It was my hope to go back to the high school.
You wanted to go back to do the job that you were doing before?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't end up doing that, did you?
I did not.
Okay, can you tell the court what that was like and why? At the end, I wanted to go back. I loved the work that I was doing. And I wanted to kind of prove that I could go back. But it was just too hard to be there. It's like I couldn't access things that I knew when I was in that space. Okay. What do you do now?
I work at Oxford Virtual Academy as a mentor.
Okay. Was there any lasting scar or pain from that injury?
There was some numbness for a while. There is still a visible scar.
Okay. And I viewed the scar, and I certainly wouldn't ask you to show anyone else, but can you describe where your scar is?
Yep. So it's on the back side. It's about right here. I can feel the 2 bits where the bullet entered and exited. There is a red. It's still red in between where the bullet hole cauterized my arm.
But you can still visibly see where it
entered and
where
exited.
It okay.
Yes.
Molly, I asked you when you sat down why you wanted to be a teacher. And you answered that you love teaching and you love kids. That's right?
That is true.
Is that still true today?
That is still true today.
Okay. And the last thing I want to ask you is, you said that when you looked into the shooter's eyes, you did not recognize that person?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see that person anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing glasses and an orange top.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross.
Go easy, Tiger.
Mrs. Darnell, in order to become a teacher, you went to college, correct?
I did.
You had a major?
I did.
What was it?
English.
Which would make sense that you're part of the ELA program, correct?
Correct.
And did you teach English at the middle school?
I did not, no.
What did you teach at the middle school?
When I, like years prior, when I first started teaching?
Correct.
It was one of the subjects that I taught. I had, I worked at Crossroads for Youth, which was an adjudicated youth facility, and I had all middle school boys at the time. And so it would have been more specific, like a reading or a writing course.
Okay. And in that position, you were still a teacher, correct?
Correct.
You weren't part of the counseling staff?
I was not part of the counseling staff.
As part of your education, do you have or did you have any sort of classes in childhood development?
I did have classes in, basic childhood development my sophomore year.
Now, as a teacher, you're licensed as such through the state of Michigan, correct?
I'm a licensed teacher through the state of Michigan.
And that has some things to do with why you have some experience in first aid type classes. You're required to do that as a teacher, correct?
I don't know if that's a requirement by the state of Michigan or if that's just something we're required to do, but it is part of something that we have to do. I mean, it's part of training that I've been given through professional development.
And as a teacher, you're also something called a mandatory reporter, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe a little bit about what that means?
Yeah, so if something's concerning, like a student says that she has been attacked, that is something that I would have to report.
And who do you report that to?
I would report that to, oh my gosh, who do I report that to? I would probably go down to the office and say, who do I report this to?
Maybe Child Protective Services?
I don't believe it could be Child Protective Services, but I know I would go down to the office and ask, this is what happened and I need to report this.
So you mentioned having children and your concern for them and your role to protect them, correct?
Correct.
And you would think that would be consistent with any parent, correct?
I would think.
So, from a perspective of a parent, if you saw a child struggling with mental health issues, would you get that child some sort of treatment or support or counseling?
I would.
And if that child reported delusions, hallucinations, hearing voices.
Your Honor, this is a witness that testified about being shot, and she's a victim. I don't know, I'm not sure where counsel's going, but she's not qualified as a child development expert.
Wow.
And I would ask that counsel refrain from asking these kinds of questions.
Your response?
Your Honor, this is a Miller hearing. There are Miller factors. One of those factors is the history, family history of Mr. Ethan Crumbley. I'm asking her from a parent perspective, not necessarily her personally, and even as a teacher, questions that get toward his family history, her knowledge of it, as well as the issues that should be raised in a Miller hearing.
It may be a Miller hearing, but this is a victim of a crime. And if she wants to call somebody to talk about those things, they have witness lists and they're going to do that. But this witness is not and should not be subject to those questions. And she's not a lawyer, and she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, unless there's some independent knowledge I don't know about.
Thank you. Let's get to the point. You can ask her specifically if she's ever interviewed your client. I think that's more appropriate, but to ask her general questions, I don't believe that's appropriate here, as you haven't laid the appropriate foundation for this witness to answer those questions. So, sustained, you may continue.
So, if as a mandatory reporter, you learned that there was a student having hallucinations, mental health issues, delusions, or hearing voices, would that be something that you would report to someone?
I would take it down to the office. Yes.
And if you knew that a student had been left alone as an elementary student or a middle school student for hours during the evening and nighttime hours, night after night after night, would that also be something that, as a mandatory reporter, you would bring to the office's attention?
I have never had that happen in my career. I don't know what I would do.
That would be something that would concern you enough that you would have to think about whether you would be required to report it then. Would that be fair to say?
Your Honor, she's answered the question. She said she doesn't know what she would do.
Thank you. Respectfully overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. As a mandatory reporter, if you had learned that a student in an elementary school age or middle school age bracket had been left alone for hours by themselves at night and in the evening, night after night after night, would that be something that you would have to think about reporting to someone?
I would be concerned, absolutely. I don't know the circumstances specifically. I would have to hear what the circumstance, like what are the circumstances exactly that are happening for me to know whether or not I'm reporting. I don't, right, what, like you're talking middle school, elementary age, there is what's the age limit for kids to stay home alone?
Your Honor, she said she doesn't know, please.
Sure. And she's answered the question. You may ask your next question.
That's fine. I was waiting for her to finish her response.
Sure.
What age group is in middle school?
Well, they start in 6th grade, right? So you're looking at 11, 12, 13.
In Oxford, is middle school 6th, 7th, and 8th grade?
That's correct.
But not 9th grade. That would be high school, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know what the Miller factors are?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know Ethan?
Other than the moment that I saw him raise the gun to me, I have never seen him before.
So you've never had a conversation with him, never had him in class, even in middle school, I'm sorry?
No.
You've never seen him at lunch?
No.
Now, as you sit here today and testify on your own personal knowledge, you can't tell us anything about Ethan's family life, correct?
Do you know how hard it is to heal from something like this? I avoid everything I can to heal. This is learning about what happened is not part of my healing process.
Do you know anything about whether he's been diagnosed with
Your
a
Honor,
mental health disorder?
She has answered this question
The
at this
objection
point.
sustained. Let's move on. She's already indicated she doesn't know anything about your client. She's never met your client. She has never met him in lunch, etc. Hasn't met him in middle school, and so
She does not know him, Sam. I am.
or have any personal knowledge about your client. In fact, the witnesses just said she's tried to avoid everything as a part of her healing. The objection is sustained. I'm going to ask respectfully that you move on. Thank you.
Do you know what it means to be rehabilitated in the sense of the criminal justice system?
Your Honor?
I do not.
Your Honor?
And
Your
she's
Honor.
answered the question. I understand your objection.
Okay.
Yes.
But for the record, it's bordering on harassment for the sake of harassment. This counsel knows full well she has no idea, and she's also visibly shaken and asked her to say, I don't know anything about it and I don't want to.
The court agrees, and that's why I'm asking counsel to move on away from this, because again, unless you're going to lay the appropriate foundation that she knows something specific about your client or that she has specific knowledge of childhood trauma, etc., that's a part of the Miller factors. She's already testified that she does not know. And so with that being said, the court is sitting as the trier of fact here, and I've been listening throughout this entire hearing, and I will note that there are some things that have been relevant to the Miller factors, there's things that have not been relevant to the Miller factors. The court will place the appropriate weight on the evidence that supports the Miller factors. And so I've been listening very patiently, but again, this witness has testified that she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, and the court is, again, based upon her testimony, is going to conclude that she has no direct testimony as it relates to the Miller factors. And so again, counsel, respectfully, please move on. The objection is sustained.
Is inappropriate.
I agree.
How many years did you teach at Crossroads for Youth?
2 years.
Your Honor, that was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopp. Any redirect?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
Thank you for being
What are
so
they
strong
doing?
and for having the courage to be here. May she be excused, Your Honor.
Yes. Ma'am, please,
Are
you
we
are
supposed to
excused.
see
You may
those?
also leave the courthouse. Any need to have this witness called back?
None at all, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all set. With that being said, the time is approximately 4:05. As I indicated to counsel off the record, we will end our hearing before 4:30 because of security building issues. With that being said, we're going to conclude for today's date, and we're going to pick up tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
With that being said, anything else from counsel this afternoon?
No, Judge. I'm sorry, you said 8:30?
8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Understood.
Thank you. With that being said, deputies, you may take the defendant.
Jingle jangle him out of there. They all stare him down too. Dude, you could cut the tension with a knife in this courtroom.
Thank you. With that being said, I'll see everyone at 8:30 a.m. The court stands in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Wow. I have goosebumps right now.
And we can just leave this.
The chatter.
Anyone?
91% of you say yes, life without parole. 8% say no. Hot mic.
Picture of the shooter. He wants to be remembered. Miss, they have been advised accordingly. If you have any concerns, you can reach out to chambers.
What was she saying? Someone's having a really bad panic attack. Can you hear it? This is horrible. He's the coffer. right. It just ended. I swear that girl looks like the lady in the Adam, whatever his name was, trial. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. She said something about a picture of the shooter. Yeah, I don't know what that was, but we will be back here tomorrow morning, guys. The event is up. It is set for 8:45. I want to thank everybody. We are 28% to our super chat goal. If we reach that goal, we will spin the old wheel and do a merch giveaway live. So we are 28% there. And then also exciting stuff. I want to thank all the new subscribers. We are at 88,889. 11 until 89,000. That is amazing. Amazing. So I want to thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Go do something fun. Look at Summer Lou. Go pet your dogs and cats. Unwind from this. This was a lot today. So stand up. I'll see you guys in the morning. Thanks for watching. Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems.
Okay, it is what it is.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
Why are people such idiots?
You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillac.
I have to say to A.N.C. Taylor, the defense lawyer, bring it on, woman.
Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. I ain't got time.
One Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Hi, Jennifer. Thanks so much, Jennifer.